Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the March 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 12, The Concept of Relative Surplus Value. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So, the last chapter we did, of course, was Chapter 11, The Rate and Mass of Surplus Value, and that closed out Part 3 of Capital Volume 1, The Production of Absolute Surplus Value, which covered Chapters 7 through 11. The topic of absolute surplus value deals with capitalists trying to increase profit by extending the working day. In Part 4, The Production of Relative Surplus Value, which covers Chapters 12 through 15, Marx is going to discuss capitalists' efforts to increase profit not by just a raw extension of the working day from 8 hours to 10 or 12 or 14 or more, but by altering the proportion between necessary labor time and surplus labor time. As you'll recall, the necessary labor time is that portion of the work day during which a worker is producing value to cover the cost of their wages. And then anything beyond that is the surplus labor time. So, at a given rate of productivity, let's say that there's a 10-hour working day, and 5 of those hours are necessary labor time and 5 are surplus. Well, the capitalist could try to extend the workday to 11, 12 or more hours, and in so doing would increase the amount of surplus value being created. But what if you were able to reduce the amount of necessary labor time by some means, whether it's increasing productivity so that the worker is producing more value per hour, or reducing the cost of living so that the wages don't cost as much? Well, when we're talking about that ratio of the necessary labor time to the surplus labor time, we are not talking about the absolute length of the day, but the relative surplus value to the necessary value. Hence, relative surplus value. So again, this chapter is titled The Concept of Relative Surplus Value. Without further ado, let's get into Marx's discussion. That portion of the working day which merely produces an equivalent for the value paid by the capitalist for their labor power has up to this point been treated by us as a constant magnitude, and such in fact it is under given conditions of production and at a given stage in the economic development of society. Beyond this, the necessary labor time, the laborer we saw, could continue to work for 2, 3, 4, 6, etc. hours. The rate of surplus value and the length of the working day depended on the magnitude or absolute amount of this prolongation. Though the necessary labor time was constant, we saw on the other hand that the total working day was variable. Now suppose we have a working day whose length and whose apportionment or division between necessary labor and surplus labor are given. Let the whole line A to C, with a B in the middle, so A to B to C, represent, for example, a working day of 12 hours. The portion of A to B is 10 hours of necessary labor, and the portion B to C is 2 hours of surplus labor. How now can the production of surplus value be increased? I.e., how can the surplus labor be prolonged without or independently of any prolongation of the total line A to C? Although the length of A to C is given, B to C appears to be capable of prolongation, if not by extension beyond its existing end, C, which is also the end of the working day, A to C, yet at all events by pushing back its starting point B in the direction of A. Assume that B prime to B in the line A to B prime to B, B to C, is equal to half of BC, or to 1 hour's labor time. Just going to pause here for a second. There is a diagram in the text. I realize that if you're just listening to this as an audiobook and not reading along, it might be a little hard to visualize. So basically, Marx has a line segment, so you have a point A, that's the start of the workday, and a point C, that's the end of the workday. And Marx said that the total length of this line segment is 12 hours. So there are 12 points representing hours between A and C. Let's say that A represents 9 a.m. and C represents 9 p.m. There's also a point B between these 2 points, and Marx said that B represents the point in the day when the necessary value is covered, so the necessary labor time is over, and the surplus labor begins. He said that that was 10 hours necessary labor time, so that would be at 7 p.m. So now he's also putting another point, B prime, and that's going to be somewhere to the left of point B. because the capitalist wants that necessary labor time to end earlier. That means that the worker is going to be spending less time working to pay their own wages and more time making the capitalist rich. Okay, so now we have 4 points on this line segment: A at the beginning, C at the end, B fairly close to C, and then B prime a little to the left of B. How far to the left? Well, let's read on. If, now in AC, the working day of 12 hours total, we move the point B to B prime, BC becomes B prime C. The surplus labor increases by 1/2, from 2 hours to 3 hours. So commenting in our example, B prime then is going to be at 6 p.m. Continuing, although the working day remains as before at 12 hours. This extension of the surplus labor time from BC to B prime C, from 2 hours to 3 hours, is however evidently impossible without a simultaneous contraction of the necessary labor time from AB to AB prime, from 10 hours to 9 hours. The prolongation of the surplus labor would correspond to a shortening of the necessary labor, or a portion of the labor time previously consumed in reality for the laborer's own benefit would be converted into labor time for the benefit of the capitalist. There would be an alteration not in the total length of the working day, but in its division into necessary labor time and surplus labor time. On the other hand, it's evident that the duration of the surplus labor is given when the length of the working day and the value of the labor power are given. The value of labor power, i.e., the labor time required to produce labor power, determines the labor time necessary for the reproduction of that value. If 1 working hour is embodied in 6 pence, and the value of a day's labor is 5 shillings, the laborer must work 10 hours a day in order to replace the value paid by capital for their labor power, or to produce an equivalent for the value of their daily necessary means of subsistence. Given the value of these means of subsistence, food, clothing, shelter, etc., the value of their labor power is given, and given the value of the labor power, the duration of their necessary labor time is given. Footnote here, the value of the average daily wages is determined by what the laborer requires, quote, so as to live, labor, and generate, quoting William Petty. Quoting Vanderlint, the price of labor is always constituted of the price of necessaries. Whenever the laboring man's wages will not, suitably to his low rank and station as a laboring man, support such a family, as is often the lot of many of them to have, unquote, he does not receive proper wages. Quoting Malthus, the price of the necessaries of life is in fact the cost of producing labor, unquote. Back to the main text. The duration of the surplus labor, however, is arrived at by subtracting the necessary labor time from the total working day. 10 hours subtracted from 12 leave 2, and it's not easy to see how, under the given conditions, the surplus labor can possibly be prolonged beyond 2 hours. Comment, because already we're at a 12-hour working day. Continuing, no doubt the capitalist can, instead of 5 shillings, pay the laborer 4 shillings and 6 pence, or even less. For the reproduction of this value of 4 shillings and 6 pence, 9 hours labor time would suffice, and consequently 3 hours of surplus labor instead of 2 would accrue to the capitalist, and the surplus value would rise from 1 shilling to 18 pence. This result, however, would be obtained only by lowering the wages of the laborer below the value of their labor power. With the 4 shillings and 6 pence which they produce in 9 hours, they command 1/10 less of the necessaries of life than before, and consequently the proper reproduction of their labor power is crippled. The surplus labor would, in this case, be prolonged only by an overstepping of its normal limits. Its domain would be extended only by a usurpation, an unjust taking of part of the domain of necessary labor time. Despite the important part which this method plays in actual practice, we're excluded from considering it in this place, by our assumption that all commodities, including labor power, are bought and sold at their full value. Granted this, it follows that the labor time necessary for the production of labor power, or for the reproduction of its value, comment so that work continues to be done in the future, continuing, cannot be lessened by a fall in the laborer's wages below the value of their labor power, but only by a fall in this value itself. Given the length of the working day, the prolongation of the surplus labor must of necessity originate in the curtailment of the necessary labor time. The latter cannot arise from the former. In the example we've taken, it's necessary that the value of labor power, comment the actual cost of maintaining a worker's life, continuing, should actually fall by 1/10, in order that the necessary labor time may be diminished by 1/10, i.e. from 10 hours to 9. And in order that the surplus labor may consequently be prolonged from 2 hours to 3. comment, without, again, paying the worker less than it costs to actually maintain their existence. Such a fall in the value of labor power implies, however, that the same necessaries of life which were formerly produced in 10 hours can now be produced in 9 hours, but this is impossible without an increase in the productiveness of labor. For example, suppose a shoemaker with given tools makes in one working day of 12 hours 1 pair of boots. If they have to make 2 pairs in the same time, the productiveness of their labor must be doubled. And this cannot be done except by an alteration in their tools, or in their mode of working, or in both. Hence, the conditions of production, i.e. the mode of production and the labor process itself, must be revolutionized. By increase in the productiveness of labor, we mean generally an alteration in the labor process, of such a kind as to shorten the labor time that is socially necessary for the production of a commodity, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. More useful stuff. Footnote here quoting Sismondi, perfection of the crafts means nothing other than the discovery of new ways of making a product with fewer people, or, which is the same thing, in less time than previously. Back to the main text. Hitherto, in treating of surplus value, arising from a simple extension of the working day, we've assumed the mode of production to be given and invariable. But when surplus value has to be produced by the conversion of necessary labor into surplus labor, it by no means suffices for capital to take over the labor process in the form under which it has historically been handed down, and then simply to prolong the duration of that process. The technical and social conditions of the process, and consequently the very mode of production, must be revolutionized before the productiveness of labor can be increased. By that means alone can the value of labor power be made to sink, and the portion of the working day necessary for the reproduction of that value be shortened. The surplus value produced by prolongation of the working day I call absolute surplus value. On the other hand, the surplus value arising from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding alteration in the respective lengths of the two components of the working day, I call relative surplus value. In order to effect a fall in the value of labor power, the increase in the productiveness of labor must seize upon those branches of industry whose products determine the value of labor power, and consequently either belong to the class of customary means of subsistence or are capable of supplying the place of those means. But the value of a commodity is determined not only by the quantity of labor which the laborer directly bestows upon that commodity, but also by the labor contained in the means of production. For instance, the value of a pair of boots depends not only on the cobbler's labor, but also on the value of the leather, wax, thread, etc. Hence, a fall in the value of labor power is also brought about by an increase in the productiveness of labor, and by a corresponding cheapening of commodities in those industries which supply the instruments of labor and the raw material that form the material elements of the constant capital required for producing the necessaries of life. But an increase in the productiveness of labor in those branches of industry which supply neither the necessaries of life nor the means of production for such necessaries leaves the value of labor power undisturbed. The cheapened commodity, of course, causes only a pro tanto, or only to a certain extent, fall in the value of labor power, a fall which is proportional to the extent of that commodity's employment in the reproduction of labor power. Shirts, for instance, are a necessary means of subsistence, but are only one out of many. The totality of the necessaries of life consists, however, of various commodities, each the product of a distinct industry, and the value of each of those commodities enters as a component part into the value of labor power. This latter value decreases with the decrease of the labor time necessary for its reproduction, the total decrease being the sum of all the different curtailments of labor time effected in those various and distinct industries. This general result is treated here as if it were the immediate result directly aimed at in each individual case. Whenever an individual capitalist cheapens shirts, for instance, by increasing the productiveness of labor, they by no means necessarily aim at or intend to reduce the value of labor power, and shortening, to that particular extent, the necessary labor time. But it is only insofar as they ultimately contribute to this result, i.e. they actually do it, that they assist in raising the general rate of surplus value. Quoting Ramsey, let us suppose the products of the manufacturer are doubled by improvement in machinery. They will be able to clothe their workmen by means of a smaller proportion of the entire return, and thus their profit will be raised, but in no other way will it be influenced. Unquote, back to the main text. The general and necessary tendencies of capital must be distinguished from their forms of manifestation. It is not our intention to consider here the way in which the laws immanent in capitalist production manifest themselves in the movements of individual masses of capital, where they assert themselves as coercive laws of competition, and are brought home to the mind and consciousness of the individual capitalist as the directive motives of their operations. But this much is clear. A scientific analysis of competition is not possible before we have a conception of the inner nature of capital, just as the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies are not intelligible to anyone who is not acquainted with their real motions, motions which are not directly perceptible by the senses. Nevertheless, for the better comprehension of the production of relative surplus value, we may add the following remarks, in which we assume nothing more than the results we have already obtained. If 1 hour's labor is embodied in 6 pence, a value of 6 shillings will be produced in a working day of 12 hours. Suppose that with the prevailing productiveness of labor, 12 articles are produced in these 12 hours. Let the value of the means of production used up in each article be 6 pence. Under these circumstances, each article costs 1 shilling, 6 pence for the value of the means of production, and 6 pence for the value newly added in working with those means. Now, let any one capitalist contrive to double the productiveness of labor, and to produce in the working day of 12 hours 24 instead of 12 such articles. The value of the means of production remaining the same, the value of each article will fall to 9 pence, made up of 6 pence for the value of the means of production, and 3 pence for the value newly added by the labor. Despite the doubled productiveness of labor, the day's labor creates as before a new value of 6 shillings and no more, which however is now spread over twice as many articles. Of this value, each article now has embodied in it 1/24th instead of 1/12th, 3 pence instead of 6 pence, or what amounts to the same thing, only half an hour's instead of a whole hour's labor time is now added to the means of production while they're being transformed into each article. The individual value of these articles is now below their social value. In other words, they have cost less labor time than the great bulk of the same article produced under the average social conditions. Each article costs on an average 1 shilling. And represents 2 hours of social labor, but under the altered mode of production that this capitalist just introduced, it costs only 9 pence, or it contains only 1.5 hours labor. The real value of a commodity is, however, not its individual value, but its social value. That is to say, the real value is not measured by the labor time that the article in each individual case costs the producer, but by the labor time socially required for its production. And remember from part 1, that's called the socially necessary labor time, which is how long, on average, a society at a given stage of development requires to produce that commodity. In this example, the capitalist has just introduced a new method, and so is not really impacting the average. However, that new method catches on, and lots of other shops, or all the other shops, start to use it, and practically that society has just entered a new step of development in that process. Well, then the socially necessary labor time is changed. But in this example, in this chapter, not yet. Consequently, let's continue. If, therefore, the capitalist who applies this new method sells their commodity at its social value of 1 shilling, they're selling it for 3 pence above its individual value, what it actually costs them, and thus realizes an extra surplus value of 3 pence. On the other hand, the working day of 12 hours is, as regards them, now represented by 12 articles instead of 12. Hence, in order to get rid of the product of 1 working day, the demand must be double what it was, i.e. the market must become twice as extensive. Note, extensive, not expensive. What Marx is saying is that you have 24 shirts, if you want to get rid of them, you got to sell them at twice the rate. Hence a more extensive market with more transactions, more consumption happening. Continuing, other things being equal, their commodities can command a more extended market only by a diminution or lessening of their prices. They will therefore sell them above their individual but under their social value, say at 10 pence each. By this means, they still squeeze an extra surplus value of 1 penny out of each. This augmentation of surplus value is pocketed by the capitalist, whether their commodities belong or not to the class of necessary means of subsistence that participate in determining the general value of labor power. Hence, independently of this latter circumstance, there is a motive for each individual capitalist to cheapen their commodities by increasing the productiveness of labor. Nevertheless, even in this case, the increased production of surplus value arises from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding prolongation of the surplus labor. And commenting here, we're talking about necessary labor time, again, that portion of the working day that covers the wages, not socially necessary labor time, which is required to produce a commodity. Very unfortunate that those terms are so similar. Footnote here, quoting Outlines of Political Economy, a man's profit does not depend upon his command of the produce of other men's labor, but upon his command of labor itself. If he can sell his goods at a higher price, while his workmen's wages remain unaltered, he is clearly benefited. A smaller proportion of what he produces is sufficient to put that labor into motion, and a larger proportion consequently remains for himself." Unquote. Back to the main text. Let the necessary labor time amount to 10 hours, the value of a day's labor power to 5 shillings, the surplus labor time to 2 hours, and the daily surplus value to 1 shilling. But the capitalist now produces 24 articles, which they sell at 10 pence apiece, making 20 shillings in all. Since the value of the means of production is 12 shillings, 14 2/5 of these articles merely replace the constant capital advanced. And commenting, remember again, constant capital is everything other than variable capital being wages. Continuing, the labor of the 12 hours working day is represented by the remaining 9 3/5 articles. Since the price of the labor power is 5 shillings, 6 articles represent the necessary labor time, and 3 3/5 articles the surplus labor. The ratio of the necessary labor to the surplus labor, which under average social conditions was 5 to 1, is now only 5 to 3. The same result may be arrived at in the following way. The value of the product of the working day of 12 hours is 20 shillings. Of this sum, 12 shillings belong to the value of the means of production, a value that merely reappears. There remain 8 shillings, which are the expression in money of the value newly created during the working day. This sum is greater than the sum in which average social labor of the same kind is expressed. 12 hours of the latter labor are expressed by 6 shillings only. The exceptionally productive labor operates as intensified labor. It creates in equal periods of time greater values than average social labor of the same kind. And there's a note, see Chapter 1, Section 2. But our capitalist still continues to pay, as before, only 5 shillings as the value of a day's labor power. Hence, instead of 10 hours, the laborer need now work only 7.5 hours in order to reproduce this value. Their surplus labor is therefore increased by 2.5 hours, and the surplus value they produce grows from 1 into 3 shillings. Hence, the capitalist who applies the improved method of production appropriates to surplus labor a greater portion of the working day than the other capitalists in the same trade. They do individually what the whole body of capitalists engaged in producing relative surplus value do collectively. On the other hand, however, this extra surplus value vanishes as soon as the new method of production has become general and has consequently caused the difference between the individual value of the cheapened commodity and its social value to vanish. The law of the determination of value by labor time, a law which brings under its sway the individual capitalist, who applies the new method of production by compelling them to sell their goods under their social value. This same law, acting as a coercive law of competition, forces their competitors to adopt the new method. Footnote there, quoting from the advantages of the East India trade to England, "If my neighbor by doing much with little labor can sell cheap, I must contrive to sell as cheap as he, so that every art, trade, or engine, doing work with labor of fewer hands and consequently cheaper, begets in others a kind of necessity and emulation, either of using the same art, trade, or engine, or of inventing something like it, that every man may be upon the square, that no man may be able to undersell his neighbor." Unquote. The general rate of surplus value is, therefore, ultimately affected by the whole process only when the increase in the productiveness of labor has seized upon those branches of production that are connected with, and has cheapened those commodities that form part of, the necessary means of subsistence, and are therefore elements of the value of labor power. The value of commodities is in inverse ratio to the productiveness of labor, and so too is the value of labor power, because it depends on the value of commodities. Relative surplus value is, on the contrary, directly proportional to that productiveness. It rises with rising and falls with falling productiveness. The value of money being assumed to be constant, an average social working day of 12 hours always produces the same new value, 6 shillings, no matter how this sum may be apportioned between surplus value and wages. But if, in consequence of increased productiveness, the value of the necessaries of life fall, and the value of a day's labor power be thereby reduced from 5 shillings to 3, the surplus value increases from 1 shilling to 3. 10 hours were necessary for the reproduction of the value of the labor power, now only 6 are required. 4 hours have been set free, and can be annexed to the domain of surplus labor. Hence there is immanent in capital an inclination and constant tendency to heighten the productiveness of labor, in order to cheapen commodities, and by such cheapening, to cheapen the laborer themselves. Footnote there, quoting from Considerations Concerning Taking Off the Bounty on Corn Exported, "In whatever proportion the expenses of a laborer are diminished, in the same proportion will their wages be diminished, if the restraints upon industry are at the same time taken off." Quoting again, "The interest of trade requires that corn and all provisions should be as cheap as possible, for whatever makes them dear must make labor dear also. In all countries where industry is not restrained, the price of provisions must affect the price of labor. This will always be diminished when the necessaries of life grow cheaper." And quoting from a prize essay on the comparative merits of competition and cooperation, "Wages are decreased in the same proportion as the powers of production increase. Machinery, it's true, cheapens the necessaries of life, but it also cheapens the laborer." Unquote. The value of a commodity is, in itself, of no interest to the capitalist. What alone interests them is the surplus value that dwells in it, and is realizable by sale. Realization of the surplus value necessarily carries with it the refunding of the value that was advanced. Now, since relative surplus value increases in direct proportion to the development of the productiveness of labor, while, on the other hand, the value of commodities diminishes in the same proportion, since one and the same process cheapens commodities and augments the surplus value contained in them, we have here the solution of the riddle. Why does the capitalist, whose sole concern is the production of exchange value, continually strive to depress the exchange value of commodities? A riddle with which Keynes, one of the founders of political economy, tormented his opponents, and to which they could give him no answer. Quote, "You acknowledge," he says, "that the more expenses and the cost of labor can, in the manufacture of industrial products, be reduced without injury to production, the more advantageous is such reduction, because it diminishes the price of the finished article. And yet, you believe that the production of wealth, which arises from the labor of the workpeople, consists in the augmentation of the exchange value of their products." Unquote. The shortening of the working day is therefore by no means what is aimed at in capitalist production when labor is economized by increasing its productiveness. Footnote there, quoting Beddoe, "These speculators who are so economical of the labor of workers they would have to pay." Quoting Dugald Stewart, "The employer will always be on the stretch to economize time and labor." And quoting R. Jones, "The capitalist's interest is that the productive powers of the laborers they employ should be the greatest possible. On promoting that power, their attention is fixed, and almost exclusively fixed." Unquote. It is only the shortening of the labor time necessary for the production of a definite quantity of commodities that is aimed at. The fact that the worker, when the productiveness of their labor has been increased, produces, say, 10 times as many commodities as before, and thus spends 1/10 as much labor time on each, by no means prevents them from continuing to work 12 hours as before, nor from producing in those 12 hours 1,200 articles instead of 120. Nay more, their working day may be prolonged at the same time so as to make them produce, say, 1,400 articles in 14 hours. In the treatises, therefore, of economists of the stamp of McCulloch, Yore, Senior, and the like, we may read upon one page that the laborer owes a debt of gratitude to capital for developing their productiveness, because the necessary labor time is thereby shortened, and on the next page, that they must prove their gratitude by working in the future 15 hours instead of 10. The object of all development of the productiveness of labor within the limits of capitalist production, key phrase, is to shorten that part of the working day during which the worker must labor for their own benefit, and by that very shortening, to lengthen the other part of the day, during which they're at liberty to work gratis, free, for the capitalist. How far this result is also attainable without cheapening commodities will appear from an examination of the particular modes of producing relative surplus value, to which examination we now proceed. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the March 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of Karl Marx's Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 13, Cooperation, from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So, Chapter 13 is the second chapter in Part 4 of Capital Volume 1. I know that's a lot of different components there. But basically, Part 4 of this book, which encompasses chapters 12 through 15, deals with the topic of relative surplus value. The previous part, Part 3, dealt with the topic of absolute surplus value, which basically concerns capitalists' efforts to extend the working day, the absolute number of hours worked. Relative surplus value, on the other hand, deals with capitalists' efforts to alter the balance between necessary labor time and surplus labor time. That is to say, as you will recall from earlier chapters, the portion of the working day, necessary labor time, in which the worker is producing value to cover the cost of their wages, versus the rest of the working day during which surplus value is generated. So even if the capitalist can't keep you at work longer, what they can do is try to make you produce more surplus value rather than necessary value during the time that they do have you. And also because wages cover the cost of living for workers, this also deals with trying to reduce what they have to pay you, as we discussed in the previous chapter, chapter 12. And actually, we got an amusing comment on that video. Basically, it's a commenter trying to say that these are not things workers actually care about. They said, "I'll take things actual workers never talk about or think about for 1,000. Just a reminder that Marx didn't have to be an actual worker, hence his being able to whine about it." So Marx was definitely an academic, he was highly educated, and he made major contributions to the field of political economy, and social science, and history, and philosophy. But to say what, this was just because he liked to whine and had no actual consideration for the development of humanity is totally absurd. Yes, he was not directly working in the linen factories where people were forced to work in conditions where they ended up inhaling like half a shirt's worth of lint in a day, where they would also end up dying at a much earlier age because of that, which gave him the time that he needed to do the studies and write the many, many thousands of pages that he wrote on these topics. To say that in general that isn't in the interest of the working class is ridiculous and offensive. But to talk about chapter 12 specifically, you're saying that workers don't talk or think about being made to produce more in the same or less time. We don't talk about downward pressure on wages. Well, that's what was being discussed in the chapter. Those are actually things that all workers are aware of. It's in our interest to try to get more money for less work, and it's in the capitalist interest to try to give us less money for more work. Or if we're going to extend this back to part 3, the extension of the workday, you're saying that workers aren't concerned with how long they're at work? Actually, that's one of the most basic things you can be aware of is, wow, I wish I was somewhere else. Unfortunately, I have to be here for 8 hours or 10 hours or 12 hours or 18 hours, as was the case in some of the documented examples that Marx was discussing at length in chapter 10 in particular. So I guess that, workers just weren't aware that that was a problem until the rabble-rousing Marxists came along. I guess there was never a struggle for a shortening of the workday prior to that. Anyway, I don't know how these people find their way to the channel, but they definitely haven't listened to it. Anyway, in this chapter, chapter 13, Marx is going to get into the topic of cooperation in capitalism. Capital brings together large numbers of workers to work together on production, and after a certain point, the quantitative increase in the number of workers working together leads to qualitative shifts in what is happening. And Marx considers this from a variety of different viewpoints. Let's begin. Chapter 13. Cooperation. Capitalist production only then really begins, as we've already seen, when each individual capital employs simultaneously a comparatively large number of laborers, when consequently the labor process is carried on an extensive scale and yields relatively large quantities of products. A greater number of laborers working together at the same time in one place, or if you will, in the same field of labor, in order to produce the same sort of commodity under the mastership of one capitalist, constitutes both historically and logically the starting point of capitalist production. With regard to the mode of production itself, manufacture in its strict meaning is hardly to be distinguished in its earliest stages from the handicraft trades of the guilds, otherwise than by the greater number of workmen simultaneously employed by one and the same individual capital. The workshop of the medieval master handicraftsman is simply enlarged. At first, therefore, the difference is purely quantitative. We have shown that the surplus value produced by a given capital is equal to the surplus value produced by each worker multiplied by the number of workers simultaneously employed. The number of workers in itself does not affect either the rate of surplus value or the degree of exploitation of labor power. If a working day of 12 hours is embodied in 6 shillings, 1,200 such days will be embodied in 1,200 times 6 shillings. In one case, 12 times 1200 working hours, and in the other 12 such hours, are incorporated in the product. In the production of value, a number of workers rank merely as so many individual workers, and it therefore makes no difference in the value produced whether the 1200 workers work separately or united under the control of one capitalist. Nevertheless, within certain limits, a modification takes place. The labor realized in value is labor of an average social quality, is consequently the expenditure of average labor power. Any average magnitude, however, is merely the average of a number of separate magnitudes all of one kind, but differing as to quantity. In every industry, each individual laborer, be they Peter or Paul, differs from the average laborer. These individual differences, or errors as they're called in mathematics, compensate one another and vanish whenever a certain minimum number of workers are employed together. The celebrated sophist and sycophant Edmund Burke goes so far as to make the following assertion, based on his practical observations as a farmer, viz. That in, quote, so small a platoon as that of 5 farm laborers, all individual differences in the labor vanish, and that consequently any given 5 adult farm laborers taken together will in the same time do as much work as any other 5. And there's a footnote with the original quote. Unquestionably, there is a good deal of difference between the value of one man's labor and that of another from strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, constitution, and, oh no, it doesn't say that, from strength, dexterity, and honest application. But I'm quite sure from my best observation that any given 5 men will, in their total, afford a proportion of labor equal to any other 5 within the periods of life I've stated. That is, that among such 5 men there will be one possessing all the qualifications of a good workman, one bad, and the other 3 middling, and approximating to the first and the last. So that in so small a platoon as that of even 5, you will find the full complement of all that 5 men can earn." Unquote. Back to the main text. But, however that may be, it is clear that the collective working day of a large number of workmen simultaneously employed, divided by the number of these workmen, gives 1 day of average social labor. For example, let the working day of each individual be 12 hours. Then the collective working day of 12 men simultaneously employed consists of 144 hours. And although the labor of each of the dozen men may deviate more or less from average social labor, each of them requiring a different time for the same operation, yet since the working day of each is 1/12 of the collective working day of 144 hours, it possesses the qualities of an average social working day. From the point of view, however, of the capitalist who employs these 12 men, the working day is that of the whole dozen. Each individual man's day is an aliquot part of the collective working day, no matter whether the 12 men assist one another in their work, or whether the connection between their operations consists merely in the fact that the men are all working for the same capitalist. But if the 12 men are employed in 6 pairs, by as many different small masters, it will be quite a matter of chance whether each of these masters produces the same value, and consequently whether he realizes the general rate of surplus value. Deviations would occur in individual cases. If one workman required considerably more time for the production of a commodity than is socially necessary, the duration of the necessary labor time would, in his case, sensibly deviate from the labor time socially necessary on an average, and consequently his labor would not count as average labor, nor his labor power as average labor power. It would either not be saleable at all, or only at something below the average value of labor power. A fixed minimum of efficiency in all labor is therefore assumed, and we shall see later on that capitalist production provides the means of fixing this minimum. Nevertheless, this minimum deviates from the average, although on the other hand the capitalist has to pay the average value of labor power. Of the 6 small masters, one would therefore squeeze out more than the average rate of surplus value, another less. The inequalities would be compensated for the society at large, but not for the individual masters. Thus the laws of the production of value are only fully realized for the individual producer when he produces as a capitalist and employs a number of workmen together, whose labor by its collective nature is at once stamped as average social labor. So there's a footnote there, but just to comment quickly, what Marx is saying here, in other words, is that the larger the group of employees, the more that their labor can be treated as average social labor. But if you have somebody who's just employing 3 workers, those 3 might be way above average or might be way under average, and there's not going to be enough workers in that group for it to reliably even out to the social average. So basically, the smaller the group of employees, the more likely they are to stray from the social average. And there's a footnote, Professor Roscher claims to have discovered that one needlewoman employed by Mrs. Roscher during 2 days does more work than 2 needlewomen employed together during 1 day. The learned professor should not study the capitalist process of production in the nursery, not under circumstances where the principal personage, the capitalist, is wanting, or not present. Back to the main text. Even without an alteration in the system of working, the simultaneous employment of a large number of laborers affects a revolution in the material conditions of the labor process. The buildings in which they work, the storehouses for the raw material, the implements and utensils used simultaneously or in turns by the workers, in short, a portion of the means of production, are now consumed in common. On the one hand, the exchange value of these means of production is not increased, for the exchange value of a commodity is not raised by its use value being consumed more thoroughly and to greater advantage. On the other hand, they are used in common, and therefore on a larger scale than before. A room where 20 weavers work at 20 looms must be larger than the room of a single weaver with 2 assistants, but it costs less labor to build one workshop for 20 persons than to build 10 to accommodate 2 weavers each. Thus, the value of the means of production that are concentrated for use in common on a large scale does not increase in direct proportion to the expansion and to the increased useful effect of those means. When consumed in common, they give up a smaller part of their value to each single product, partly because the total value they part with is spread over a greater quantity of products, and partly because their value, though absolutely greater, is, having regard to their sphere of action in the process, relatively less than the value of isolated means of production. Owing to this, the value of a part of the constant capital falls, and in proportion to the magnitude of the fall, the total value of the commodity also falls. The effect is the same as if the means of the production had cost less. The economy in their application is entirely owing to their being consumed in common by a large number of workers. Moreover, this character of being necessary conditions of social labor, a character that distinguishes them from the dispersed and relatively more costly means of production of isolated, independent laborers, or small masters, is acquired even when the numerous workers assembled together do not assist one another but merely work side by side. A portion of the instruments of labor acquires this social character before the labor process itself does so. So just to comment, I think that that's fairly straightforward, but basically Marx is saying that a larger group of workers working together will only use one building, albeit a larger one, but it costs less to produce one large building than 10 separate smaller ones. And so that efficiency, or less cost going into the production process, has to be considered in terms of the value of the constant capital that is being passed into the product. So basically, the amount of value that is being consumed or passed into the commodity produced is lower. So overall, this is a more efficient process, and the commodities that come out of it have less value in them. Not because less new labor is being added during that production process, but because there's less constant capital being consumed into them. The relevant point here again is that those commodities have a lower value. They are less costly to produce, and as we know, the price of a commodity is its average cost of production, so that's a factor in lowering that average cost of production. So even just this rearrangement of the work facilities has that effect before anything else starts happening. Continuing, economy in the use of the means of production has to be considered under 2 aspects. First, as cheapening commodities, and thereby bringing about a fall in the value of labor power. Comment, because remember that the value of labor power, like the value of any commodity, is determined by its average cost of production, and labor power is produced by the consumption of various particular commodities. When the value of those commodities drops, so does the value of the labor power which they're used to create. Continuing, secondly, as altering the ratio of the surplus value to the total capital advanced, i.e. to the sum of the values of the constant and variable capital. The latter aspect will not be considered until we come to the third volume of Capital, to which, with the object of treating them in their proper connection, we also relegate many other points that relate to the present question. The march of our analysis compels this splitting up of the subject matter, a splitting up that is quite in keeping with the spirit of capitalist production. For since, in this mode of production, the worker finds the instruments of labor existing independently of them, as another person's property, economy in their use appears with regard to them to be a distinct operation, one that does not concern them, and which therefore has no connection with the methods by which their own personal productiveness is increased. When numerous laborers work together side by side, whether in one and the same process, or in different but connected processes, they're said to cooperate, or to work in cooperation. Just as the offensive power of a squadron of cavalry or the defensive power of a regiment of infantry is essentially different from the sum of the offensive or defensive powers of the individual cavalry or infantry soldiers taken separately, so the sum total of the mechanical forces exerted by isolated workers differs from the social force that is developed when many hands take part simultaneously in one and the same undivided operation, such as raising a heavy weight, turning a winch, or removing an obstacle. Quoting G. Wakefield's A View of the Art of Colonization, 1849, there are numerous operations of so simple a kind as not to admit a division into parts, which cannot be performed without the cooperation of many pairs of hands. I would instance the lifting of a large tree onto a wain. Everything, in short, which cannot be done unless a great many pairs of hands help each other in the same undivided employment and at the same time." Unquote. In such cases, the effect of the combined labor could either not be produced at all by isolated individual labor, or it could only be produced by a great expenditure of time, or on a very dwarfed scale. Not only have we here an increase in the productive power of the individual by means of cooperation, but the creation of a new power, namely, the collective power of masses. Quoting John Betters from Proposals for Raising a College of Industry, London, 1696, "As one man cannot, and 10 men must strain to lift a ton of weight, yet 100 men can do it only by the strength of a finger of each of them." Unquote. Apart from the new power that arises from the fusion of many forces into one single force, mere social contact begets in most industries an emulation and a stimulation of the animal spirits that heighten the efficiency of each individual worker. Hence it is that a dozen persons working together will, in their collective working day of 144 hours, produce far more than 12 isolated workers each working 12 hours, or than one worker who works 12 days in succession. The reason of this is that each worker is, if not as Aristotle contends, a political, at all events a social animal. Footnote there, strictly Aristotle's definition is that man by nature is a town citizen. This is quite as characteristic of ancient classical society as Franklin's definition of man as a tool-making animal is characteristic of Yankeedom. And a quote from An Inquiry into the Connection Between the Present Price of Provisions and the Size of Farms by a Farmer, London, 1773. There is also, when the same number of workers are employed by one farmer on 300 acres, instead of by 10 farmers with 30 acres apiece, an advantage in the proportion of servants, which will not so easily be understood but by practical men. For it is natural to say, as 1:4, so are 3:12, but this will not hold good in practice, for in harvest time and many other operations, which require that kind of dispatch by the throwing of many hands together, the work is better and more expeditiously done, if in harvest by 2 drivers, 2 loaders, 2 pitchers, 2 rakers, and the rest at the rick or in the barn. They will dispatch double the work that the same number of hands would do if divided into different gangs on different farms." Unquote. Although a number of workers may be occupied together at the same time on the same or the same kind of work, yet the labor of each, as a part of the collective labor, may correspond to a distinct phase of the labor process, through all whose phases, in consequence of cooperation, the subject of their labor passes with greater speed. For instance, if a dozen masons place themselves in a row, so as to pass stones from the foot of a ladder to its summit, each of them does the same thing. Nevertheless, their separate acts form connected parts of one total operation. They are particular phases, which must be gone through by each stone. And the stones are thus carried up quicker by the 24 hands of the row of men than they could be if each man went separately up and down the ladder with his burden. And that's paraphrased from F. Scarbeck's Theory of Social Wealth, Paris, 1839. The object is carried over the same distance in a shorter time. Again, a combination of labor occurs whenever a building, for instance, is taken in hand on different sides simultaneously, although here also the cooperating masons are doing the same or the same kind of work. The 12 masons, in their collective working day of 144 hours, make much more progress with the building than one mason could make working for 12 days or 144 hours. The reason is that a body of men working in concert has hands and eyes both before and behind, and is to a certain degree omnipresent. The various parts of the work progress simultaneously. In the above instances, we've laid stress upon the point that the workers do the same or the same kind of work because this, the most simple form of labor in common, plays a great part in cooperation, even in its most fully developed stage. If the work is complicated, then the mere number of the people who cooperate allows of the various operations being apportioned to different hands, and consequently of being carried on simultaneously. The time necessary for the completion of the whole work is thereby shortened. Quoting Destat de Tracy, "Is it a question of undertaking a complex piece of labor? Many things must be done simultaneously. One person does one thing, while another one does something else, and they all contribute to an effect that a single person would be unable to produce. One rows while the other holds the rudder, and a third casts the net or harpoons the fish. In this way, fishing enjoys a success that would be impossible without this cooperation." Unquote. In many industries, there are critical periods, determined by the nature of the process, during which definite results must be obtained. For instance, if a flock of sheep has to be shorn, or a field of wheat to be cut and harvested, the quantity and quality of the product depends on the work being begun and ended within a certain time. In these cases, the time that ought to be taken by the process is prescribed, just as it is in herring fishing. A single person cannot carve a working day of more than, say, 12 hours out of the natural day, but 100 men cooperating extend the working day to 1,200 hours. The shortness of the time allowed for the work is compensated for by the large mass of labor thrown upon the field of production at the decisive moment. The completion of the task within the proper time depends on the simultaneous application of numerous combined working days. The amount of useful effect depends on the number of laborers. This number, however, is always smaller than the number of isolated laborers required to do the same amount of work in the same period. Comment basically describing the synergistic effect of cooperation. Footnote with two quotes, the first from An Inquiry into the Connection Between the Present Price, etc. "The doing of agricultural work at the critical juncture is of so much the greater consequence." And from Liebig, "In agriculture, there is no important factor than that of time." Unquote. It is owing to the absence of this kind of cooperation that in the western part of the United States, quantities of corn, and those in parts of East India where English rule has destroyed the old communities, quantities of cotton are nearly wasted. Quoting from Bengal Herkaru, 1861, "The next evil is one which one would scarcely expect to find in a country which exports more labor than any other in the world, with the exception perhaps of China and England, the impossibility of procuring a sufficient number of hands to clean the cotton. The consequence of this is that large quantities of the crop are left unpicked, while another portion is gathered from the ground when it has fallen, and is of course discolored and partially rotted, so that for want of labor at the proper season, the cultivator is actually forced to submit to the loss of a large part of that crop for which England is so anxiously looking." Unquote. On the one hand, cooperation allows of the work being carried on over an extended space. It is consequently imperatively called for in certain undertakings, such as draining, constructing dikes, irrigation works, and the making of canals, roads, and railways. On the other hand, while extending the scale of production, it renders possible a relative contraction of the arena. This contraction of arena simultaneously with, and arising from, extension of scale, whereby a number of useless expenses are cut down, is owing to the conglomeration of laborers, to the aggregation of various processes, and to the concentration of the means of production. Quoting from R. Jones in An Essay on the Distribution of Wealth, Part 1, 1831, "In the progress of culture, all, and perhaps more than all, the capital and labor, which once loosely occupied 500 acres, are now concentrated for the more complete tillage of 100. Although relatively to the amount of capital and labor employed, space is concentrated, it is an enlarged sphere of production, as compared to the sphere of production formerly occupied or worked upon by one single independent agent of production." Unquote. The combined working day produces, relatively to an equal sum of isolated working days, a greater quantity of use values, and consequently diminishes the labor time necessary for the production of a given useful effect. Whether the combined working day in a given case acquires this increased productive power because it heightens the mechanical force of labor, or extends its sphere of action over a greater space, or contracts the field of production relatively to the scale of production, or at the critical moment sets large masses of labor to work, or excites emulation between individuals and raises their animal spirits, or impresses on the similar operations carried on by a number of workers the stamp of continuity and many-sidedness, or performs simultaneously different operations, or economizes the means of production by use in common, or lends to individual labor the character of average social labor, whichever of these may be the cause of the increase, the special productive power of the combined working day is, under all circumstances, the social productive power of labor, or the productive power of social labor. This power is due to cooperation itself. When the laborer cooperates systematically with others, they strip off the fetters of their individuality and develops the capabilities of their species. As a general rule, laborers cannot cooperate without being brought together. Their assemblage in one place is a necessary condition of their cooperation. Hence, wage laborers cannot cooperate unless they are employed simultaneously by the same capital, the same capitalist, and unless therefore their labor powers are bought simultaneously by them. The total value of these labor powers, or the amount of the wages of these laborers for a day or a week, as the case may be, must be ready in the pocket of the capitalist before the workers are assembled for the process of production. The payment of 300 workers at once, though only for one day, requires a greater outlay of capital than does the payment of a smaller number of workers, week by week, during a whole year. Hence, the number of the laborers that cooperate, or the scale of cooperation, depends in the first instance on the amount of capital that the individual capitalist can spare for the purchase of labor power. In other words, on the extent to which a single capitalist has command over the means of subsistence of a number of laborers. And as with the variable, so it is with the constant capital. For example, the outlay on raw material is 30 times as great for the capitalist who employs 300 workers as it is for each of the 30 capitalists who employ 10 workers. The value and quality of the instruments of labor used in common do not, it's true, increase at the same rate as the number of workers, but they do increase very considerably. Hence, concentration of large masses of the means of production in the hands of individual capitalists is a material condition for the cooperation of wage laborers, and the extent of the cooperation or the scale of production depends on the extent of this concentration. We saw in a former chapter that a certain minimum amount of capital was necessary in order that the number of laborers simultaneously employed, and consequently the amount of surplus value produced, might suffice to liberate the employer himself from manual labor, to convert them from a small master into a capitalist, and thus formally to establish capitalist production. We now see that a certain minimum amount is a necessary condition for the conversion of numerous isolated and independent processes into one combined social process. We also saw that at first, the subjection of labor to capital was only a formal result of the fact that the laborer, instead of working for themselves, works for and consequently under the capitalist. By the cooperation of numerous wage laborers, the sway of capital develops into a requisite for carrying on the labor process itself, into a real requisite of production. That a capitalist should command on the field of production is now as indispensable as that a general should command on the field of battle. All combined labor on a large scale requires, more or less, a directing authority in order to secure the harmonious working of the individual activities and to perform the general functions that have their origin in the action of the combined organism, as distinguished from the action of its separate organs. A single violin player is their own conductor. An orchestra requires a separate one. The work of directing, superintending, and adjusting becomes one of the functions of capital from the moment that the labor under the control of capital becomes cooperative. Once a function of capital, it acquires special characteristics. The directing motive, the end and aim of capitalist production, is to extract the greatest possible amount of surplus value, and consequently to exploit labor power to the greatest possible extent. Quoting J. Vanderlint, "Profits is the sole end of trade." Unquote. As the number of the cooperating laborers increases, so too does their resistance to the domination of capital, and with it, the necessity for capital to overcome this resistance by counter-pressure. The control exercised by the capitalist is not only a special function due to the nature of the social labor process and peculiar to that process, but it is at the same time a function of the exploitation of a social labor process, and is consequently rooted in the unavoidable antagonism between the exploiter and the living and laboring raw material they exploit. Again, in proportion to the increasing mass of the means of production, now no longer the property of the laborer but of the capitalist, the necessity increases for some effective control over the proper application of those means. Footnote: that Philistine paper, The Spectator, states that after the introduction of a sort of partnership between capitalist and worker in the Wirework Company of Manchester, quote, "the first result was a sudden decrease in waste, the men not seeing why they should waste their own property any more than any other masters, and waste is, perhaps, next to bad debts, the greatest source of manufacturing loss." Unquote. The same paper finds that the main defect in the Rochdale cooperative experiments is this, quote, "they showed that associations of workers could manage shops, mills, and almost all forms of industry with success, and they immediately improved the condition of the men. But then they did not leave a clear place for masters." Unquote. Almost like, that's the whole point. Just do some work. Marx adds, what horror. Back to the main text. Moreover, the cooperation of wage laborers is entirely brought about by the capital that employs them. Their union into one single productive body and the establishment of a connection between their individual functions are matters foreign and external to them, are not their own act, but the act of the capital that brings and keeps them together. Hence the connection existing between their various labors appears to them, ideally, in the shape of a preconceived plan of the capitalist, and practically in the shape of the authority of the same capitalist, in the shape of the powerful will of another, who subjects their activity to his aims. If then the control of the capitalist is in substance twofold, by reason of the twofold nature of the process of production itself, which on the one hand is a social process for producing use values, and on the other a process for creating surplus value, in form, that control is despotic. As cooperation extends its scale, this despotism takes forms peculiar to itself. Just as at first the capitalist is relieved from actual labor so soon as their capital has reached that minimum amount with which capitalist production as such begins, so now they hand over the work of direct and constant supervision of the individual workers and groups of workers to a special kind of wage laborer. An industrial army of workers under the command of a capitalist requires, like a real army, officers, managers, and sergeants, foremen and overlookers, or supervisors, who, while the work is being done, command in the name of the capitalist. The work of supervision becomes their established and exclusive function. When comparing the mode of production of isolated peasants and artisans with production by slave labor, the political economist counts this labor of superintendents among the faux frais of production, or incidental operating expenses. Footnote here, Professor Cairns, after stating that the superintendence of labor is a leading feature of production by slaves in the southern states of North America, continues, quote, "The peasant proprietor of the North, appropriating the whole produce of his toil, needs no other stimulus to exertion. Superintendence is here completely dispensed with." Unquote. Back to the main text. But when considering the capitalist mode of production, they on the contrary treat the work of control made necessary by the cooperative character of the labor process as identical with the different work of control necessitated by the capitalist character of that process and the antagonism of interests between capitalist and laborer. It is not because they are a leader of industry that a person is a capitalist. On the contrary, they are a leader of industry because they are a capitalist. The leadership of industry is an attribute of capital, just as in feudal times the functions of general and judge were attributes of landed property. Sir James Stewart, a writer altogether remarkable for his quick eye for the characteristic social distinctions between different modes of production, says, quote, "Why do large undertakings in the manufacturing way ruin private industry, but by coming nearer to the simplicity of slaves?" Unquote. Auguste Comte and his school might therefore have shown that feudal lords are an eternal necessity in the same way that they have done in the case of the lords of capital. The laborer is the owner of their labor power until they're done bargaining for its sale with the capitalist, and they can sell no more than what they have, i.e. their individual isolated labor power. This state of things is in no way altered by the fact that the capitalist, instead of buying the labor power of one person, buys that of 100, and enters into separate contracts with 100 unconnected workers instead of with one. They are at liberty to set the 100 workers to work without letting them cooperate. They pay them the value of 100 independent labor powers, but they do not pay for the combined labor power of the 100. Being independent of each other, the laborers are isolated persons who enter into relations with the capitalist, but not with one another. This cooperation begins only with the labor process, but then they have ceased to belong to themselves. On entering that process, they become incorporated with capital. As cooperators, as members of a working organism, they are but special modes of existence of capital. Hence, productive power developed by the laborer when working in cooperation is the productive power of capital. This power is developed gratuitously whenever the workers are placed under given conditions, and it is capital that places them under such conditions. Because this power costs capital nothing, and because on the other hand the laborer themselves does not develop it before their labor belongs to capital, it appears as a power with which capital is endowed by nature, a productive power that is immanent in capital. The colossal effects of simple cooperation are to be seen in the gigantic structures of the ancient Asiatics, Egyptians, Etruscans, etc. Quoting from R. Jones's Textbook of Lectures, it has happened in times past that these Oriental states, after supplying the expenses of their civil and military establishments, have found themselves in possession of a surplus, which they could apply to works of magnificence or utility, and in the construction of these their command over the hands and arms of almost the entire non-agricultural population has produced stupendous monuments which still indicate their power. The teeming valley of the Nile produced food for a swarming non-agricultural population, and this food, belonging to the monarch and the priesthood, afforded the means of erecting the mighty monuments which filled the land. In moving the colossal statues and vast masses of which the transport creates wonder, human labor almost alone was prodigally used. The number of the laborers and the concentration of their efforts sufficed. We see mighty coral reefs rising from the depths of the ocean into islands and firm land, yet each individual depositor is puny, weak, and contemptible. The non-agricultural laborers of an Asiatic monarchy have little but their individual bodily exertions to bring to the task, but their number is their strength, and the power of directing these masses gave rise to the palaces and temples, the pyramids, and the armies of gigantic statues of which the remains astonish and perplex us. It is that confinement of the revenues which feed them to one or a few hands which makes such undertakings possible." Unquote. The ancient Assyrian, Egyptian, and other collections in London and in other European capitals make us eyewitnesses to the modes of carrying on that cooperative labor. This power of Asiatic and Egyptian kings, Etruscan theocrats, etc., has in modern society been transferred to the capitalist, whether they be an isolated or, as in joint stock companies, a collective capitalist. Cooperation, such as we find it at the dawn of human development, among races who live by the chase, or, say, in the agriculture of Indian communities, is based on the one hand on ownership in common of the means of production, and on the other hand on the fact that in those cases each individual has no more torn themselves off from the navel string of their tribe or community than each bee has freed itself from connection with the hive. And footnote, Lange is improbably right when, in his theory of civil laws, he declares hunting to be the first form of cooperation, and man-hunting, or war, one of the earliest forms of hunting. Main text. Such cooperation is distinguished from capitalistic cooperation by both of the above characteristics. The sporadic application of cooperation on a large scale in ancient times, in the Middle Ages, and in modern colonies, reposes on relations of dominion and servitude, principally on slavery. The capitalistic form, on the contrary, presupposes from first to last the free wage laborer, who sells their labor power to capital. Historically, however, this form is developed in opposition to peasant agriculture and to the carrying on of independent handicrafts, whether in guilds or not. Footnote, peasant agriculture on a small scale and the carrying on of independent handicrafts, which together form the basis of the feudal mode of production, and after the dissolution of that system, continue side by side with the capitalist mode, also form the economic foundation of the classical communities at their best, after the primitive form of ownership of land in common had disappeared, and before slavery had seized on production in earnest. Back to the main text. From the standpoint of these, capitalistic cooperation does not manifest itself as a particular historical form of cooperation, but cooperation itself appears to be a historical form peculiar to, and specifically distinguishing, the capitalist mode of production. Just as the social productive power of labor that is developed by cooperation appears to be the productive power of capital, so cooperation itself, contrasted with the process of production carried on by isolated independent laborers, or even by small employers, appears to be a specific form of the capitalist process of production. It is the first change experienced by the actual labor process when subjected to capital. This change takes place spontaneously. The simultaneous employment of a large number of wage laborers in one and the same process, which is a necessary condition of this change, also forms the starting point of capitalist production. This point coincides with the birth of capital itself. If then, on the one hand, the capitalist mode of production presents itself to us historically as a necessary condition for the transformation of the labor process into a social process, so on the other hand, this social form of the labor process presents itself as a method employed by capital for the more profitable exploitation of labor by increasing that labor's productiveness. In the elementary form, under which we have hitherto viewed it, Cooperation is a necessary concomitant of all production on a large scale, but it does not in itself represent a fixed form characteristic of a particular epoch in the development of the capitalist mode of production. At the most it appears to do so, and that only approximately, in the handicraft-like beginnings of manufacture, and in that kind of agriculture on a large scale, which corresponds to the epoch of manufacture, and is distinguished from peasant agriculture, mainly by the number of the laborers simultaneously employed, and by the mass of the means of production concentrated for their use. Quoting Berkeley's The Querist, London 1751, whether the united skill, industry, and emulation of many together on the same work be not the way to advance it, and whether it had been otherwise possible for England to have carried on her woolen manufacture to so great a perfection. Unquote. Simple cooperation is always the prevailing form in those branches of production in which capital operates on a large scale, and division of labor and machinery play but a subordinate part. Cooperation ever constitutes the fundamental form of the capitalist mode of production. Nevertheless, the elementary form of cooperation continues to subsist as a particular form of capitalist production side by side with the more developed forms of that mode of production. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the June 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and we are resuming our reading of Karl Marx's Capital, Volume 1, with Chapter 14, Division of Labor and Manufacture from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. Let's begin. Section 1. The twofold origin of manufacture. That cooperation which is based on division of labor assumes its typical form in manufacture, and is the prevalent characteristic form of the capitalist process of production throughout the manufacturing period properly so called. That period, roughly speaking, extends from the middle of the 16th to the last third of the 18th century. Manufacture takes its rise in two ways. One, by the assemblage, in one workshop, under the control of a single capitalist, of laborers belonging to various independent handicrafts, but through whose hands a given article must pass on its way to completion. A carriage, for example, was formerly the product of the labor of a great number of independent artificers, such as wheelwrights, harness makers, tailors, locksmiths, upholsterers, turners, fringe makers, glaziers, painters, polishers, gliders, etc. In the manufacture of carriages, however, all these different artificers are assembled in one building, where they work into one another's hands. It is true that a carriage cannot be gilt before it has been made, but if a number of carriages are being made simultaneously, some may be in the hands of the gilders, while others are going through an earlier process. So far, we are still in the domain of simple cooperation, which finds its materials ready to hand in the shape of people and things. But very soon, an important change takes place. The tailor, the locksmith, and the other artificers, being now exclusively occupied in carriage making, each gradually loses, through want of practice, the ability to carry on, to its full extent, their old handicraft. But on the other hand, their activity now confined in one groove, assumes the form best adapted to the narrowed sphere of action. At first, carriage manufacture is a combination of various independent handicrafts. By degrees, it becomes the splitting up of carriage making into its various detail processes, each of which crystallizes into the exclusive function of a particular worker, the manufacture as a whole being carried on by all the workers in conjunction. In the same way, cloth manufacture, as also a whole series of other manufactures, arose by combining different handicrafts together under the control of a single capitalist. And footnote, to give a more modern instance, the silk spinning and weaving of Lyon and Nîmes, quote, is entirely patriarchal. It employs a large number of women and children, but without exhausting or ruining them. It allows them to stay in their beautiful valleys of the Drôme, the Var, the Isère, the Vaucluse, cultivating their silkworms and unwinding their cocoons. It never becomes a true factory industry. However, the principle of the division of labor takes on a special character here. There do indeed exist winders, throsters, dyers, sizers, and finally weavers, but they are not assembled in the same workshop, nor are they dependent on a single master. They are all independent. That's quoting from Blanqui. Since Blanqui wrote this, the various independent laborers have, to some extent, been united in factories. And then Engels added later, since Marx wrote the above, the power loom has invaded these factories and is now, in 1886, rapidly superseding the hand loom. The Krefeld silk industry also has its tale to tell about this subject. Back to the main text. 2. Manufacture also arises in a way exactly the reverse of this, namely by one capitalist employing simultaneously in one workshop a number of artificers who all do the same or the same kind of work, such as making paper, type, or needles. This is cooperation in its most elementary form. Each of these artificers, with the help perhaps of one or two apprentices, makes the entire commodity, and they consequently perform in succession all the operations necessary for its production. They still work in their old handicraft-like way, but very soon external circumstances cause a different use to be made of the concentration of the workers on one spot, and of the simultaneousness of their work. An increased quantity of the article has perhaps to be delivered within a given time. The work is therefore redistributed. Instead of each worker being allowed to perform all the various operations in succession, these operations are changed into disconnected, isolated ones, carried on side by side. Each is assigned to a different artificer, and the whole of them together are performed simultaneously by the cooperating workers. This accidental repartition gets repeated, develops advantages of its own, and gradually ossifies into a systematic division of labor. The commodity, from being the individual product of an independent artificer, becomes the social product of a union of artificers, each of whom performs one and only one of the constituent partial operations. The same operations which, in the case of a paper maker belonging to a German guild, merged one into the other, as the successive acts of one artificer, became in the Dutch paper manufacture, so many partial operations carried on side by numerous cooperating laborers. The needlemaker of the Nuremberg Guild was the cornerstone on which the English needle manufacture was raised. But while in Nuremberg that single artificer performed a series of perhaps 20 operations one after another, in England it was not long before there were 20 needlemakers side by side, each performing one alone of those 20 operations. And in consequence of further experience, each of those 20 operations was again split up, isolated, and made the exclusive function of a separate worker. The mode in which manufacture arises, its growth out of handicrafts, is therefore twofold. On the one hand, it arises from the union of various independent handicrafts, which become stripped of their independence and specialized to such an extent as to be reduced to mere supplementary partial processes in the production of one particular commodity. On the other hand, it arises from the cooperation of artificers of one handicraft. It splits up that particular handicraft into its various detail operations, isolating and making these operations independent of one another up to the point where each becomes the exclusive function of a particular laborer. On the one hand, therefore, manufacture either introduces division of labor into a process of production or further develops that division. On the other hand, it unites together handicrafts that were formerly separate. But whatever may have been its particular starting point, its final form is invariably the same, a productive mechanism whose parts are human beings. For a proper understanding of the division of labor in manufacture, it's essential that the following points be firmly grasped. First, the decomposition of a process of production into its various successive steps coincides here strictly with the resolution of a handicraft into its successive manual operations. Whether complex or simple, each operation has to be done by hand, retains the character of a handicraft, and is therefore dependent on the strength, skill, quickness, and sureness of the individual worker in handling their tools. The handicraft continues to be the basis. This narrow technical basis excludes a really scientific analysis of any definite process of industrial production, since it is still a condition that each detail process gone through by the product must be capable of being done by hand and of forming in its own way a separate handicraft. It is just because handicraft skill continues in this way to be the foundation of the process of production that each worker becomes exclusively assigned to a partial function, and that for the rest of their life their labor power is turned into the organ of this detail function. Secondly, this division of labor is a particular sort of cooperation, and many of its advantages spring from the general character of cooperation, and not from this particular form of it. Section 2. The detail laborer and their implements. If we now go more into detail, it is in the first place clear that a laborer who all their life performs one and the same simple operation converts their whole body into the automatic, specialized implement of that operation. Consequently, they take less time in doing it than the artificer who performs a whole series of operations in succession. but the collective laborer, who constitutes the living mechanism of manufacture, is made up solely of such specialized detail laborers. Hence, in comparison with the independent handicraft, more is produced in a given time, or the productive power of labor is increased. Footnote, quoting from The Advantages of the East India Trade, London 1720, the more any manufacture of much variety shall be distributed and assigned to different artists, the same must needs be better done and with greater expedition, with less loss of time and labor. Unquote. Back to the main text. Moreover, when once this fractional work is established as the exclusive function of one person, the methods it employs become perfected. The workers' continued repetition of the same simple act and the concentration of their attention on it teach them by experience how to attain the desired effect with the minimum of exertion. But since there are always several generations of laborers living at one time and working together at the manufacture of a given article, the technical skill, the tricks of the trade thus acquired become established and are accumulated and handed down. Footnote, quoting from Hodgkin's Popular Political Economy, Easy Labor is transmitted skill. Unquote. Back to the main text. Manufacture, in fact, produces the skill of the detail laborer by reproducing and systematically driving to an extreme within the workshop the naturally developed differentiation of trades, which it found ready to hand in society at large. On the other hand, the conversion of fractional work into the life calling of one person corresponds to the tendency shown by earlier societies to make trades hereditary, either to petrify them into castes, or whenever definite historical conditions beget in the individual a tendency to vary in a manner incompatible with the nature of castes, to ossify them into guilds. Castes and guilds arise from the action of the same natural law that regulates the differentiation of plants and animals into species and varieties, except that, when a certain degree of development has been reached, the heredity of castes and the exclusiveness of guilds are ordained as a law of society. Footnote here, quoting from Diodorus Siculus, the arts also have, in Egypt, reached the requisite degree of perfection. For it is the only country where artificers may not in any way meddle with the affairs of another class of citizens, but must follow that calling alone, which by law is hereditary in their clan. In other countries it is found that tradesmen divide their attention between too many objects. At one time they try agriculture, at another they take to commerce, at another they busy themselves with 2 or 3 occupations at once. In free countries they mostly frequent the assemblies of the people. In Egypt, on the contrary, every artificer is severely punished if they meddle with affairs of state, or carry on several trades at once. Thus there is nothing to disturb their application to their calling. Moreover, since they inherit from their forefathers numerous rules, they are eager to discover fresh advantages. Unquote. Back to the main text, where we have another quote, this time from Historical and Descriptive Account of British India, etc. by Murray and Wilson, Edinburgh, 1832, with a note that the Indian loom is upright, i.e. the warp is stretched vertically. Quote, the muslins of Dhaka in fineness, the calicos and other piece goods of Coromandel in brilliant and durable colors have never been surpassed. Yet they are produced without capital, machinery, division of labor, or any of those means which give such facilities to the manufacturing interest of Europe. The weaver is merely a detached individual, working a web when ordered of a customer, and with a loom of the rudest construction, consisting sometimes of a few branches or bars of wood put roughly together. There is even no expedient for rolling up the warp. The loom must therefore be kept stretched to its full length, and become so inconveniently large that it cannot be contained within the hut of the manufacturer, who is therefore compelled to ply their trade in the open air, where it is interrupted by every vicissitude of the weather. Unquote. It is only the special skill accumulated from generation to generation, and transmitted from father to son, that gives to the Hindu, as it does to the spider, this proficiency. And yet the work of such a Hindu weaver is very complicated, compared with that of a manufacturing laborer. An artificer, who performs one after another the various fractional operations in the production of a finished article, must at one time change their place, at another their tools. The transition from one operation to another interrupts the flow of their labor, and creates, so to say, gaps in their working day. These gaps close up so soon as they are tied to one and the same operation all day long. They vanish in proportion as the changes in their work diminish. The resulting increased productive power is owing either to an increased expenditure of labor power in a given time, i.e. to increased intensity of labor, or to a decrease in the amount of labor power unproductively consumed. The extra expenditure of power, demanded by every transition from rest to motion, is made up for by prolonging the duration of the normal velocity when once acquired. On the other hand, constant labor of one uniform kind disturbs the intensity and flow of a person's animal spirits, which find recreation and delight in mere change of activity. The productiveness of labor depends not only on the proficiency of the worker, but on the perfection of their tools. Tools of the same kind, such as knives, drills, gimlets, hammers, etc., may be employed in different processes, and the same tool may serve various purposes in a single process. But so soon as the different operations of a labor process are disconnected, the one from the other, and each fractional operation acquires in the hands of the detail laborer a suitable and peculiar form, alterations become necessary in the implements that previously served more than one purpose. The direction taken by this change is determined by the difficulties experienced in consequence of the unchanged form of the implement. Manufacture is characterized by the differentiation of the instruments of labor, a differentiation whereby implements of a given sort acquire fixed shapes, adapted to each particular application, and by the specialization of those instruments, giving to each special implement its full play only in the hands of a specific detail laborer. In Birmingham alone, 500 varieties of hammers are produced, and not only is each adapted to one particular process, but several varieties often serve exclusively for the different operations in one and the same process. The manufacturing period simplifies, improves, and multiplies the implements of labor by adapting them to the exclusively special functions of each detail laborer. Footnote here. Darwin, in his epoch-making work on the origin of species, remarks with reference to the natural organs of plants and animals, quote, "So long as one and the same organ has different kinds of work to perform, a ground for its changeability may possibly be found in this, that natural selection preserves or suppresses each small variation of form less carefully than if that organ were destined for one special purpose alone. Thus, knives that are adapted to cut all sorts of things may on the whole be of one shape. But an implement destined to be used exclusively in one way must have a different shape for every different use." Unquote. Back to the main text. It thus creates at the same time one of the material conditions for the existence of machinery, which consists of a combination of simple instruments. The detail laborer and their implements are the simplest elements of manufacture. Let us now turn to its aspect as a whole. Section 3. The two fundamental forms of manufacture. Heterogeneous manufacture, and serial manufacture. The organization of manufacture has two fundamental forms, which, in spite of occasional blending, are essentially different in kind, and moreover play very distinct parts in the subsequent transformation of manufacture into modern industry carried on by machinery. This double character arises from the nature of the article produced. This article either results from the mere mechanical fitting together of partial products made independently, or owes its completed shape to a series of connected processes and manipulations. A locomotive, for instance, consists of more than 5,000 independent parts. It cannot, however, serve as an example of the first kind of genuine manufacture, for it is a structure produced by modern mechanical industry. But a watch can, and William Petty used it to illustrate the division of labor in manufacture. Formerly the individual work of a Nuremberg artificer, the watch has been transformed into the social product of an immense number of detail laborers, such as mainspring makers, dial makers, spiral spring makers, jeweled hole makers, ruby lever makers, hand makers, case makers, screw makers, gilders, with numerous subdivisions such as wheel makers, brass and steel being separate, pin makers, movement makers, acheveurs de pignon, who fix the wheels on the axles, polish the facets, etc., pivot makers, planteurs de finissage, who put the wheels and springs in the works, finisseurs de barrière, who cut the teeth in the wheels and make the holes of the right size, etc., escapement makers, cylinder makers for cylinder escapements, escapement wheel makers, balance wheel makers, raquette makers, which is the apparatus for regulating the watch, the planteur d'échappement, or the escapement maker proper, then the repasseur de barrière, who finishes the box for the spring, the steel polishers, wheel polishers, screw polishers, figure painters, dial enamelers, the fabricants de pendant, who make the ring by which the case is hung, the finisseur de charnière, who put the brass hinge in the cover, etc., the faiseur de secret, who puts in the springs that open the case, the graveur, ciseleur, box polisher, etc., etc., and last of all the repasseur, who fits together the whole watch and hands it over in a going state. Only a few parts of the watch pass through several hands, and all these membra disjecta come together for the first time in the hand that binds them into one mechanical whole. This external relation between the finished product and its various and diverse elements makes it, as well in this case as in the case of all similar finished articles, a matter of chance whether the detail laborers are brought together in one workshop or not. the detail operations may further be carried on, like so many independent handicrafts as they are in the cantons of Vaud and Neufchâtel, while in Geneva there exist large watch manufactories where the detail laborers directly cooperate under the control of a single capitalist. And even in the latter case, the dial, the springs, and the case are seldom made in the factory itself. To carry on the trade as a manufacture, with concentration of workers, is in the watch trade profitable only under exceptional conditions, because competition is greater between the laborers who desire to work at home, and because the splitting up of the work into a number of heterogeneous processes permits but little use of the instruments of labor in common, and the capitalist, by scattering their work, saves the outlay on workshops, etc. Footnote, in the year 1854, Geneva produced 80,000 watches, which is not 1/5 of the production in the canton of Neufchâtel. La Chaux-de-Fonds alone, which we may look upon as a huge watch manufactory, produces yearly twice as many as Geneva. From 1850 to 1861, Geneva produced 720,000 watches. See Report from Geneva on the Watch Trade in Reports by H.M. Secretaries of Embassy and Legation on the Manufactures, Commerce, etc., No. 6, 1863. The want of connection alone, between the processes into which the production of articles that merely consist of parts fitted together is split up, makes it very difficult to convert such a manufacture into a branch of modern industry carried on by machinery. But in the case of a watch, there are two other impediments in addition: the minuteness and delicacy of its parts, and its character as an article of luxury. Hence their variety, which is such that in the best London houses, scarcely a dozen watches are made alike in the course of a year. The watch manufactory of Messrs. Vacheron and Constantin, in which machinery has been employed with success, produces at the most 3 or 4 different varieties of size and form. Back to the main text. Nevertheless, the position of this detail laborer who, though they work at home, does so for a capitalist, a manufacturer, or a établisseur, is very different from that of the independent artificer, who works for their own customers. Footnote, in watchmaking, that classical example of heterogeneous manufacture, we may study with great accuracy the above-mentioned differentiation and specialization of the instruments of labor caused by the subdivision of handicrafts. Back to the main text. The second kind of manufacture, its perfected form, produces articles that go through connected phases of development, through a series of processes step by step, like the wire in the manufacture of needles, which passes through the hands of 72 and sometimes even 92 different detail workers. Insofar as such a manufacture, when first started, combines scattered handicrafts, it lessens the space by which the various phases of production are separated from each other. The time taken in passing from one stage to another is shortened, so is the labor that effectuates this passage. Footnote quoting from The Advantages of the East India Trade, in so close a cohabitation of the people, the carriage must needs be less. Unquote. Back to the main text. In comparison with a handicraft, productive power is gained, and this gain is owing to the general cooperative character of manufacture. On the other hand, division of labor, which is the distinguishing principle of manufacture, requires the isolation of the various stages of production and their independence of each other. The establishment and maintenance of a connection between the isolated functions necessitates the incessant transport of the article from one hand to another, and from one process to another. From the standpoint of modern mechanical industry, this necessity stands forth as a characteristic and costly disadvantage, and one that is immanent in the principle of manufacture. Footnote here, quoting from The Industry of Nations, 1855, the isolation of the different stages of manufacture, consequent upon the employment of manual labor, adds immensely to the cost of production, the loss mainly arising from the mere removals from one process to another. Unquote. Back to the main text. If we confine our attention to some particular lot of raw materials, of rags for instance in paper manufacture, or of wire in needle manufacture, we perceive that it passes in succession through a series of stages in the hands of the various detail workers until completion. On the other hand, if we look at the workshop as a whole, we see the raw material in all the stages of its production at the same time. The collective laborer, with one set of its many hands armed with one kind of tools, draws the wire. With another set, armed with different tools, it at the same time straightens it. With another, it cuts it. With another, points it, and so on. The different detail processes, which were successive in time, have become simultaneous. They go on side by side in space. Hence, production of a greater quantum of finished commodities in a given time. Footnote here, quoting Dugald Stewart, it, meaning the division of labor, produces also an economy of time by separating the work into its different branches, all of which may be carried on into execution at the same moment. By carrying on all the different processes at once, which an individual must have executed separately, it becomes possible to produce a multitude of pins, completely finished in the same time as a single pin might have been either cut or pointed." Unquote. Back to the main text. This simultaneity, it is true, is due to the general cooperative form of the process as a whole, but manufacture not only finds the conditions for cooperation ready to hand, it also to some extent creates them by the subdivision of handicraft labor. On the other hand, it accomplishes this social organization of the labor process only by riveting each laborer to a single fractional detail. Since the fractional product of each detail laborer is, at the same time, only a particular stage in the development of one and the same finished article, each laborer, or each group of laborers, prepares the raw material for another laborer or group. The result of the labor of the one is the starting point for the labor of the other. The one worker therefore gives occupation directly to the other. The labor time necessary in each partial process for attaining the desired effect is learned by experience, and the mechanism of manufacture as a whole is based on the assumption that a given result will be obtained in a given time. It is only on this assumption that the various supplementary labor processes can proceed uninterruptedly, simultaneously, and side by side. It is clear that this direct dependence of the operations, and therefore of the laborers on each other, compels each one of them to spend on their work no more than the necessary time, and thus a continuity, uniformity, regularity, order, and even intensity of labor of quite a different kind is begotten than is to be found in an independent handicraft or even in simple cooperation. Footnote here quoting from the Advantages of the East India Trade: "The more variety of artists to every manufacture, the greater the order and regularity of every work. The same must needs be done in less time, the labor must be less." Unquote. Back to the main text. The rule that the labor time expended on a commodity should not exceed that which is socially necessary for its production appears in the production of commodities generally to be established by the mere effect of competition, since, to express ourselves superficially, each single producer is obliged to sell their commodity at its market price. In manufacture, on the contrary, the turning out of a given quantum of product in a given time is a technical law of the process of production itself. Footnote here: nevertheless, the manufacturing system, in many branches of industry, attains this result but very imperfectly, because it knows not how to control with certainty the general chemical and physical conditions of the process of production. Back to the main text. Different operations take, however, unequal periods, and yield, therefore, in equal times, unequal quantities of fractional products. If, therefore, the same laborer has, day after day, to perform the same operation, there must be a different number of laborers for each operation. For instance, in type manufacture, there are 4 founders and 2 breakers to 1 rubber. The founder casts 2,000 type an hour, the breaker breaks up 4,000, and the rubber polishes 8,000. Here we have again the principle of cooperation in its simplest form, the simultaneous employment of many doing the same thing. Only now, this principle is the expression of an organic relation. The division of labor as carried out in manufacture not only simplifies and multiplies the qualitatively different parts of the social collective laborer, but also creates a fixed mathematical relation or ratio which regulates the quantitative extent of those parts, i.e. the relative number of laborers or the relative size of the group of laborers for each detail operation. It develops, along with the qualitative subdivision of the social labor process, a quantitative rule and proportionality for that process. When once the most fitting proportion has been experimentally established for the numbers of the detail laborers in the various groups when producing on a given scale, that scale can be extended only by employing a multiple of each particular group. Footnote here quoting from C. Babbage on the Economy of Machinery, London, 1832, when, from the peculiar nature of the produce of each manufactory, the number of processes into which it is most advantageous to divide it is ascertained, as well as the number of individuals to be employed, then all other manufactories which do not employ a direct multiple of this number will produce the article at a greater cost. Hence arises one of the causes of the great size of manufacturing establishments. Unquote. Back to the main text. There is this to boot, that the same individual can do certain kinds of work just as well on a large as on a small scale. For instance, the labor of superintendence, the carriage of the fractional product from one stage to the next, etc. The isolation of such functions, their allotment to a particular laborer, does not become advantageous till after an increase in the number of laborers employed, but this increase must affect every group proportionally. The isolated group of laborers to whom any particular detail function is assigned is made up of homogeneous elements and is one of the constituent parts of the total mechanism. In many manufactures, however, the group itself is an organized body of labor, the total mechanism being a repetition or multiplication of these elementary organisms. Take, for instance, the manufacture of glass bottles. It may be resolved into 3 essentially different stages. First, the preliminary stage, consisting of the preparation of the components of the glass, mixing the sand and lime, etc., and melting them into a fluid mass of glass. Footnote, in England, the melting furnace is distinct from the glass furnace in which the glass is manipulated. In Belgium, one and the same furnace serves for both purposes. Back to the main text. Various detail laborers are employed in this first stage, as also in the final one of removing the bottles from the drying furnace, sorting and packing them, etc. In the middle, between these 2 stages, comes the glass melting proper, the manipulation of the fluid mass. At each mouth of the furnace there works a group, called the whole, consisting of 1 bottle maker or finisher, 1 blower, 1 gatherer, 1 putter up or wetter off, and 1 taker in. These 5 detail workers are so many special organs of a single working organism that acts only as a whole, and therefore can operate only by the direct cooperation of the whole 5. The whole body is paralyzed if but one of its members be wanting. But a glass furnace has several openings, in England from 4 to 6, each of which contains an earthenware melting pot full of molten glass, and employs a similar 5-membered group of workers. The organization of each group is based on division of labor, but the bond between the different groups is simple cooperation, which, by using in common one of the means of production, the furnace, causes it to be more economically consumed. Such a furnace, with its 4 to 6 groups, constitutes a glass house, and a glass manufactory comprises a number of such glass houses, together with the apparatus and workers requisite for the preparatory and final stages. Finally, just as manufacture arises in part from the combination of various handicrafts, so too it develops into a combination of various manufactures. The larger English glass manufacturers, for instance, make their own earthenware melting pots because, on the quality of these depends, to a great extent, the success or failure of the process. The manufacture of one of the means of production is here united with that of the product. On the other hand, the manufacture of the product may be united with other manufactures, of which that product is the raw material, or with the products of which it is itself subsequently mixed. Thus, we find the manufacture of flint glass combined with that of glass cutting and brass founding, the latter for the metal settings of various articles of glass. The various manufactures so combined form more or less separate departments of a larger manufacture, but are at the same time independent processes, each with its own division of labor. In spite of the many advantages offered by this combination of manufactures, it never grows into a complete technical system on its own foundation. That happens only on its transformation into an industry carried on by machinery. Early in the manufacturing period, the principle of lessening the necessary labor time in the production of commodities was accepted and formulated, and the use of machines, especially for certain simple first processes that have to be conducted on a very large scale and with the application of great force, sprang up here and there. Footnote, this can be seen from William Petty, John Bellers, Andrew Yarrington, The Advantages of the East India Trade, and J. Vanderlyn, not to mention others. Back to the main text. Thus, at an early period in paper manufacture, the tearing up of the rags was done by paper mills, and in metalworks the pounding of the ores was effected by stamping mills. Footnote, toward the end of the 16th century, mortars and sieves were still used in France for pounding and washing ores. Back to the main text. The Roman Empire had handed down the elementary form of all machinery in the water wheel. Footnote, the whole history of the development of machinery can be traced in the history of the corn mill. The factory in England is still a mill. In German technological works of the first decade of the century, the term Mühle is still found in use, not only for all machinery driven by the forces of nature, but also for all manufactures where apparatus in the nature of machinery is applied. Back to the main text. The handicraft period bequeathed to us the great inventions of the compass, of gunpowder, of type printing, and of the automatic clock. But on the whole, machinery played that subordinate part which Adam Smith assigns to it in comparison with division of labor. Footnote, as will be seen more in detail in the 4th book of this work, Adam Smith has not established a single new proposition relating to division of labor. What, however, characterizes him as the political economist par excellence of the period of manufacture is the stress he lays on division of labor. The subordinate part which he assigns to machinery gave occasion in the early days of modern mechanical industry to the polemic of Lauderdale, and at a later period to that of yore. Smith also confounds differentiation of the instruments of labor, in which the detail laborers themselves took an active part, with the invention of machinery. In this latter, it is not the workers in manufactories, but learned men, handicraftsmen, and even peasants, such as Brindley, who play a part. Back to the main text. The sporadic use of machinery in the 17th century was of the greatest importance, because it supplied the great mathematicians of that time with a practical basis and stimulant to the creation of the science of mechanics. The collective laborer, formed by the combination of a number of detail laborers, is the machinery specially characteristic of the manufacturing period. The various operations that are performed in turns by the producer of a commodity and coalesce with one another during the progress of production lay claim to it in various ways. In one operation it must exert more strength, in another more skill, in another more attention, and the same individual does not possess all these qualities in an equal degree. After manufacture has once separated, made independent, and isolated the various operations, the laborers are divided, classified, and grouped according to their predominating qualities. If their natural endowments are, on the one hand, the foundation on which the division of labor is built up, on the other hand, manufacture, once introduced, develops them in new powers that are by nature fitted only for limited and special functions. The collective laborer now possesses, in an equal degree of excellence, all the qualities requisite for production, and expends them in the most economical manner, by exclusively employing all its organs, consisting of particular laborers, or groups of laborers, in performing their special functions. Footnote here quoting from Babbage, the master manufacturer, by dividing the work to be executed into different processes, each requiring different degrees of skill or of force, can purchase exactly that precise quantity of both which is necessary for each process. Whereas, if the whole work were executed by one worker, that person must possess sufficient skill to perform the most difficult, and sufficient strength to execute the most laborious of the operations into which the article is divided. Unquote, back to the main text. The one-sidedness and the deficiencies of the detail laborer become perfections when they are a part of the collective laborer. Footnote, for instance, abnormal development of some muscles, curvature of bones, etc. Back to the main text. The habit of doing only one thing converts them into a never-failing instrument, while their connection with the whole mechanism compels them to work with the regularity of the parts of a machine. Footnote, the question put by one of the inquiry commissioners, how the young persons are kept steadily to their work, is very correctly answered by Mr. William Marshall, the general manager of a glass manufactory. Quote, they cannot well neglect their work. When once they begin, they must go on. They are just the same as parts of a machine. Unquote. Back to the main text. Since the collective laborer has functions, both simple and complex, both high and low, its members, the individual labor powers, require different degrees of training, and must therefore have different values. Manufacture, therefore, develops a hierarchy of labor powers, to which there corresponds a scale of wages. If on the one hand the individual laborers are appropriated and annexed for life by a limited function, on the other hand the various operations of the hierarchy are parceled out among the laborers according to both their natural and their acquired abilities. Footnote, Dr. Yore, in his Apotheosis of Modern Mechanical Industry, brings out the peculiar character of manufacture more sharply than previous economists, who had not his polemical interest in the matter, and more sharply even than his contemporaries such as Babbage, who, though much his superior as a mathematician and mechanician, treated mechanical industry from the standpoint of manufacture alone. Yore says, quote, this appropriation to each, a worker of appropriate value and cost, was naturally assigned, forms the very essence of division of labor, unquote. On the other hand, he describes this division as, quote, adaptation of labor to the different talents of men, unquote, and lastly, characterizes the whole manufacturing system as, quote, a system for the division or gradation of labor, as, quote, the division of labor into degrees of skill, unquote, etc. Back to the main text. Every process of production, however, requires certain simple manipulations, which every person is capable of doing. They too are now severed from their connection with the more pregnant moments of activity, and ossified into exclusive functions of specially appointed laborers. Hence manufacture begets, in every handicraft that it seizes upon, a class of so-called unskilled laborers, a class which handicraft industry strictly excluded. If it develops a one-sided specialty into a perfection, at the expense of the whole of a person's working capacity, it also begins to make a specialty of the absence of all development. Alongside of the hierarchic gradation, there steps the simple separation of the laborers into skilled and unskilled. For the latter, the cost of apprenticeship vanishes. For the former, it diminishes compared with that of artificers, in consequence of the functions being simplified. In both cases, the value of labor power falls. Footnote, quoting Yore, each handicraftsman being enabled to perfect himself by practice in one point became a cheaper worker, unquote. Back to the main text. An exception to this law holds good whenever the decomposition of the labor process begets new and comprehensive functions that either had no place at all or only a very modest one in handicrafts. The fall in the value of labor power, caused by the disappearance or diminution of the expenses of apprenticeship, implies a direct increase of surplus value for the benefit of capital, for everything that shortens the necessary labor time required for the reproduction of labor power extends the domain of surplus labor. Section 4. Division of Labor in Manufacture and Division of Labor in Society. We first considered the origin of manufacture, then its simple elements, then the detail laborer and their implements, and finally the totality of the mechanism. We shall now lightly touch upon the relation between the division of labor in manufacture and the social division of labor, which forms the foundation of all production of commodities. If we keep labor alone in view, we may designate the separation of social production into its main divisions or genera, viz., agriculture, industries, etc., as division of labor in general, and the splitting up of these families into species and subspecies, as division of labor in particular, and the division of labor within the workshop as division of labor in singular or in detail. Footnote quoting from Storch, division of labor proceeds from the separation of professions the most widely different to that division, where several laborers divide between them the preparation of one and the same product, as in manufacture, unquote. And another quote, this time from Scarbeck, among peoples which have reached a certain level of civilization, we meet with three kinds of division of labor. The first, which we shall call general, brings about the division of the producers into agriculturalists, manufacturers, and traders. It corresponds to the three main branches of the nation's labor. The second, which one could call particular, is the division of labor of each branch into species. The third division of labor, which one could designate as a division of tasks, or of labor properly so called, is that which grows up in the individual crafts and trades, which is established in the majority of the manufactories and workshops. Unquote, back to the main text. Division of labor in a society, and the corresponding tying down of individuals to a particular calling, develops itself just as does the division of labor in manufacture from opposite starting points. Within a family, and after further development within a tribe, there springs up naturally a division of labor caused by differences of sex and age, a division that is consequently based on a purely physiological foundation, which division enlarges its materials by the expansion of the community, by the increase of population, and more especially by the conflicts between different tribes, and at the subjugation of one tribe by another. Footnote here by Engels to the third edition. A subsequent, very searching study of the primitive condition of man led the author to the conclusion that it was not the family that originally developed into the tribe, but that, on the contrary, the tribe was the primitive and spontaneously developed form of human association, on the basis of blood relationship, and that out of the first incipient loosening of the tribal bonds, the many and various forms of the family were afterward developed. Back to the main text. On the other hand, as I have before remarked, the exchange of products springs up at the points where different families, tribes, communities come in contact. For, in the beginning of civilization, it is not private individuals, but families, tribes, etc. that meet on an independent footing. Different communities find different means of production, and different means of subsistence in their natural environment. Hence, their modes of production and of living, and their products are different. It is this spontaneously developed difference which, when different communities come in contact, calls forth the mutual exchange of products, and the consequent gradual conversion of those products into commodities. Exchange does not create the differences between the spheres of production, but brings what are already different into relation, and thus converts them into more or less interdependent branches of the collective production of an enlarged society. In the latter case, the social division of labor arises from the exchange between spheres of production that are originally distinct and independent of one another. In the former, where the physiological division of labor is the starting point, the particular organs of a compact whole grow loose and break off, principally owing to the exchange of commodities with foreign commodities, and then isolate themselves so far that the sole bond, still connecting the various kinds of work, is the exchange of the products as commodities. In the one case, it is the making dependent what was before independent. In the other case, the making independent what was before dependent. The foundation of every division of labor that is well developed and brought about by the exchange of commodities is the separation between town and country. Footnote here, Sir James Stewart is the economist who has handled this subject best. How little his book, which appeared 10 years before The Wealth of Nations, is known even at the present time, may be judged from the fact that the admirers of Malthus do not even know that the first edition of the latter's work on population contains, except in the purely declamatory part, very little but extracts from Stuart, and in a less degree, from Wallace and Townsend. Back to the main text. It may be said that the whole economic history of society is summed up in the movement of this antithesis. We pass it over, however, for the present. Just as a certain number of simultaneously employed laborers are the material prerequisites for division of labor in manufacture, so are the number and density of the population which here correspond to the agglomeration in one workshop, a necessary condition for the division of labor in society. Footnote here, quoting from James Mill, there is a certain density of population which is convenient both for social intercourse and for that combination of powers by which the produce of labor is increased. And another quote, this time from Hodgkin, as the number of laborers increases, the productive power of society augments in the compound ratio of that increase, multiplied by the effects of the division of labor. Unquote, back to the main text. Nevertheless, this density is more or less relative. A relatively thinly populated country, with well-developed means of communication, has a denser population than a more numerously populated country with badly developed means of communication. And in this sense, the northern states of the American Union, for instance, are more thickly populated than India. Footnote, in consequence of the great demand for cotton after 1861, the production of cotton in some thickly populated districts of India was extended at the expense of rice cultivation. In consequence, there arose local famines, the defective means of communication not permitting the failure of rice in one district to be compensated by importation from another. Back to the main text. Since the production and the circulation of commodities are the general prerequisites of the capitalist mode of production, division of labor in manufacture demands that division of labor in society at large should previously have attained a certain degree of development. Inversely, the former division reacts upon and develops and multiplies the latter. Simultaneously with the differentiation of the instruments of labor, the industries that produce these instruments become more and more differentiated. Footnote, thus the fabrication of shuttles formed as early as the 17th century, a special branch of industry in Holland. Back to the main text. If the manufacturing system seize upon an industry which previously was carried on in connection with others, either as a chief or as a subordinate industry, and by one producer, these industries immediately separate their connection and become independent. If it seize upon a particular stage in the production of a commodity, the other stages of its production become converted into so many independent industries. It has already been stated that where the finished article consists merely of a number of parts fitted together, the detail operations may re-establish themselves as genuine and separate handicrafts. In order to carry out more perfectly the division of labor in manufacture, a single branch of production is, according to the varieties of its raw material, or the various forms that one and the same raw material may assume, split up into numerous and to some extent entirely new manufactures. Accordingly, in France alone, in the first half of the 18th century, over 100 different kinds of silk stuffs were woven, and in Avignon it was law that, quote, every apprentice should devote himself to only one sort of fabrication, and should not learn the preparation of several kinds of stuff at once, unquote. The territorial division of labor, which confines special branches of production to special districts of a country, acquires fresh stimulus from the manufacturing system, which exploits every special advantage. Footnote quoting from Berkeley's The Querist, 1751, section 520, whether the woolen manufacture of England is not divided into several parts or branches appropriated to particular places, where they are only or principally manufactured, fine cloths in Somersetshire, coarse in Yorkshire, long ells at Exeter, swathes at Sudbury, crapes at Norwich, linseys at Kendal, blankets at Whitney, and so forth. Unquote. Back to the main text. The colonial system and the opening out of the markets of the world, both of which are included in the general conditions of existence of the manufacturing period, furnish rich material for developing the division of labor in society. It is not the place here to go on to show how division of labor seizes upon not only the economic but every other sphere of society, and everywhere lays the foundation of that all-engrossing system of specializing and sorting people, that development in a person of one single faculty at the expense of all other faculties, which caused A. Ferguson, the master of Adam Smith, to exclaim, quote, "We make a nation of helots and have no free citizens," unquote. But in spite of the numerous analogies and links connecting them, division of labor in the interior of a society, and that in the interior of a workshop, differ not only in degree but also in kind. The analogy appears most indisputable where there is an invisible bond uniting the various branches of trade. For instance, the cattle breeder produces hides, the tanner makes the hides into leather, and the shoemaker the leather into boots. Here the thing produced by each of them is but a step toward the final form, which is the product of all their labors combined. There are besides all the various industries that supply the cattle breeder, the tanner, and the shoemaker with their means of production. Now, it is quite possible to imagine, with Adam Smith, that the difference between the above social division of labor and the division in manufacture is merely subjective, exists merely for the observer, who, in a manufacture, can see with one glance all the numerous operations being performed on one spot, while in the instance given above, the spreading out of the work over great areas and the great number of people employed in each branch of labor obscure the connection. Footnote, in manufacture proper, he says the division of labor appears to be greater because, quote, those employed in every different branch of the work often can be collected into the same workhouse and placed at once under the view of the spectator. In those great manufactures, on the contrary, which are destined to supply the great wants of the great body of the people, every different branch of the work employs so great a number of workers that it is impossible to collect them all into the same workhouse. The division is not near so obvious. That's quoting from Wealth of Nations. The celebrated passage in the same chapter that begins with the words, quote, observe the accommodation of the most common artificer or day laborer in a civilized and thriving country, unquote, etc., and then proceeds to depict what an enormous number and variety of industries contribute to the satisfaction of the wants of an ordinary laborer, is copied almost word for word from B. de Mandeville's remarks to his Fable of the Bees or Private Vices, Public Benefits, first edition without the remarks 1706, with the remark 1714. Back to the main text. But what is it that forms the bond between the independent labors of the cattle breeder, the tanner, and the shoemaker? It is the fact that their respective products are commodities. What, on the other hand, characterizes division of labor in manufactures? The fact that the detail laborer produces no commodities. Footnote quoting from Hodgkin's Labor Defended Against the Claims of Capital, 1825, there is no longer anything which we can call the natural reward of individual labor. Each laborer produces only some part of a whole, and each part having no value or utility in itself, there is nothing on which the laborer can seize and say, it is my product, this I will keep to myself. Unquote. Back to the main text. It is only the common part of all the detail laborers that becomes a commodity. Footnote. This distinction between division of labor in society and in manufacture was practically illustrated to the Yankees. One of the new taxes devised at Washington during the Civil War was the duty of 6% on, quote, all industrial products. Question, what is an industrial product? Answer of the legislature, a thing is produced, quote, when it is made, and it is made when it is ready for sale. Now, for one example out of many, the New York and Philadelphia manufacturers had previously been in the habit of, quote, making umbrellas with all their belongings. But since an umbrella is a mixtum compositum of very heterogeneous parts, by degrees these parts became the products of various separate industries carried on independently in different places. They entered as separate commodities into the umbrella manufactory where they were fitted together. The Yankees have given to articles thus fitted together the name of assembled articles, a name they deserve for being an assemblage of taxes. Thus the umbrella assembles first 6% on the price of each of its elements and a further 6% on its own total price. Back to the main text. Division of labor in society is brought about by the purchase and sale of the products of different branches of industry, while the connection between the detail operations in a workshop is due to the sale of the labor power of several workers to one capitalist, who applies it as combined labor power. The division of labor in the workshop implies concentration of the means of production in the hands of one capitalist. The division of labor in society implies their dispersion among many independent producers of commodities. While within the workshop, the iron law of proportionality subjects definite numbers of workers to definite functions, in the society outside the workshop, chance and caprice have full play in distributing the producers and their means of production among the various branches of industry. The different spheres of production, it's true, constantly tend to an equilibrium, for on the one hand, while each producer of a commodity is bound to produce a use value, to satisfy a particular social want, and while the extent of these wants differs quantitatively, there still exists an inner relation which settles their proportions into a regular system, and that system one of spontaneous growth. And on the other hand, the law of the value of commodities ultimately determines how much of its disposable working time society can expend on each particular class of commodities. But this constant tendency to equilibrium of the various spheres of production is exercised only in the shape of a reaction against the constant upsetting of this equilibrium. The a priori system on which the division of labor within the workshop is regularly carried out becomes in the division of labor within the society an a posteriori, nature-imposed necessity, controlling the lawless caprice of the producers and perceptible in the barometrical fluctuations of the market prices. Division of labor within the workshop implies the undisputed authority of the capitalist over men, that are but parts of a mechanism that belongs to him. The division of labor within the society brings into contact independent commodity producers, who acknowledge no other authority but that of competition, of the coercion exerted by the pressure of their mutual interests. Just as in the animal kingdom, the war of all against all, per Hobbes, more or less preserves the conditions of existence of every species. The same bourgeois mind which praises division of labor in the workshop, lifelong annexation of the laborer to a partial operation, and their complete subjection to capital as being an organization of labor that increases its productiveness, that same bourgeois mind denounces with equal vigor every conscious attempt to socially control and regulate the process of production as an inroad upon such sacred things as the rights of property, freedom, and unrestricted play for the bent of the individual capitalist. It is very characteristic that the enthusiastic apologists of the factory system have nothing more damning to urge against a general organization of the labor of society than that it will turn all society into one immense factory. If, in a society with capitalist production, anarchy in the social division of labor, and despotism in that of the workshop, are mutual conditions the one of the other, we find, on the contrary, in those earlier forms of society in which the separation of trades has been spontaneously developed, then crystallized, and finally made permanent by law, on the one hand, a specimen of the organization of the labor of society, in accordance with an approved and authoritative plan, and on the other, the entire exclusion of division of labor in the workshop, or at all events, a mere dwarf-like or sporadic and accidental development of the same. Footnote quoting from Marx's Misère, it can be laid down as a general rule that the less authority presides over the division of labor inside society, the more the division of labor develops inside the workshop, and the more it is subjected there to the authority of a single person. Thus, authority in the workshop and authority in society in relation to the division of labor are in inverse ratio to each other. Back to the main text. Those small and extremely ancient Indian communities, some of which have continued down to this day, are based on possession in common of the land, on the blending of agriculture and handicrafts, and on an unalterable division of labor, which serves, whenever a new community is started, as a plan and scheme ready cut and dried. Occupying areas of from 100 up to several thousand acres, each forms a compact whole, producing all it requires. The chief part of the products is destined for direct use by the community itself and does not take the form of a commodity. Hence, production here is independent of that division of labor brought about in Indian society as a whole by means of the exchange of commodities. It is the surplus alone that becomes a commodity, and a portion of even that, not until it has reached the hands of the state, into whose hands from time immemorial a certain quantity of these products has found its way in the shape of rent in kind. The constitution of these communities varies in different parts of India. In those of the simplest form, the land is tilled in common, and the produce divided among the members. At the same time, spinning and weaving are carried on in each family as subsidiary industries. Side by side with the masses thus occupied with one and the same work, we find the, quote, chief inhabitant, who is judge, police, and tax-gatherer in one. The bookkeeper, who keeps the accounts of the tillage and registers everything relating thereto, another official who prosecutes criminals, protects strangers traveling through, and escorts them to the next village, the boundary man who sets the boundaries against neighboring communities, the water overseer who distributes the water from the common tanks for irrigation, the Brahmin who conducts the religious services, the schoolmaster who on the sand teaches the children reading and writing, the calendar Brahmin or astrologer who makes known the lucky or unlucky days for seed time and harvest, and for every other kind of agricultural work, a smith and a carpenter who make and repair all the agricultural implements, the potter who makes all the pottery of the village, the barber, the washerman who washes clothes, the silversmith, here and there the poet who in some communities replaces the silversmith, in others the schoolmaster. This dozen of individuals is maintained at the expense of the whole community. If the population increases, a new community is founded on the pattern of the old one, on unoccupied land. The whole mechanism discloses a systematic division of labor, but a division like that in manufactures is impossible, since the smith and the carpenter, etc. find an unchanging market, and at the most there occur, according to the sizes of the villages, 2 or 3 of each instead of 1. Footnote, that's according to Lieutenant Colonel Mark Wilkes' Historical Sketches of the South of India, London, 1870-17. A good description of the various forms of the Indian communities is to be found in George Campbell's Modern India, London, 1852. Back to the main text. The law that regulates the division of labor in the community acts with the irresistible authority of a law of nature, at the same time that each individual artificer, the smith, the carpenter, and so on, conducts in his workshop all the operations of his handicraft in the traditional way, but independently, and without recognizing any authority over him. The simplicity of the organization for production in these self-sufficing communities that constantly reproduce themselves in the same form, and when accidentally destroyed spring up again on the spot and with the same name, this simplicity supplies the key to the secret of the unchangeableness of Asiatic societies, an unchangeableness in such striking contrast with the constant dissolution and refounding of Asiatic states, and the never-ceasing changes of dynasty. Footnote quoting from Stamford Raffles, late Lieutenant Governor of Java in the History of Java, London, 1817, Volume 1. Under this simple form, the inhabitants of the country have lived from time immemorial. The boundaries of the villages have been but seldom altered, and though the villages themselves have been sometimes injured and even desolated by war, famine, and disease, the same name, the same limits, the same interests, and even the same families have continued for ages. The inhabitants give themselves no trouble about the breaking up and division of kingdoms. While the village remains entire, they care not to what power it is transferred, or to what sovereign it devolves. Its internal economy remains unchanged. Unquote, back to the main text. The structure of the economic elements of society remains untouched by the storm clouds of the political sky. The rules of the guilds, as I've said before, by limiting most strictly the number of apprentices and journeymen that a single master could employ, prevented him from becoming a capitalist. Moreover, he could not employ his journeymen in many other handicrafts than the one in which he was a master. The guilds zealously repelled every encroachment by the capital of merchants, the only form of free capital with which they came in contact. A merchant could buy every kind of commodity, but labor as a commodity they could not buy. They existed only on sufferance, as a dealer in the products of the handicrafts. If circumstances called for a further division of labor, the existing guilds split themselves up into varieties, or founded new guilds by the side of the old ones. All this, however, without concentrating various handicrafts in a single workshop. Hence the guild organization, however much it may have contributed by separating, isolating, and perfecting the handicrafts to create the material conditions for the existence of manufacture, excluded division of labor in the workshop. On the whole, the laborer and their means of production remained closely united, like the snail with its shell, and thus there was wanting the principal basis of manufacture, the separation of the laborer from their means of production, and the conversion of these means into capital. While division of labor in society at large, whether such division be brought about or not by exchange of commodities, is common to economic formations of society the most diverse, division of labor in the workshop, as practiced by manufacture, is a special creation of the capitalist mode of production alone. Section 5. The capitalistic character of manufacture. An increased number of laborers under the control of one capitalist is the natural starting point, as well of cooperation generally as of manufacture in particular. But the division of labor in manufacture makes this increase in the number of workers a technical necessity. The minimum number that any given capitalist is bound to employ is here prescribed by the previously established division of labor. On the other hand, the advantages of further division are obtainable only by adding to the number of workers, and this can be done only by adding multiples of the various detail groups. But an increase in the variable component of the capital employed necessitates an increase in its constant component too, in the workshops, implements, etc. Comment, remember that the variable capital is the wages, so the labor, and the constant capital is the equipment. So continuing, and in particular the raw material, the call for which grows quicker than the number of workers. The quantity of it consumed in a given time, by a given amount of labor, increases in the same ratio as does the productive power of that labor in consequence of its division. Hence it is a law based on the very nature of manufacture, that the minimum amount of capital, which is bound to be in the hands of each capitalist, must keep increasing. In other words, that the transformation into capital of the social means of production and subsistence must keep extending. Footnote here, quoting from Storch's Course in Political Economy, is it not sufficient that the capital, or Marx adds the writer should have said the necessary means of subsistence and of production, required for the subdivision of handicraft should be in readiness in the society. It must also be accumulated in the hands of the employers in sufficiently large quantities to enable them to conduct their operations on a large scale. The more the division increases, the more does the constant employment of a given number of laborers require a greater outlay of capital and tools, raw material, etc." Unquote. And quoting Marx, the concentration of the instruments of production and the division of labor are as inseparable one from the other as are in the political sphere the concentration of public powers and the division of private interests. Back to the main text. In manufacture, as well as in simple cooperation, the collective working organism is a form of existence of capital. The mechanism that is made up of numerous individual detail laborers belongs to the capitalist. Hence, the productive power resulting from a combination of labors appears to be the productive power of capital. Manufacture proper not only subjects the previously independent worker to the discipline and command of capital, but in addition creates a hierarchic gradation of the workers themselves. While simple cooperation leaves the mode of working by the individual for the most part unchanged, manufacture thoroughly revolutionizes it, and seizes labor power by its very roots. It converts the laborer into a crippled monstrosity by forcing their detailed dexterity at the expense of a world of productive capabilities and instincts, just as in the states of La Plata they butcher a whole beast for the sake of his hide or his tallow. Not only is the detail work distributed to the different individuals, but the individual themselves is made the automatic motor of a fractional operation, and the absurd fable of Menenius Agrippa, which makes a man a mere fragment of his own body, becomes realized. 2 footnotes here. Dugald Stewart calls manufacturing laborers, quote, living automatons, employed in the details of the work. And, in Corrals, each individual is in fact the stomach of the whole group, but it supplies the group with nourishment, instead of, like the Roman patrician, withdrawing it. Back to the main text. If at first the worker sells their labor power to capital because the material means of producing a commodity fails them, now their very labor power refuses its services unless it has been sold to capital. Its functions can be exercised only in an environment that exists in the workshop of the capitalist after the sale. By nature unfitted to make anything independently, the manufacturing labor develops productive activity as a mere appendage of the capitalist's workshop. Footnote here, the worker who is the master of a whole craft can work and find the means of subsistence anywhere. The other, the manufacturing laborer, is only an appendage who, when they are separated from their fellows, possesses neither capability nor independence and find themselves forced to accept any law that it is thought fit to impose. That's quoting from Storch. And commenting, of course, what this gets at is that the worker in capitalism, rather than having a wide range of skills, is forced to practice just whatever piece of the capitalist chain of production that they get a job to do, and if they were to try to go back and do the whole process, those skills may have withered. Back to the main text. As the chosen people bore in their features the sign manual of Jehovah, so division of labor brands the manufacturing worker as the property of capital. The knowledge, the judgment, and the will, which, though in ever so small a degree, are practiced by the independent peasant or handicraftsman, in the same way as the savage makes the whole art of war, consist in the exercise of their personal cunning, these faculties are now required only for the workshop as a whole. Intelligence in production expands in one direction because it vanishes in many others. What is lost by the detail laborers is concentrated in the capital that employs them. Quoting A. Ferguson, the former may have gained what the other has lost. It is a result of the division of labor in manufactures that the laborer is brought face to face with the intellectual potencies of the material process of production as the property of another and as a ruling power. This separation begins in simple cooperation, where the capitalist represents to the single worker the oneness and the will of the associated labor. It is developed in manufacture, which cuts down the laborer into a detail laborer. It is completed in modern industry, which makes science a productive force distinct from labor and presses it into the service of capital. Footnote quoting from W. Thompson's An Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth, London, 1824, the man of knowledge and the productive laborer come to be widely divided from each other, and knowledge, instead of remaining the handmaid of labor in the hand of the laborer to increase its productive powers, has almost everywhere arrayed itself against labor, systematically deluding and leading them, the laborers, astray in order to render their muscular powers entirely mechanical and obedient. Back to the main text. In manufacture, in order to make the collective laborer, and through them capital, rich in social productive power, each laborer must be made poor in individual productive powers. Quoting Ferguson again, ignorance is the mother of industry as well as of superstition. Reflection and fancy are subject to error, but a habit of moving the hand or the foot is independent of either. Manufactures, accordingly, prosper most where the mind is least consulted, and where the workshop may be considered as an engine, the parts of which are men. Unquote. As a matter of fact, some few manufacturers in the middle of the 18th century preferred, for certain operations that were trade secrets, to employ half-idiotic persons. That's according to J.D. Tuckett's A History of the Past and Present State of the Laboring Population, London, 1846. Quoting Adam Smith, "The understandings of the greater part of men are necessarily formed by their ordinary employments. The man whose whole life is spent in performing a few simple operations has no occasion to exert his understanding. He generally becomes as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to become." Unquote. After describing the stupidity of the detail labor, he goes on, quote, "The uniformity of his stationary life naturally corrupts the courage of his mind. It corrupts even the activity of his body and renders him incapable of exerting his strength with vigor and perseverance in any other employments than that to which he has been bred. His dexterity at his own particular trade seems in this manner to be acquired at the expense of his intellectual, social, and martial virtues. But in every improved and civilized society, this is the state into which the laboring poor, that is, the great body of the people, must necessarily fall." Unquote. And that's quoting from Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. And Marx notes, being a pupil of A. Ferguson, who showed the disadvantageous effects of division of labor, Adam Smith was perfectly clear on this point. In the introduction to his work, where he ex professo praises division of labor, he indicates only in a cursory manner that it is the source of social inequalities. It is not until the 5th book, on the revenue of the state, that he reproduces Ferguson. "In my Misère de la Philosophie, or Poverty of Philosophy, I have sufficiently explained the historical connection between Ferguson, A. Smith, Lamontet, and Say, as regards their criticisms of division of labor, and have shown for the first time that division of labor as practiced in manufactures is a specific form of the capitalist mode of production." Back to the main text. For preventing the complete deterioration of the great mass of the people by division of labor, Adam Smith recommends education of the people by the state, but prudently, and in homeopathic or as small as possible doses. G. Garnier, his French translator and commentator, who, under the First French Empire, quite naturally developed into a senator, quite as naturally opposes him on this point. Education of the masses, he urges, violates the first law of the division of labor, and with it, quote, "our whole social system would be proscribed." Like all other divisions of labor, he says, that between hand labor and head labor is more pronounced and decided in proportion as society, and he rightly uses this word for capital, landed property, and their state, becomes richer. And Ferguson had already said, and thinking itself in this age of separations may become a peculiar craft, or a specialized skill known only to a few. This division of labor, like every other, is an effect of past and a cause of future progress. Ought the government then to work in opposition to this division of labor, and to hinder its natural course? Ought it to expend a part of the public money in the attempt to confound and blend together two classes of labor which are striving after division and separation?" Unquote. And that was again quoting G. Garnier in Volume 5 of his translation of Adam Smith. Continuing, "Some crippling of body and mind is inseparable even from division of labor in society as a whole. Since, however, manufacture carries the social separation of branches of labor much further, and also, by its peculiar division, attacks the individual at the very roots of their life, it is the first to afford the materials for, and to give a start to, industrial pathology." Footnote, Ramazzini, professor of practical medicine at Padua, published in 1713 his work De Morbis Artificum, which was translated into French 1781, reprinted 1814 in the Encyclopedia of Medical Sciences. The period of modern mechanical industry has, of course, very much enlarged his catalogue of labor's diseases. See Physical and Moral Hygiene of the Worker in the large cities in general and in the city of Lyon in particular. Then Marx lists some other works. In 1854, the Society of Arts appointed a commission of inquiry into industrial pathology, or diseases caused by work. The list of documents collected by this commission is to be seen in the catalogue of the Twickenham Economic Museum. Very important are the official reports on public health. See also Edward Reich, M.D., Erlangen, 1868. Back to the main text. Quote, "To subdivide a man is to execute him, if he deserves the sentence, to assassinate him if he does not. The subdivision of labor is the assassination of a people." That's quoting from D. Urquhart's Familiar Words, London, 1855. Hegel held very heretical views on division of labor. In his Rex Philosophy, he says, quote, "By well-educated men, we understand in the first instance those who can do everything that others do." Unquote. Back to the main text. Cooperation based on division of labor, in other words, manufacture, commences as a spontaneous formation. So soon as it attains some consistence and extension, it becomes the recognized methodical and systematic form of capitalist production. History shows how the division of labor peculiar to manufacture, strictly so called, acquires the best adapted form at first by experience, as it were, behind the backs of the actors, and then, like the guild Handicrafts, strives to hold fast that form when once found, and here and there succeeds in keeping it for centuries. Any alteration in this form, except in trivial matters, is solely owing to a revolution in the instruments of labor. Modern manufacture, wherever it arises, I do not here allude to modern industry based on machinery, either finds the disjecta membra poeti ready to hand and only waiting to be collected together, as is the case in the manufacture of clothes in large towns, or it can easily apply the principle of division, simply by exclusively assigning the various operations of a handicraft, such as bookbinding, to particular workers. In such cases, a week's experience is enough to determine the proportion between the numbers of the hands necessary for the various functions. Footnote: the simple belief in the inventive genius exercised a priori by the individual capitalist in division of labor exists nowadays only among German professors of the stamp of Herr Roscher, who, to recompense the capitalist from whose Jovian head division of labor sprang ready formed, dedicates to him, quote, various wages. The more or less extensive application of division of labor depends on length of purse, not on greatness of genius. Back to the main text. By decomposition of handicrafts, by specialization of the instruments of labor, by the formation of detail laborers, and by grouping and combining the latter into a single mechanism, division of labor in manufacture creates a qualitative gradation and a quantitative proportion in the social process of production. It consequently creates a definite organization of the labor of society, and thereby develops at the same time new productive forces in the society. In its specific capitalist form, and under the given conditions it could take no other form than a capitalistic one, manufacture is but a particular method of begetting relative surplus value, or of augmenting at the expense of the laborer the self-expansion of capital, usually called social wealth, the wealth of nations, etc. It increases the social productive power of labor not only for the benefit of the capitalist instead of for that of the laborer, but it does this by crippling the individual laborers. It creates new conditions for the lordship of capital over labor. If, therefore, on the one hand it presents itself historically as a progress and a necessary phase in the economic development of society, on the other hand, it is a refined and civilized method of exploitation. Political economy, which as an independent science first sprang into being during the period of manufacture, views the social division of labor only from the standpoint of manufacture, and sees in it only the means of producing more commodities with a given quantity of labor, and consequently of cheapening commodities and hurrying on the accumulation of capital. Footnote: the older writers, like Petty and the anonymous author of The Advantages of the East India Trade, bring out the capitalist character of division of labor, as applied in manufacture, more than Adam Smith does. Back to the main text. In most striking contrast with this accentuation of quantity and exchange value is the attitude of the writers of classical antiquity, who hold exclusively by quality and use value. Footnote: amongst the moderns may be accepted a few writers of the 18th century, like Beccaria and James Harris, who, with regard to division of labor, almost entirely follow the ancients. Thus Beccaria, quote, everyone knows from experience that if the hands and the intelligence are always applied to the same kind of work and the same products, these will be produced more easily, in greater abundance, and in higher quality than if each individual makes for themselves all the things they need. In this way, men are divided up into various classes and conditions to their own advantage and to that of the commodity, unquote. James Harris, afterwards Earl of Malmesbury, celebrated for the diaries of his embassy at St. Petersburg, says in a note to his Dialogue Concerning Happiness, London 1741, reprinted afterwards in 3 treatises, 3rd edition, London 1772, quote, the whole argument to prove society natural, i.e. by division of employments, is taken from the second book of Plato's Republic, unquote. Back to the main text. In consequence of the separation of the social branches of production, commodities are better made, the various bents and talents of men select a suitable field, and without some restraint, no important results can be attained anywhere. 2 footnotes here. Thus, in the Odyssey, quote, for different men take joy in different works, and Archelaus in Sextus Empiricus, quote, men differ as to things cheer their hearts, unquote. Also, quoting Homer, he could do many works, but all of them badly, unquote. Every Athenian considered himself superior as a producer of commodities to a Spartan, for the latter in time of war had men enough at his disposal but could not command money, as Thucydides makes Pericles say in the speech inciting the Athenians to the Peloponnesian War, quote, people producing for their own consumption will rather let war have their bodies than their money, unquote. Nevertheless, even with regard to material production, self-sufficiency as opposed to division of labor remained their ideal. Quote, "For with the latter there is well-being, but with the former there is independence." It should be mentioned here that at the date of the fall of the 30 tyrants, there were still not 5,000 Athenians without landed property. Back to the main text. Hence, both product and producer are improved by division of labor. If the growth of the quantity produced is occasionally mentioned, this is only done with reference to the greater abundance of use values. There is not a word alluding to exchange value or to the cheapening of commodities. This aspect, from the standpoint of use value alone, is taken as well by Plato, who treats division of labor as the foundation on which the division of society into classes is based, as by Xenophon, who with characteristic bourgeois instinct approaches more nearly to division of labor within the workshop. Plato's Republic, insofar as division of labor is treated in it as the formative principle of the state, is merely the Athenian idealization of the Egyptian system of castes, Egypt having served as the model of an industrial country to many of his contemporaries also, amongst others to Isocrates, and it continued to have this importance to the Greeks of the Roman Empire. 4 footnotes here. With Plato, division of labor within the community is a development from the multifarious requirements and the limited capacities of individuals. The main point with him is that the laborer must adapt themselves to the work, not the work to the laborer, which latter is unavoidable if they carry on several trades at once, thus making one or the other of them subordinate. Quote, "For the worker must wait upon the work. It will not wait upon his leisure and allow itself to be done in a spare moment. Yes, he must. So the conclusion is that more will be produced of everything, and the work will be more easily and better done, when every man is set free from all other occupations to do, at the right time, the one thing for which they are naturally fitted." Unquote. So in Thucydides, quote, "Seafaring is an art like any other, and cannot, as circumstances require, be carried on as a subsidiary occupation. Nay, other subsidiary occupations cannot be carried on alongside of this one." Unquote. If the work, says Plato, has to wait for the laborer, the critical point in the process is missed, and the article spoiled. The same Platonic idea is found recurring in the protest of the English bleachers against the clause in the Factory Act that provides fixed meal times for all operatives. Their business cannot wait the convenience of the workers for, quote, "in the various operations of singeing, washing, bleaching, mangling, calendaring, and dyeing, none of them can be stopped at a given moment without risk of damage. To enforce the same dinner hour for all the workers might occasionally subject valuable goods to the risk of danger by incomplete operations." Unquote. Where will Platonism be found next? Next footnote. Xenophon says, "It is not only an honor to receive food from the table of the king of Persia, but such food is much more tasty than any other food." Quote, "And there is nothing wonderful in this, for as the other arts are brought to special perfection in the great towns, so the royal food is prepared in a special way. For in the small towns, the same person makes bedsteads, doors, plows, and tables. Often, too, they build houses into the bargain, and are quite content if they find custom sufficient for their sustenance. It is altogether impossible for a person who does so many things to do them all well. But in the great towns, where each can find many buyers, one trade is sufficient to maintain the person who carries it on. Nay, there is often not even need of one complete trade, but one person makes shoes for men, another for women. Here and there, one person gets a living by sewing, another by cutting out shoes. One does nothing but cut out clothes, another nothing but sew the pieces together. It follows necessarily then that he who does the simplest kind of work undoubtedly does it better than anyone else. So it is with the art of cooking." Unquote. Xenophon here lays stress exclusively upon the excellence to be attained in use value, although he well knows that the gradations of the division of labor depend on the extent of the market. Next note, he, Bucyrus, divided them all into special castes, commanded that the same individuals should always carry on the same trade, for he knew that they who change their occupations become skilled in none, but that those who constantly stick to one occupation bring it to the highest perfection. In truth, we shall also find that in relation to the arts and handicrafts, they have outstripped their rivals more than a master does a bungler, and the contrivances for maintaining the monarchy and the other institutions of their state are so admirable that the most celebrated philosophers who treat of this subject praise the constitution of the Egyptian state above all others. That's quoting from Isocrates. And the last note regarding the Greeks of the Roman Empire is to see also Diodorus Siculus. Back to the main text. During the manufacturing period proper, i.e. the period during which manufacture is the predominant form taken by capitalist production, many obstacles are opposed to the full development of the peculiar tendencies of manufacture. Although manufacture creates, as we have already seen, a simple separation of the laborers into skilled and unskilled, simultaneously with their hierarchic arrangement in classes, yet the number of the unskilled laborers, owing to the preponderating influence of the skilled, remains very limited. Although it adapts the detail operations to the various degrees of maturity, strength, and development of the living instruments of labor, thus conducing to exploitation of women and children, yet this tendency as a whole is wrecked on the habits and the resistance of the male laborers. Although the splitting up of handicrafts lowers the cost of forming the worker and thereby lowers their value, yet for the more difficult detail work, a longer apprenticeship is necessary, and even where it would be superfluous, is jealously insisted upon by the workers. In England, for instance, we find the laws of apprenticeship, with their 7 years probation, in full force down to the end of the manufacturing period, and they are not thrown on one side till the advent of modern industry. Since handicraft skill is the foundation of manufacture, and since the mechanism of manufacture as a whole possesses no framework, apart from the laborers themselves, capital is constantly compelled to wrestle with the insubordination of the workers. Quoting Yore, "By the infirmity of human nature, it happens that the more skillful the worker, the more self-willed and intractable they're apt to become, and of course the less fit a component of a mechanical system in which they may do great damage to the whole." Unquote. Hence, throughout the whole manufacturing period, there runs the complaint of want of discipline among the workers. Footnote, this is more the case in England than in France, and more in France than in Holland. Continuing, and we had not the testimony of contemporary writers, the simple facts that during the period between the 16th century and the epoch of modern industry, capital failed to become the master of the whole disposable working time of the manufacturing laborers, that manufactures are short-lived, and change their locality from one country to another with the emigrating or immigrating workers. These facts would speak volumes. Quote, "Order must in one way or another be reestablished," exclaims in 1770 the oft-cited author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce. Quote, "Order," re-echoes Dr. Andrew Yore 66 years later, "order was wanting in manufacture, based on the, quote, scholastic dogma of division of labor, and, quote, Arkwright created order," unquote. At the same time, manufacture was unable either to seize upon the production of society to its full extent or to revolutionize that production to its very core. It towered up as an economic work of art on the broad foundation of the town handicrafts and of the rural domestic industries. At a given stage in its development, the narrow technical basis on which manufacture rested came into conflict with requirements of production that were created by manufacture itself. One of its most finished creations was the workshop for the production of the instruments of labor themselves, including especially the complicated mechanical apparatus then already employed. A machine factory, says Yore, quote, "displayed the division of labor in manifold gradations, the file, the drill, the lathe, having each its different worker in the order of skill," unquote. This workshop, the product of the division of labor in manufacture, produced in its turn machines. It is they that sweep away the handicraftsman's work as the regulating principle of social production. Thus, on the one hand, the technical reason for the lifelong annexation of the worker to a detail function is removed. On the other hand, the fetters that the same principle laid on the dominion of capital fall away. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file's being recorded for the July 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and in it we're going to be continuing our reading of Marx's Capital, Volume 1 with Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry, which will close out Part 4, the production of relative surplus value. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. That said, this is an extremely long chapter. It has 10 sections, and it's probably going to take us about 2 weeks if we proceed very steadily to get through the whole thing. Let's begin. Section 1, the development of machinery. John Stuart Mill says in his Principles of Political Economy, quote, "It is questionable if all the mechanical inventions yet made have lightened the day's toil of any human being." Footnote, Mill should have said, "of any human being not fed by other people's labor," for without doubt, machinery has greatly increased the number of well-to-do idlers. Back to the main text. That is, however, by no means the aim of capitalistic application of machinery. Like every other increase in the productiveness of labor, machinery is intended to cheapen commodities, and by shortening that portion of the working day in which the laborer works for themselves, to lengthen the other portion that they give, without an equivalent, to the capitalist. In short, it's a means for producing surplus value. In manufacture, the revolution in the mode of production begins with the labor power. In modern industry, it begins with the instruments of labor. Our first inquiry, then, is how the instruments of labor are converted from tools into machines, or what is the difference between a machine and the implements of a handicraft. We are only concerned here with striking and general characteristics, for epochs in the history of society are no more separated from each other by hard and fast lines of demarcation than are geological epochs. Mathematicians and mechanicians, and in this they are followed by a few English economists, call a tool a simple machine and a machine a complex tool. They see no essential difference between them, and even give the name of machine to the simple mechanical powers, the lever, the inclined plane, the screw, the wedge, etc. See, for instance, Hutton's Course of Mathematics. As a matter of fact, every machine is a combination of those simple powers, no matter how they may be disguised. From the economic standpoint, this explanation is worth nothing, because the historical element is wanting. Another explanation of the difference between tool and machine is that in the case of a tool, man is the motive power, while the motive power of machine is something different from man, as for instance an animal, water, wind, and so on. Footnote, quoting Wilhelm Schultz, from this point of view, we may draw a sharp line of distinction between a tool and a machine. Spades, hammers, chisels, etc., combinations of levers and of screws, in all of which, no matter how complicated they may be in other respects, man is the motive power. All this falls under the idea of a tool, but the plow, which is drawn by animal power, and windmills, etc., must be classed among machines." Unquote. Back to the main text. According to this, a plow drawn by oxen, which is a contrivance common to the most different epochs, would be a machine, while Clausen's circular loom, which, worked by a single laborer, weaves 96,000 picks per minute, would be a mere tool. Nay, this very loom, though a tool when worked by hand, would, if worked by steam, be a machine. And since the application of animal power is one of man's earliest inventions, production by machinery would have preceded production by handicrafts. When, in 1735, John Wyatt brought out his spinning machine and began the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century, not a word did he say about an ass driving it instead of a man. And yet this part fell to the ass. He described it as a machine, quote, to spin without fingers. Footnote, before his time, spinning machines, although very imperfect ones, had already been used, and Italy was probably the country of their first appearance. A critical history of technology would show how little any of the inventions of the 18th century are the work of a single individual. Hitherto there is no such book. Darwin has interested us in the history of nature's technology, i.e. in the formation of the organs of plants and animals, which organs serve as instruments of production for sustaining life. Does not the history of the productive organs of man, of organs that are the material basis of all social organization, deserve equal attention? And would not such a history be easier to compile, since, as Vico says, human history differs from natural history in this, that we have made the former, but not the latter. Technology discloses man's mode of dealing with nature, the process of production by which we sustain our life, and thereby also lays bare the mode of formation of our social relations, and of the mental conceptions that flow from them. Every history of religion, even, that fails to take account of this material basis is uncritical. It is in reality much easier to discover by analysis the earthly core of the misty creations of religion than conversely it is to develop from the actual relations of life the corresponding celestialized forms of those relations. The latter method is the only materialistic, and therefore the only scientific one. The weak points in the abstract materialism of natural science, a materialism that excludes history and its process, are at once evident from the abstract and ideological conceptions of its spokesmen, whenever they venture beyond the bounds of their own specialty. Back to the main text. All fully developed machinery consists of three essentially different parts: the motor mechanism, the transmitting mechanism, and finally the tool or working machine. The motor mechanism is that which puts the whole in motion. It either generates its own motive power, like the steam engine, the caloric engine, the electromagnetic machine, etc., or it receives its impulse from some already existing natural force, like the water wheel from a head of water, the windmill from wind, etc. The transmitting mechanism, composed of flywheels, shafting, toothed wheels, pulleys, straps, ropes, bands, pinions, and gearing of the most varied kinds, regulates the motion, changes its form where necessary, as for instance from linear to circular, and divides and distributes it among the working machines. These first two parts of the whole mechanism are there solely for putting the working machines in motion, by means of which motion the subject of labor is seized upon and modified as desired. The tool or working machine is that part of the machinery with which the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century started, and to this day it constantly serves as such a starting point, whenever a handicraft or a manufacture is turned into an industry carried on by machinery. On a closer examination of the working machine proper, we find in it, as a general rule, though often no doubt under very altered forms, the apparatus and tools used by the handicraftsman or manufacturing worker, with this difference that instead of being human implements, they are the implements of a mechanism, or mechanical implements. Either the entire machine is only a more or less altered mechanical edition of the old handicraft tool, as for instance the power loom. Footnote, especially in the original form of the power loom, we recognize at the first glance the ancient loom. In its modern form, the power loom has undergone essential alterations. Back to the main text. Or the working parts fitted in the frame of the machine are old acquaintances, as spindles are in a mule, needles in a stocking loom, saws in a sawing machine, and knives in a chopping machine. The distinction between these tools and the body proper of the machine exists from their very birth, for they continue, for the most part, to be produced by handicraft, or by manufacture, and are afterwards fitted into the body of the machine, which is the product of machinery. Footnote, it's only during the last 15 years, i.e. since about 1850, that a constantly increasing portion of these machine tools have been made in England by machinery, and that not by the same manufacturers who make the machines. Instances of machines for the fabrication of these mechanical tools are the automatic bobbin-making machine, the card-setting engine, shuttle-making machines, and machines for forging mule and throstle spindles. Back to the main text. The machine proper is therefore a mechanism that, after being set in motion, performs with its tools the same operations that were formerly done by the worker with similar tools. Whether the motive power is derived from a human or from some other machine makes no difference in this respect. From the moment that the tool proper is taken from a worker and fitted into a mechanism, a machine takes the place of a mere implement. The difference strikes one at once, even in those cases where a human continues to be the prime mover. The number of implements that they themselves can use simultaneously is limited by the number of their own natural instruments of production, that is, by the number of their bodily organs. In Germany, they tried at first to make one spinner work 2 spinning wheels, that is, to work simultaneously with both hands and both feet. This was too difficult. Later, a treadle spinning wheel with 2 spindles was invented, but adepts in spinning, who could spin 2 threads at once, were almost as scarce as 2-headed men. The jenny, on the other hand, even at its very birth, spun with 12 to 18 spindles, and the stocking loom knits with many thousand needles at once. The number of tools that a machine can bring into play simultaneously is from the very first emancipated from the organic limits that hedge in the tools of a handicraftsman. In many manual implements, the distinction between human as mere motive power and human as the worker or operator properly so called is brought into striking contrast. For instance, the foot is merely the prime mover of the spinning wheel, while the hand, working with the spindle and drawing and twisting, performs the real operation of spinning. It is this last part of the handicraftsman's implement that is first seized upon by the Industrial Revolution, leaving to the worker, in addition to their new labor of watching the machine with their eyes and correcting its mistakes with their hands, the merely mechanical part of being the moving power. On the other hand, implements, in regard to which humans have always acted as a simple motive power, as for instance by turning the crank of a mill, by pumping, by moving up and down the arm of a bellows, by pounding with a mortar, etc., such implements soon call for the application of animals, water, and wind as motive powers. 2 footnotes here. Moses says, "Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treads the corn." The Christian philanthropists of Germany, on the contrary, fastened a wooden board round the necks of the serfs, whom they used as a motive power for grinding, in order to prevent them from putting flour into their mouths with their hands. And it was partly the want of streams with a good fall on them, and partly their battles with superabundance of water in other respects, that compelled the Dutch to resort to wind as a motive power. The windmill itself they got from Germany, where its invention was the origin of a pretty squabble between the nobles, the priests, and the emperor, as to which of those 3 the wind, quote, belonged. The air makes bondage was the cry in Germany, at the same time that the wind was making Holland free. What it reduced to bondage in this case was not the Dutchman, but the land for the Dutchman. In 1836, 12,000 windmills of 6,000 horsepower were still employed in Holland to prevent 2/3 of the land from being reconverted into morasses. Back to the main text. Here and there, long before the period of manufacture, and also to some extent during that period, these implements pass over into machines, but without creating any revolution in the mode of production. It becomes evident in the period of modern industry that these implements, even under their form of manual tools, are already machines. For instance, the pumps with which the Dutch, in 1836-7, emptied the Lake of Haarlem were constructed on the principle of ordinary pumps, the only difference being that their pistons were driven by cyclopean steam engines instead of by humans. The common and very imperfect bellows of the blacksmith is, in England, occasionally converted into a blowing engine by connecting its arm with a steam engine. The steam engine itself, such as it was at its invention during the manufacturing period at the close of the 17th century, and such as it continued to be down to 1780, did not give rise to any industrial revolution. It was, on the contrary, the invention of machines that made a revolution in the form of steam engines necessary. Footnote, it was indeed very much improved by Watt's first so-called single-acting engine, but in this form, it continued to be a mere machine for raising water and the liquor from salt mines. Back to the main text. As soon as humans, instead of working with an implement on the subject of their labor, become merely the motive power of an implement machine, it is a mere accident that motive power takes the disguise of human muscle, and it may equally well take the form of wind, water, or steam. Of course, this does not prevent such a change of form from producing great technical alterations in the mechanism that was originally constructed to be driven by humans alone. Nowadays, all machines that have their way to make, such as sewing machines, bread-making machines, etc., are, unless from their very nature their use on a small scale is excluded, constructed to be driven both by human and by purely mechanical motive power. The machine, which is the starting point of the Industrial Revolution, supersedes the worker, who handles a single tool, by a mechanism operating with a number of similar tools, and set in motion by a single motive power, whatever the form of that power may be. Quoting Babbage, the union of all these simple instruments, set in motion by a single motor, constitutes a machine. Unquote. Here we have the machine, but only as an elementary factor of production by machinery. Increase in the size of the machine, and in the number of its working tools, calls for a more massive mechanism to drive it, and this mechanism requires, in order to overcome its resistance, a mightier moving power than that of a human. Apart from the fact that a human is a very imperfect instrument for producing uniform continued motion. But assuming that the human is simply acting as a motor, that a machine has taken the place of their tool, it is evident that they can be replaced by natural forces. Of all the great motors handed down from the manufacturing period, horsepower is the worst, partly because a horse has a head of its own, partly because it is costly, and the extent to which it is applicable in factories is very restricted. Nevertheless, the horse was extensively used during the infancy of modern industry. This is proved as well by the complaints of contemporary agriculturalists as by the term horsepower, which has survived to this day as an expression for mechanical force. Footnote, in January 1861, John C. Morton read before the Society of Arts a paper on the forces employed in agriculture. He there states, quote, every improvement that furthers the uniformity of the land makes the steam engine more and more applicable to the production of pure mechanical force. Horsepower is requisite wherever crooked fences and other obstructions prevent uniform action. These obstructions are vanishing day by day. For operations that demand more exercise of will than actual force, the only power applicable is that controlled every instant by the human mind. In other words, manpower. Unquote. Mr. Morton then reduces steam power, horsepower, and manpower to the unit in general use for steam engines, namely, the force required to raise 33,000 pounds 1 foot in 1 minute, and reckons the cost of 1 horsepower from a steam engine to be 3 pence, and from a horse to be 5.5 pence per hour. Further, if a horse must fully maintain its health, it can work no more than 8 hours a day. 3 at the least out of every 7 horses used on tillage land during the year can be dispensed with by using steam power, at an expense not greater than that which the horses dispensed with would cost during the 3 or 4 months in which alone they can be used effectively. Lastly, steam power in those agricultural operations in which it can be employed improves, in comparison with horsepower, the quality of the work. To do the work of a steam engine would require 66 men at a total cost of 15 shillings an hour, and to do the work of a horse, 32 men at a total cost of 8 shillings an hour. Back to the main text. Wind was too inconsistent and uncontrollable, and besides, in England, the birthplace of modern industry, the use of water power preponderated even during the manufacturing period. In the 17th century, attempts had already been made to turn 2 pillars of millstones with a single water wheel, but the increased size of the gearing was too much for the water power, which had now become insufficient, and this was one of the circumstances that led to a more accurate investigation of the laws of friction. In the same way, the irregularity caused by the motive power in mills that were put in motion by pushing and pulling a lever led to the theory and the application of the flywheel, which afterwards plays so important a part in modern industry. See Faulhaber 1625 and de Caus 1688. In this way, during the manufacturing period were developed the first scientific and technical elements of modern mechanical industry. Arkwright's Thrussell spinning mill was from the very first turned by water. But for all that, the use of water as the predominant motive power was beset with difficulties. It could not be increased at will, it failed at certain seasons of the year, and above all, it was essentially local. The modern turbine frees the industrial exploitation of water power from many of its former fetters. Not till the invention of Watt's second and so-called double-acting steam engine was a prime mover found that begot its own force by the consumption of coal and water, whose power was entirely under human control, that was mobile and a means of locomotion, that was urban, and not like the water wheel rural, that permitted production to be concentrated in towns instead of, like the water wheels, being scattered up and down the country, that was of universal technical application, and relatively speaking, little affected in its choice of residence by local circumstances. Footnote about its being scattered up and down the countryside, quoting A. Redgrave in Reports of the Inspector of Facts, 30th April 1860, in the early days of textile manufactures, the locality of the factory depended upon the existence of a stream having a sufficient fall to turn a water wheel, and although the establishment of the water mills was the commencement of the breaking up of the domestic system of manufacture, yet the mills necessarily situated upon streams, and frequently at considerable distances the one from the other, formed part of a rural rather than an urban system, and it was not until the introduction of the steam power as a substitute for the stream that factories were congregated in towns, and localities where the coal and water required for the production of steam were found in sufficient quantities. The steam engine is the parent of manufacturing towns." Unquote. Back to the main text. The greatness of Watt's genius showed itself in the specification of the patent that he took out in April 1784. In that specification, his steam engine is described not as an invention for a specific purpose, but as an agent universally applicable in mechanical industry. In it, he points out applications, many of which, as for instance the steam hammer, were not introduced till half a century later. Nevertheless, he doubted the use of steam engines in navigation. His successors, Boulton and Watt, sent to the exhibition of 1851 steam engines of colossal size for ocean steamers. As soon as tools had been converted from being manual implements of humans into implements of a mechanical apparatus, of a machine, the motive mechanism also acquired an independent form, entirely emancipated from the restraints of human strength. Thereupon, the individual machine, that we have hitherto been considering, sinks into a mere factor in production by machinery. One motive mechanism was now able to drive many machines at once. The motive mechanism grows with the number of the machines that are turned simultaneously, and the transmitting mechanism becomes a wide-spreading apparatus. We now proceed to distinguish the cooperation of a number of machines of one kind from a complex system of machinery. In the one case, the product is entirely made by a single machine, which performs all the various operations previously done by one handicraftsman with their tool, as for instance by a weaver with their loom, or by several handicraftsmen successively, either separately or as members of a system of manufacture. Footnote, from the standpoint of division of labor in manufacture, weaving was not simple, but, on the contrary, complicated manual labor. And consequently, the power loom is a machine that does very complicated work. It is altogether erroneous to suppose that modern machinery originally appropriated those operations alone which division of labor had simplified. Spinning and weaving were, during the manufacturing period, split up into new species, and the implements were modified and improved. But the labor itself was in no way divided, and it retained its handicraft character. It is not the labor, but the instrument of labor that serves as the starting point of the machine. Back to the main text. For example, in the manufacture of envelopes, one person folded the paper with the folder, another laid on the gum, a third turned the flap over, on which the device is impressed, a fourth embossed the device, and so on. And for each of these operations, the envelope had to change hands. One single envelope machine now performs all these operations at once, and makes more than 3,000 envelopes in an hour. In the London exhibition of 1862, there was an American machine for making paper cornets. It cut the paper, pasted, folded, and finished 300 in a minute. Here, the whole process, which, when carried on as manufacture, was split up into and carried out by a series of operations, is completed by a single machine, working a combination of various tools. Now, whether such a machine be merely a reproduction of a complicated manual implement, or a combination of various simple implements specialized by manufacture, in either case, in the factory, i.e. in the workshop in which machinery alone is used, we meet again with simple cooperation, and leaving the worker out of consideration for the moment, this cooperation presents itself to us in the first instance as the conglomeration in one place of similar and simultaneously acting machines. Thus, a weaving factory is constituted of a number of power looms, working side by side, and a sewing factory of a number of sewing machines all in the same building. But there is here a technical oneness in the whole system, owing to all the machines receiving their impulse simultaneously, and in an equal degree, from the pulsations of the common prime mover, by the intermediary of the transmitting mechanism. And this mechanism, to a certain extent, is also common to them all, since only particular ramifications of it branch off to each machine. Just as a number of tools, then, form the organs of a machine, so a number of machines of one kind constitute the organs of the motive mechanism. A real machinery system, however, does not take the place of these independent machines until the subject of labor goes through a connected series of detail processes that are carried out by a chain of machines of various kinds, the one supplementing the other. Here we have again the cooperation by division of labor that characterizes manufacture, only now it is a combination of detail machines. The special tools of the various detail workers, such as those of the beaters, cambers, spinners, etc. in the woolen manufacture, are now transformed into the tools of specialized machines, each machine constituting a special organ, with a special function, in the system. In those branches of industry in which the machinery system is first introduced, manufacture itself furnishes, in a general way, the natural basis for the division and consequent organization of the process of production. Footnote: before the epoch of mechanical industry, the wool manufacture was the predominating manufacture in England. Hence it was in this industry that, in the first half of the 18th century, the most experiments were made. Cotton, which required less careful preparation for its treatment by machinery, derived the benefit of the experience gained on wool, just as afterwards the manipulation of wool by machinery was developed on the lines of cotton spinning and weaving by machinery. It was only during the 10 years immediately preceding 1866 that isolated details of the wool manufacture, such as wool combing, were incorporated in the factory system. Quoting the report of Inspector of Factories for the 31st October, 1856, the application of power to the process of combing wool, extensively in operation since the introduction of the combing machine, especially listers, undoubtedly had the effect of throwing a very large number of men out of work. Wool was formerly combed by hand, most frequently in the cottage of the comber. It is now very generally combed in the factory, and hand labor is superseded, except in some particular kinds of work, in which hand-combed wool is still preferred. Many of the hand-combers found employment in the factories, but the produce of the hand-combers bears so small a proportion to that of the machine that the employment of a very large number of combers has passed away." Unquote. Back to the main text. Nevertheless, an essential difference at once manifests itself. In manufacture, it is the worker who, with their manual implements, must either singly or in groups carry on each particular detail process. If on the one hand the worker becomes adapted to the process, on the other the process was previously made suitable to the worker. This subjective principle of the division of labor no longer exists in production by machinery. Here, the process as a whole is examined subjectively, in itself. That is to say, without regard to the question of its execution by human hands, it is analyzed into its constituent phases, and the problem, how to execute each detail process, and bind them all into a whole, is solved by the aid of machines, chemistry, etc. Footnote, quoting Andrew Yore's Philosophy of Manufactures, 1835, the principle of the factory system, then, is to substitute the partition of a process into its essential constituents for the division or graduation of labor among artisans. Unquote. Back to the main text. But of course, in this case also, theory must be perfected by accumulated experience on a large scale. Each detail machine supplies raw material to the machine next in order, and since they're all working at the same time, the product is always going through the various stages of its fabrication, and is also constantly in a state of transition from one phase to another. Just as in manufacture, the direct cooperation of the detail laborers establishes a numerical proportion between the special groups, so in an organized system of machinery, where one detail machine is constantly kept employed by another, a fixed relation is established between their numbers, their size, and their speed. The collective machine, now an organized system of various kinds of single machines, and of groups of single machines, becomes more and more perfect, the more the process as a whole becomes a continuous one, i.e. the less the raw material is interrupted in its passage from its first phase to its last. In other words, the more its passage from one phase to another is effected, not by the hand of man, but by the machinery itself. In manufacture, the isolation of each detail process is a condition imposed by the nature of division of labor, but in the fully developed factory, the continuity of those processes is, on the contrary, imperative. A system of machinery, whether it reposes on the mere cooperation of similar machines, as in weaving, or on a combination of different machines, as in spinning, constitutes in itself a huge automaton, whenever it is driven by a self-acting prime mover. But although the factory as a whole be driven by its steam engine, yet either some of the individual machines may require the aid of the worker for some of their movements. Such aid was necessary for the running in of the mule carriage before the invention of the self-acting mule, and is still necessary in fine spinning mills. Or, to enable a machine to do its work, certain parts of it may require to be handled by the worker, like a manual tool. This was the case in machine makers' workshops before the conversion of the slide rest into a self-actor. As soon as a machine executes without human help all the movements requisite to elaborate the raw material, needing only attendance from them, we have an automatic system of machinery, and one that is susceptible of constant improvement in its details. Such improvements as the apparatus that stops a drawing frame whenever a sliver breaks, and the self-acting stop that stops the power loom so soon as the shuttle bobbin is emptied of weft, are quite modern inventions. As an example, both of continuity of production and of the carrying out of the automatic principle, we may take a modern paper mill. In the paper industry generally, we may advantageously study in detail not only the distinctions between modes of production based on different means of production, but also the connection of the social conditions of production with those modes. For the old German papermaking furnishes us with a sample of handicraft production, that of Holland in the 17th and of France in the 18th century with a sample of manufacturing in the strict sense, and that of modern England with a sample of automatic fabrication of this article. Besides these, there still exist, in India and China, two distinct antique Asiatic forms of the same industry. An organized system of machines, to which motion is communicated by the transmitting mechanism from a central automaton, is the most developed form of production by machinery. Here we have, in the place of the isolated machine, a mechanical monster whose body fills whole factories, and whose demon power, at first veiled under the slow and measured motions of his giant limbs, at length breaks out into the fast and furious whirl of his countless working organs. There were mules and steam engines before there were any laborers, whose exclusive occupation it was to make mules and steam engines, just as men wore clothes before there were such people as tailors. The inventions of Vaucanson, Arkwright, Watt, and others were, however, practicable only because those inventors found, ready to hand, a considerable number of skilled mechanical workers, placed at their disposal by the manufacturing period. Some of these workers were independent handicraftsmen of various trades, others were grouped together in manufactures, in which, as before mentioned, division of labor was strictly carried out. As inventions increased in number, and the demand for the newly discovered machines grew larger, the machine-making industry split up, more and more, into numerous independent branches, and division of labor in these manufactures was more and more developed. Here, then, we see in manufacture the immediate technical foundation of modern industry. Manufacture produced the machinery, by means of which modern industry abolished the handicraft and manufacturing systems in those spheres of production that it first seized upon. The factory system was therefore raised, in the natural course of things, on an inadequate foundation. When the system attained to a certain degree of development, it had to root up this ready-made foundation, which in the meantime had been elaborated on the old lines, and to build up for itself a basis that should correspond to its methods of production. Just as the individual machine retains a dwarvish character, so long as it is worked by the power of man alone, and just as no system of machinery could be properly developed before the steam engine took the place of the earlier motive powers, animals, wind, and even water, so too modern industry was crippled in its complete development, so long as its characteristic instrument of production, the machine, owed its existence to personal strength and personal skill, and depended on the muscular development, the keenness of sight, and the cunning of hand with which the detail workers in manufactures and the manual laborers in handicrafts wielded their dwarvish implements. Thus, apart from the dearness of the machines made in this way, meaning expensiveness, a circumstance that is ever present to the mind of the capitalist, the expansion of industries carried on by means of machinery, and the invasion by machinery of fresh branches of production were dependent on the growth of a class of workers who, owing to the almost artistic nature of their employment, could increase their numbers only gradually, and not by leaps and bounds. But besides this, at a certain stage of its development, modern industry became technologically incompatible with the basis furnished for it by handicraft and manufacture. The increasing size of the prime movers, of the transmitting mechanism, and of the machines proper, the greater complication, multiformity, and regularity of the details of these machines, as they more and more departed from the model of those originally made by manual labor, and acquired a form, untrammeled except by the conditions under which they worked, the perfecting of the automatic system, and the use, every day more unavoidable, of a more refractory material, such as iron instead of wood. The solution of all these problems, which sprang up by the force of circumstances, everywhere met with a stumbling block in the personal restrictions, which even the collective laborer of manufacture could not break through, except to a limited extent. Such machines as the modern hydraulic press, the modern power loom, and the modern carding machine could never have been furnished by manufacture. Footnote here about the materials: the power loom was at first made chiefly of wood. In its improved modern form, it's made of iron. To what an extent the old forms of the instruments of production influenced their new forms at first starting is shown by, amongst other things, the most superficial comparison of the present power loom with the old one, of the modern blowing apparatus of a blast furnace with the first inefficient mechanical reproduction of the ordinary bellows, and perhaps more strikingly than in any other way, by the attempts before the invention of the present locomotive to construct a locomotive that actually had 2 feet, which, after the fashion of a horse, it raised alternately from the ground. It is only after considerable development of the science of mechanics and accumulated practical experience that the form of a machine becomes settled entirely in accordance with mechanical principles, and emancipated from the traditional form of the tool that gave rise to it. Back to the main text. A radical change in the mode of production in one sphere of industry involves a similar change in other spheres. This happens at first in such branches of industry as are connected together by being separate phases of a process, and yet are isolated by the social division of labor in such a way that each of them produces an independent commodity. Thus, spinning by machinery made weaving by machinery a necessity, and both together made the mechanical and chemical revolution that took place in bleaching, printing, and dyeing imperative. So too, on the other hand, the revolution in cotton spinning called forth the invention of the gin for separating the seeds from the cotton fiber. It was only by means of this invention that the production of cotton became possible on the enormous scale at present required. Footnote: Eli Whitney's cotton gin had until very recent times undergone less essential changes than any other machine of the 18th century. It is only during the last decade, i.e. since 1856, that another American, Mr. Emery of Albany, New York, has rendered Whitney's gin antiquated by an improvement as simple as it is effective. Back to the main text. But more especially, the revolution in the modes of production of industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the general conditions of the social process of production, i.e. in the means of communication and of transport. In a society whose pivot, to use an expression of Fourier, was agriculture on a small scale, with its subsidiary domestic industries, and the urban handicrafts, the means of communication and transport were so utterly inadequate to the productive requirements of the manufacturing period, with its extended division of social labor, its concentration of the instruments of labor, and of the worker, and its colonial markets, that they became in fact revolutionized. In the same way, the means of communication and transport handed down from the manufacturing period soon became unbearable trammels on modern industry, with its feverish haste of production, its enormous extent, its constant flinging of capital and labor from one sphere of production into another, and its newly created connections with the markets of the whole world. Hence, apart from the radical changes introduced in the construction of sailing vessels, the means of communication and transport became gradually adapted to the modes of production of mechanical industry by the creation of a system of river steamers, railways, ocean steamers, and telegraphs. But the huge masses of iron that had now to be forged, to be welded, to be cut, to be bored, and to be shaped, demanded on their part cyclopean machines, for the construction of which the methods of the manufacturing period were utterly inadequate. Modern industry had therefore itself to take in hand the machine, its characteristic instrument of production, and to construct machines by machines. It was not till it did this that it built up for itself a fitting technical foundation and stood on its own feet. Machinery, simultaneously with the increasing use of it in the first decades of this century, appropriated by degrees the fabrication of machines proper, but it was only during the decade preceding 1866 that the construction of railways and ocean steamers on a stupendous scale called into existence the cyclopean machines now employed in the construction of prime movers. The most essential condition to the production of machines by machines was a prime mover capable of exerting any amount of force and yet under perfect control. Such a condition was already supplied by the steam engine, but at the same time, it was necessary to produce the geometrically accurate straight lines, planes, circles, cylinders, cones, and spheres required in the detail parts of the machines. This problem Henry Maudsley solved in the first decade of this century by the invention of the slide rest, a tool that was soon made automatic, and in a modified form was applied to other constructive machines besides the lathe, for which it was originally intended. This mechanical appliance replaces not some particular tool, but the hand itself, which produces a given form, by holding and guiding the cutting tool along the iron or other material being operated upon. Thus it became possible to produce the forms of the individual parts of machinery, quote, with a degree of ease, accuracy, and speed that no accumulated experience of the hand of the most skilled worker could give. Footnote, that's quoting from The Industry of Nations, London, 1855, Part 2. This work also remarks, quote, simple and outwardly unimportant as this appendage to lathes may appear, it is not, we believe, averring too much to state that its influence in improving and extending the use of machinery has been as great as that produced by Watt's improvements of the steam engine itself. Its introduction went at once to perfect all machinery, to cheapen it, and to stimulate invention and improvement, unquote. Back to the main text. If we now fix our attention on that portion of the machinery employed in the construction of machines, which constitutes the operating tool, we find the manual implements reappearing, but on a cyclopean scale. The operating part of the boring machine is an immense drill driven by a steam engine. Without this machine, on the other hand, the cylinders of large steam engines and of hydraulic presses could not be made. The mechanical lathe is only a cyclopean reproduction of the ordinary foot lathe. The planing machine, an iron carpenter that works on iron with the same tools that the human carpenter employs on wood. The instrument that, on the London wharves, cuts the veneers, is a gigantic razor. The tool of the shearing machine, which shears iron as easily as a tailor's scissors cut cloth, is a monster pair of scissors, and the steam hammer works with an ordinary hammerhead, but of such a weight that not Thor himself could wield it. Footnote, one of these machines, used for forging paddle wheel shafts in London, is called Thor. It forges a shaft of 16.5 tons with as much ease as a blacksmith forges a horseshoe. And, as is known, only shafts of up to 14 tons can be forged by the actual Thor. Back to the main text. These steam hammers are an invention of Naismith, and there is one that weighs over 6 tons and strikes with a vertical fall of 7 feet on an anvil weighing 36 tons. It is mere child's play for it to crush a block of granite into powder, yet it is no less capable of driving, with a succession of light taps, a nail into a piece of soft wood. Footnote, woodworking machines that are also capable of being employed on a small scale are mostly American inventions. Back to the main text. The implements of labor, in the form of machinery, necessitate the substitution of natural forces for human force, and the conscious application of science instead of rule of thumb. In manufacture, the organization of the social labor process is purely subjective. It is a combination of detail laborers. In its machinery system, modern industry has a productive organism that is purely objective, in which the laborer becomes a mere appendage to an already existing material condition of production. In simple cooperation, and even in that founded on division of labor, the suppression of the isolated by the collective worker still appears to be more or less accidental. Machinery, with a few exceptions to be mentioned labor, operates only by means of associated labor, or labor in common. Hence, the cooperative character of the labor process is, in the latter case, a technical necessity dictated by the instrument of labor itself. Section 2. The value transferred by machinery to the product. We saw that the productive forces resulting from cooperation and division of labor cost capital nothing. They are natural forces of social labor. So also physical forces like steam, water, etc., when appropriated to productive processes, cost nothing. But just as a human requires lungs to breathe with, so humans require something that is work of human hands in order to consume physical forces productively. A water wheel is necessary to exploit the force of water, and a steam engine to exploit the elasticity of steam. Once discovered, the law of the deviation of the magnetic needle in the field of an electric current, or the law of the magnetization of iron, around which an electric current circulates, cost never a penny. Footnote, science generally speaking costs the capitalist nothing, a fact that by no means hinders them from exploiting it. The science of others is as much annexed by capital as the labor of others. Capitalistic appropriation and personal appropriation, whether of science or of material wealth, are, however, totally different things. Dr. Yor himself deplores the gross ignorance of mechanical science existing among his dear machinery-exploiting manufacturers, and Liebig can a tale unfold about the astounding ignorance of chemistry displayed by English chemical manufacturers. Back to the main text. But the exploitation of these laws for the purposes of telegraphy, etc., necessitates a costly and extensive apparatus. The tool, as we have seen, is not exterminated by the machine. From being a dwarf implement of the human organism, it expands and multiplies into the implement of a mechanism created by humans. Capital now sets the laborer to work not with a manual tool, but with a machine, which itself handles the tools. Although, therefore, it is clear at the first glance that by incorporating both stupendous physical forces and the natural sciences with the process of production, modern industry raises the productiveness of labor to an extraordinary degree, it is by no means equally clear that this increased productive force is not, on the other hand, purchased by an increased expenditure of labor. Machinery, like every other component of constant capital, creates no new value, but yields up its own value to the product that it serves to beget. Insofar as the machine has value, and in consequence parts with value to the product, it forms an element in the value of that product. Comment as was covered extensively in an earlier chapter. Continuing. Instead of being cheapened, the product is made dearer, or more expensive, in proportion to the value of the machine. And it is clear as noonday that machines and systems of machinery, the characteristic instruments of labor of modern industry, are incomparably more loaded with value than the implements used in handicrafts and manufactures. In the first place, it must be observed that the machinery, while always entering as a whole into the labor process, enters into the value-begetting process only by bits. It never adds more value than it loses, on an average, by wear and tear. Hence there's a great difference between the value of a machine and the value transferred in a given time by that machine to the product. The longer the life of the machine in the labor process, the greater is that difference. It is true, no doubt, as we've already seen, that every instrument of labor enters as a whole into the labor process, and only piecemeal, proportionally to its average daily loss by wear and tear, into the value-begetting process. But this difference between the instrument as a whole and its daily wear and tear is much greater in a machine than in a tool, because the machine, being made from more durable material, has a longer life, because its employment, being regulated by strictly scientific laws, allows of greater economy in the wear and tear of its parts, and in the materials it consumes. And lastly, because its field of production is incomparably larger than that of a tool. After making allowance, both in the case of the machine and of the tool, for their average daily cost, that is, for the value they transmit to the product by their average daily wear and tear, and for their consumption of auxiliary substance such as oil, coal, and so on, they each do their work gratuitously, just like the forces furnished by nature, without the help of humans. The greater the productive power of the machinery compared with that of the tool, the greater is the extent of its gratuitous service, gratuitous here meaning free, so free service, compared with that of the tool. In modern industry, humans succeeded for the first time in making the product of their past labor work on a large scale gratuitously, like the forces of nature. Footnote, Ricardo lays such stress on this effect of machinery. of which in other connections he takes no more notice than he does of the general distinction between the labor process and the process of creating surplus value, that he occasionally loses sight of the value given up by machines to the product, and puts machines on the same footing as natural forces. Thus, quote, Adam Smith nowhere undervalues the services which the natural agents and machinery perform for us, but he very justly distinguishes the nature of the value which they add to commodities. As they perform their work gratuitously, the assistance which they afford us adds nothing to value in exchange, unquote. This observation of Ricardo is of course correct insofar as it is directed against J.B. Say, who imagines that machines render the, quote, service of creating value, which forms a part of, quote, profits, unquote. And commenting, there's a lot of confusion about this today with regard to artificial intelligence. Back to the main text. In treating of cooperation and manufacture, it was shown that certain general factors of production, such as buildings, are, in comparison with the scattered means of production of the isolated worker, economized by being consumed in common, and that they therefore make the product cheaper. In a system of machinery, not only is the framework of the machine consumed in common by its numerous operating implements, but the prime mover, together with a part of the transmitting mechanism, is consumed in common by the numerous operative machines. Given the difference between the value of the machinery and the value transferred by it in a day to the product, the extent to which this latter value makes the product dearer depends in the first instance upon the size of the product, so to say, upon its area. Mr. Baines of Blackburn, in a lecture published in 1858, estimates that, quote, each real mechanical horsepower, footnote, a horsepower is equal to a force of 33,000 foot-pounds per minute, i.e. to a force that raises 33,000 pounds 1 foot in a minute, or 1 pound, 33,000 feet. This is the horsepower meant in the text. In ordinary language, and also here and there in quotations in this work, a distinction is drawn between the, quote, nominal and the commercial, or indicated, horsepower of the same engine. The old or nominal horsepower is calculated exclusively from the length of piston stroke and the diameter of the cylinder, and leaves pressure of steam and piston speed out of consideration. It expresses practically this. This engine would be one of 50 horsepower if it were driven with the same low pressure of steam and the same slow piston speed as in the days of Boulton and Watt. But the two latter factors have increased enormously since those days. In order to measure the mechanical force exerted today by an engine, an indicator has been invented which shows the pressure of the steam in the cylinder. The piston speed is easily ascertained. Thus the indicated, or commercial horsepower of an engine is expressed by a mathematical formula involving diameter of cylinder, length of stroke, piston speed, and steam pressure simultaneously, and showing what multiple of 33,000 pounds is really raised by the engine in a minute. Hence, one nominal horsepower may exert 3, 4, or even 5 indicated or real horsepowers. This observation is made for the purpose of explaining various citations in the subsequent pages. And that's a note from Engels. Back to the main text where we're doing that quote, each real mechanical horsepower, now we know what's going on there, will drive 450 self-acting mule spindles, with preparation, or 200 throstle spindles, or 15 looms for 40-inch cloth, with the appliances for warping, sizing, etc., unquote. In the first case, it is the day's produce of 450 mule spindles, in the second of 200 throstle spindles, in the third of 15 power looms, over which the daily cost of 1 horsepower and the wear and tear of the machinery set in motion by that power are spread, so that only a very minute value is transferred by such wear and tear to a pound of yarn or a yard of cloth. The same is the case with the steam hammer mentioned above, since its daily wear and tear, its coal consumption, etc., are spread over the stupendous masses of iron hammered by it in a day. Only a small value is added to a hundredweight of iron, but that value would be very great if the cyclopean instrument were employed in driving in nails. Given a machinery's capacity for work, that is, the number of its operating tools, or, where it's a question of force, their mass, the amount of its product will depend on the velocity of its working parts, on the speed, for instance, of the spindles, or on the number of blows given by the hammer in a minute. Many of these colossal hammers strike 70 times in a minute, and Ryder's patent machine for forging spindles with small hammers gives as many as 700 strokes per minute. Given the rate at which machinery transfers its value to the product, the amount of value so transferred depends on the total value of the machinery. Footnote, the reader who is imbued with capitalist notions will naturally miss here the, quote, interest that the machine, in proportion to its capital value, adds to the product. It is, however, easily seen that since a machine no more creates new value than any other part of constant capital, it cannot add any value under the name of interest. It is also evident that here, where we're treating the production of surplus value, we cannot assume a priori the existence of any part of that value under the name of interest. The capitalist mode of calculating, which appears prima facie absurd and repugnant to the laws of the creation of value, will be explained in the third book of this work. Back to the main text. The less labor it contains, the less value it imparts to the product. The less value it gives up, so much the more productive it is, and so much the more its services approximate to those of natural forces. But the production of machinery by machinery lessens its value relatively to its extension and efficacy. An analysis and comparison of the prices of commodities produced by handicrafts or manufacturers, and of the prices of the same commodities produced by machinery, shows generally that in the product of machinery, the value due to the instruments of labor increases relatively but decreases absolutely. In other words, its absolute amount decreases, but its amount relatively to the total value of the product, of a pound of yarn for instance, increases. Footnote. This portion of value which is added by the machinery decreases both absolutely and relatively when the machinery does away with horses and other animals that are employed as mere moving forces, and not as machines for changing the form of matter. It may here be incidentally observed that Descartes, in defining animals as mere machines, saw with eyes of the manufacturing period, while to eyes of the Middle Ages, animals were assistants to humans, as they were later to von Haller in his Restauration der Staatswissenschaften. That Descartes, like Bacon, anticipated an alteration in the form of production and the practical subjugation of nature by humans as a result of the altered methods of thought is plain from his Discours de la Méthode. He there says, quote, "It is possible to attain knowledge very useful in life, and in place of the speculative philosophy taught in the schools, one can find a practical philosophy by which, given that we know the powers and the effectiveness of fire, water, air, the stars, and all the other bodies that surround us, as well and as accurately as we know the various trades of our craftspeople, we shall be able to employ them in the same manner as the latter to all uses to which they are adapted, and thus, as it were, make ourselves the masters and possessors of nature, and thus contributing to the perfection of human life." Unquote. In the preface to Sir Dudley North's Discourses upon Trade, 1691, it is stated that Descartes' method had begun to free political economy from the old fables and superstitious notions of gold, trade, etc. On the whole, however, the early English economists sided with Bacon and Hobbes as their philosophers, while at a later period, the dominant philosopher of political economy in England, France, and Italy was Locke. Back to the main text. It is evident that whenever it costs as much labor to produce a machine as is saved by the employment of that machine, there is nothing but a transposition of labor. Consequently, the total labor required to produce a commodity is not lessened, or the productiveness of labor is not increased. It is clear, however, that the difference between the labor a machine costs and the labor it saves, in other words, that the degree of its productiveness does not depend on the difference between its own value and the value of the implement it replaces. As long as the labor spent on a machine, and consequently the portion of its value added to the product, remains smaller than the value added by the worker to the product with their tool, there is always a difference of labor saved in favor of the machine. The productiveness of a machine is therefore measured by the human labor power it replaces. According to Mr. Baines, 2 operatives are required for the 450 mule spindles, inclusive of preparation machinery. Footnote, according to the Annual Report 1863 of the Essen Chamber of Commerce, there was produced in 1862, at the cast steel works of Krupp, with its 161 furnaces, 32 steam engines. In the year 1800, this was about the number of all the steam engines working in Manchester, and 14 steam hammers, representing in all 1,236 horsepower, 49 forges, 203 tool machines, and about 2,400 workers, 13 million pounds of cast steel. Here, there are not 2 workers to each horsepower. Back to the main text. So, restarting the sentence, according to Mr. Baines, 2 operatives are required for the 450 mule spindles, inclusive of preparation machinery, that are driven by 1 horsepower. Each self-acting mule spindle, working 10 hours, produces 13 ounces of yarn, average number of thickness. Consequently, 2.5 operatives spin weekly 365 5/8 pounds of yarn. Hence, leaving waste on one side, 366 pounds of cotton absorb, during their conversion into yarn, only 150 hours labor, or 15 days labor of 10 hours each. But with a spinning wheel, supposing the hand spinner to produce 13 ounces of yarn in 60 hours, the same weight of cotton would absorb 2,700 days of labor of 10 hours each, or 27,000 hours labor. So, quick comment there. In the earlier chapters that defined value and talked about socially necessary labor time to produce something, here's a really good example. In the days where the standard was using a spinning wheel, having a hand spinner, the yarn produced, that product, was so much more valuable because that was the best that society on average could produce at that time. But after these machines are introduced, there is way less value in the product, there's less labor being absorbed into it. So in that era, in which these machines are commonplace in society and form the new standard, that yarn is much less valuable. Not in terms of its use, but how difficult or how much labor it requires to produce. Very striking example there. End of comment, there's a footnote there. Babbage estimates that in Java, the spinning labor alone adds 117% to the value of the cotton. At the same period, 1832, the total value added to the cotton by machinery and labor in the fine spinning industry amounted to about 33% of the value of the cotton. That's according to Babbage's On the Economy of Machinery. Back to the main text. Where block printing, the old method of printing calico by hand, has been superseded by machine printing, a single machine prints, with the aid of one man or boy, as much calico of 4 colors in 1 hour as it formerly took 200 men to do. Footnote, machine printing also economizes color. Main text, before Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin in 1793, the separation of the seed from a pound of cotton cost an average day's labor. By means of his invention, one negress was enabled to clean 100 pounds daily, and since then the efficacy of the gin has been considerably increased. A pound of cotton wool, previously costing 50 cents to produce, included after that invention more unpaid labor, and was consequently sold with greater profit at 10 cents. In India, they employ for separating the wool from the seed an instrument, half machine, half tool, called a churka. With this, one man and a woman can clean 28 pounds daily. With the churka invented some years ago by Dr. Forbes, one man and a boy produce 250 pounds daily. If oxen, steam, or water be used for driving it, only a few boys and girls as feeders are required. 16 of these machines driven by oxen do as much work in a day as formerly 750 people did on an average. Footnote, see paper read by Dr. Watson, reporter on products to the Government of India before the Society of Arts, 17th April, 1860. Back to the main text. As already stated, a steam plow does as much work in 1 hour at a cost of 3 pence as 66 men at a cost of 15 shillings. I return to this example in order to clear up an erroneous notion. The 15 shillings are by no means the expression in money of all the labor expended in 1 hour by the 66 men. If the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor were 100%, these 66 men would produce in 1 hour a value of 30 shillings, although their wages, 15 shillings, represent only their labor for half an hour. Suppose then a machine cost as much as the wages for a year of the 150 men it displaces, say 3,000 pounds. This 3,000 pounds is by no means the expression in money of the labor added to the object produced by these 150 men before the introduction of the machine, but only of that portion of their year's labor which was expended for themselves and represented by their wages. On the other hand, the 3,000 pounds, the money value of the machine, expresses all the labor expended on its production, no matter in what proportion this labor constitutes wages for the worker and surplus value for the capitalist. Therefore, though a machine cost as much as the labor power displaced by it costs, yet the labor materialized in it is even then much less than the living labor it replaces. Footnote quoting Ricardo, these mute agents, meaning machines, are always the produce of much less labor than that which they displace, even when they are of the same money value. Unquote. The use of machinery for the exclusive purpose of cheapening the product is limited in this way, that less labor must be expended in producing the machinery than is displaced by the employment of that machinery. For the capitalist, however, this use is still more limited. Instead of paying for the labor, they only pay the value of the labor power employed. Therefore, the limit to their using a machine is fixed by the difference between the value of the machine and the value of the labor power replaced by it. Since the division of the day's work into necessary and surplus labor differs in different countries, and even in the same country, at different periods, or in different branches of industry, And further, since the actual wage of the laborer at one time sinks below the value of their labor power, and at another rises above it, it is possible for the difference between the price of the machinery and the price of the labor power replaced by that machinery to vary very much, although the difference between the quantity of labor requisite to produce the machine and the total quantity replaced by it remain constant. Footnote. Hence, in a communistic society, there would be a very different scope for the employment of machinery than there can be in a capitalist or bourgeois society. Back to the main text. But it is the former difference alone that determines the cost, to the capitalist, of producing a commodity, and through the pressure of competition, influences their action. Hence the invention nowadays of machines in England that are employed only in North America. Just as in the 16th and 17th centuries, machines were invented in Germany to be used only in Holland, and just as many a French invention of the 18th century was exploited in England alone. In the older countries, machinery, when employed in some branches of industry, creates such a redundancy of labor in other branches that in these latter, the fall of wages below the value of labor power impedes the use of machinery. Comment, this is discussed extensively in the first few chapters of Fascism and Social Revolution by Dutt, where he's talking about the mass employment in the early 20th century in the capitalist countries. Continuing, and from the standpoint of the capitalist, whose profit comes not from a diminution or reduction of the labor employed, but of the labor paid for, renders that use superfluous and often impossible. In some branches of the woolen manufacture in England, the employment of children has during recent years been considerably diminished, and in some cases has been entirely abolished. Why? Because the Factory Acts made 2 sets of children necessary, one working 6 hours, the other 4, or each working 5 hours. But the parents refused to sell the half-timers cheaper than the full-timers, hence the substitution of machinery for the half-timers. Footnote, quoting from the reports of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1858, employers of labor would not unnecessarily retain 2 sets of children under 13. In fact, one class of manufacturers, the spinners of woolen yarn, now rarely employ children under 13 years of age, i.e. half-timers. They have introduced improved and new machinery of various kinds, which altogether supersedes the employment of children, i.e. under 13 years. For instance, I will mention one process as an illustration of this diminution in the number of children, wherein by the addition of an apparatus, called a piecing machine, to existing machines, the work of 6 or 4 half-timers, according to the peculiarity of each machine, can be performed by one young person over 13 years. The half-time system stimulated the invention of the piecing machine. Unquote, back to the main text. Before the labor of women and of children under 10 years of age was forbidden in mines, capitalists considered the employment of naked women and girls, often in company with men, so far sanctioned by their moral code, and especially by their ledgers, that it was only after the passing of the act that they had recourse to machinery. The Yankees have invented a stone-breaking machine. The English do not make use of it because the, quote, wretch, footnote, that is the recognized term in English political economy for the agricultural laborer, main text, who does this work, gets paid for such a small portion of their labor that machinery would increase the cost of production to the capitalist. Footnote, quoting Ricardo, machinery can frequently not be employed until labor, he means wages, rises. Unquote. Back to the main text. In England, women are still occasionally used instead of horses for hauling canal boats. Footnote, see Report of the Social Science Congress at Edinburgh, October 1863, back to the main text, because the labor required to produce horses and machines is an accurately known quantity, while that required to maintain the women of the surplus population is below all calculation. Hence nowhere do we find a more shameful squandering of human labor power for the most despicable purposes than in England, the land of machinery. Section 3. The Proximate Effects of Machinery on the Worker. The starting point of modern industry is, as we've shown, the revolution in the instruments of labor, and this revolution attains its most highly developed form in the organized system of machinery in a factory. Before we inquire how human material is incorporated with this objective organism, let us consider some general effects of this revolution on the laborer themselves. Section A. Appropriation of supplementary labor power by capital, the employment of women and children. Insofar as machinery dispenses with muscular power, it becomes a means of employing laborers of slight muscular strength, and those whose bodily development is incomplete, but whose limbs are all the more supple. The labor of women and children was, therefore, the first thing sought for by capitalists who used machinery. That mighty substitute for labor and laborers was forthwith changed into a means for increasing the number of wage laborers by enrolling, under the direct sway of capital, every member of the worker's family, without distinction of age or sex. Compulsory work for the capitalist usurped the place not only of the children's play, but also of free labor at home, within moderate limits for the support of the family. Footnote, Dr. Edward Smith, during the cotton crisis caused by the American Civil War, was sent by the English government to Lancashire, Cheshire, and other places to report on the sanitary condition of the cotton operatives. He reported that from a hygienic point of view, and apart from the banishment of the operatives from the factory atmosphere, the crisis had several advantages. The women now had sufficient leisure to give their infants the breast, instead of poisoning them with Godfrey's cordial. They had time to learn to cook. Unfortunately, the acquisition of this art occurred at a time when they had nothing to cook. But from this we see how capital, for the purposes of its self-expansion, has usurped the labor necessary in the home of the family. This crisis was also utilized to teach sewing to the daughters of the workers in sewing schools, an American Revolution and a universal crisis, in order that the working girls, who spin for the whole world, might learn to sew. Back to the main text. The value of labor power was determined not only by the labor time necessary to maintain the individual adult laborer, but also by that necessary to maintain his family. Machinery, by throwing every member of that family onto the labor market, spreads the value of the man's labor power over his whole family. It thus depreciates his labor power. To purchase the labor power of a family of 4 workers may perhaps cost more than it formerly did to purchase the labor power of the head of the family, but in return, 4 days' labor takes the place of 1, and their price falls in proportion to the excess of the surplus labor of 4 over the surplus labor of 1. In order that the family may live, 4 people must now not only labor but expend surplus labor for the capitalist. Thus we see that machinery, while augmenting the human material that forms the principal object of capital's exploiting power, at the same time raises the degree of exploitation. Footnote here, quoting from De Quincey's The Logic of Political Economy, London, 1844, the numerical increase of laborers has been great, though the growing substitution of female for male, and above all of childish for adult labor. 3 girls of 13, at wages of from 6 shillings to 8 shillings a week, have replaced the 1 man of mature age, of wages varying from 18 shillings to 45 shillings, unquote. Since certain family functions, such as nursing and suckling children, cannot be entirely suppressed, the mothers confiscated by capital must try substitutes of some sort. Domestic work, such as sewing and mending, must be replaced by the purchase of ready-made articles. Hence, the diminished expenditure of labor in the house is accompanied by an increased expenditure of money. The cost of keeping the family increases and balances the greater income. In addition to this, economy and judgment in the consumption and preparation of the means of subsistence becomes impossible. Abundant material relating to these facts, which are concealed by official political economy, is to be found in the reports of the inspectors of factories, of the Children's Employment Commission, and more especially in the reports on public health. Back to the main text. Machinery also revolutionizes out and out the contract between the laborer and the capitalist, which formally fixes their mutual relations. Taking the exchange of commodities as our basis, our first assumption was that capitalist and laborer met as free persons, as independent owners of commodities, the one possessing money and means of production, the other labor power. But now the capitalist buys children and young persons under age. Previously, the workman sold his own labor power, which he disposed of nominally as a free agent. Now, he sells wife and child. He has become a slave dealer. Footnote, in striking contrast with the great fact that the shortening of hours of labor in women and children in English factories was exacted from capital by the male operatives, we find in the latest reports of the Children's Employment Commission traits of the operative parents in relation to the traffic in children that are truly revolting and thoroughly like slave dealing. But the Pharisee of a capitalist, as may be seen from the same reports, denounces this brutality which they themselves create, perpetuate, and exploit, and which they moreover baptize as freedom of labor. Infant labor has been called into aid, even to work for their own daily bread. Without strength to endure such disproportionate toil, without instruction to guide their future life, they've been thrown into a situation physically and morally polluted. The Jewish historian has remarked upon the overthrow of Jerusalem by Titus that it was no wonder it should have been destroyed, with such a signal destruction, when an inhuman mother sacrificed her own offspring to satisfy the cravings of absolute hunger. For more, see Public Economy Concentrated, Carlyle, 1833. Back to the main text. The demand for children's labor often resembles in form the inquiries for Negro slaves, such as were formerly to be read among the advertisements in American journals. Quote, "My attention," says an English factory inspector, "was drawn to an advertisement in the local paper of one of the most important manufacturing towns of my district, of which the following is a copy. Wanted. 12 to 20 young persons, not younger than what can pass for 13 years. Wages, 4 shillings a week. Apply, etc." That's from A. Redgrave in Reports of Inspectors of Factories for 31st October, 1858. Back to the main text. The phrase, "what can pass for 13 years," has reference to the fact that by the Factory Act, children under 13 years may work only 6 hours. A surgeon officially appointed must certify their age. The manufacturer, therefore, asks for children who look as if they were already 13 years old. The decrease, often by leaps and bounds, in the number of children under 13 years employed in factories, a decrease that is shown in an astonishing manner by the English statistics of the last 20 years, was for the most part, according to the evidence of the factory inspectors themselves, the work of the certifying surgeons, who overstated the age of the children, agreeably to the capitalists' greed for exploitation and the sordid trafficking needs of the parents. In the notorious district of Bethnal Green, a public market is held every Monday and Tuesday morning, where children of both sexes from 9 years of age upwards hire themselves out to the silk manufacturers. Quote, "The usual terms are 8 pence a week. This belongs to the parents, and 2 pence for myself and tea. The contract is binding only for the week. The scene and language while this market is going on are quite disgraceful." That's quoting from the Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report, London, 1866. And there's a note from Engels, "The Bethnal Green silk industry is now almost destroyed." Back to the main text. It has also occurred in England that women have, quote, "taken children from the workhouse and let anyone have them out for 2 shillings 6 pence a week." That's according to the Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, 1864. In spite of legislation, the number of boys sold in Great Britain by their parents to act as live chimney-sweeping machines, although there exist plenty of machines to replace them, exceeds 2,000. That's according to the Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report. The revolution effected by machinery in the juridical relations between the buyer and the seller of labor power, causing the transaction as a whole to lose the appearance of a contract between free persons, afforded the English Parliament an excuse, founded on juridical principles, for the interference of the state with factories. Whenever the law limits the labor of children to 6 hours in industries not before interfered with, the complaints of the manufacturers are always renewed. They allege that numbers of the parents withdraw their children from the industry brought under the Act in order to sell them where freedom of labor, so-called, still rules, i.e. where children under 13 years are compelled to work like grown-up people, and therefore can be got rid of at a higher price. But since capital is by nature a leveler, since it exacts in every sphere of production equality in the conditions of the exploitation of labor, the limitation by law of children's labor in one branch of industry becomes the cause of its limitation in others. We have already alluded to the physical deterioration as well of the children and young persons as of the women, whom machinery, first directly in the factories that shoot up on its basis, and then indirectly in all the remaining branches of industry, subjects to the exploitation of capital. In this place, therefore, we dwell only on one point, the enormous mortality, during the first few years of their life, of the children of the operatives. In 16 of the registration districts into which England is divided, there are, for every 100,000 children alive under the age of 1 year, only 9,000 deaths in a year on an average. In one district, only 7,047. In 24 districts, the deaths are over 10,000 but under 11,000. In 39 districts, over 11,000 but under 12,000. In 48 districts, over 12,000 but under 13,000. In 22 districts, over 20,000. In 25 districts, over 21,000. In 17, over 22,000. In 11, over 23,000. In Hoo, Wolverhampton, Ashton-under-Lyne, and Preston, over 24,000. In Nottingham, Stockport, and Bradford, over 25,000. In Wisbech, 16,000, and in Manchester, 26,125. This is according to the 6th Report on Public Health, London, 1864. As was shown by an official medical inquiry in the year 1861, the high death rates are, apart from local causes, principally due to the employment of the mothers away from their homes, and to the neglect and maltreatment consequent on her absence, such as, amongst others, insufficient nourishment, unsuitable food, and dosing with opiates. Besides these, there arises an unnatural estrangement between mother and child, and as a consequence, intentional starving and poisoning of the children. From the same report on public health, Quote, the inquiry of 1861 showed, moreover, that while, with the described circumstances, infants perish under the neglect and mismanagement which their mothers' occupations imply, the mothers become to a grievous extent denaturalized toward their offspring, commonly not troubling themselves much at the death, and even sometimes taking direct measures to ensure it. Unquote. Back to the main text. In those agricultural districts, quote, where a minimum in the employment of women exists, the death rate is on the other hand very low. The Inquiry Commission of 1861 led, however, to the unexpected result that in some purely agricultural districts bordering on the North Sea, the death rate of children under 1 year old almost equaled that of the worst factory districts. Dr. Julian Hunter was therefore commissioned to investigate this phenomenon on the spot. His report is incorporated with the 6th Report on Public Health, and it's titled The Report by Dr. Henry Julian Hunter on the Excessive Mortality of Infants in Some Rural Districts of England. Up to that time, it was supposed that the children were decimated by malaria and other diseases peculiar to low-lying and marshy districts, but the inquiry showed the very opposite, namely that the same cause which drove away malaria, the conversion of the land from a morass in winter and a scanty pasture in summer into fruitful cornland, created the exceptional death rate of the infants. The 70 medical men whom Dr. Hunter examined in that district were, quote, wonderfully in accord on this point. In fact, the revolution in the mode of cultivation had led to the introduction of the industrial system. Quoting the same report, married women who work in gangs along with boys and girls are, for a stipulated sum of money, placed at the disposal of the farmer by a man called the undertaker, who contracts for the whole gang. Quote, these gangs will sometimes travel many miles from their own village. They are to be met morning and evening on the roads, dressed in short petticoats with suitable coats and boots, and sometimes trousers, looking wonderfully strong and healthy, but tainted with a customary immorality and heedless of the fatal results which their love of this busy and independent life is bringing on their unfortunate offspring who are pining at home. Unquote. Every phenomenon of the factory districts is here reproduced, including, but to a greater extent, ill-disguised infanticide and dosing children with opiates. Footnote, in the agricultural as well as in the factory districts, the consumption of opium among the grown-up laborers, both male and female, is extending daily. Quote, to push the sale of opiate is the great aim of some enterprising wholesale merchants. By druggists, it's considered the leading article. Unquote. This is all from the Public Health Report. Infants that take up opiates, quote, shrank up into little old men, or wizened like little monkeys. We here see how India and China avenged themselves on England. Back to the main text. Quote, my knowledge of such evils, says Dr. Simon, the medical officer of the Privy Council and editor-in-chief of the Reports on Public Health, quote, may excuse the profound misgiving with which I regard any large industrial employment of adult women. Unquote. Quote, happy indeed, exclaims Mr. Baker, the factory inspector, in his official report, happy indeed will it be for the manufacturing districts of England, when every married woman having a family is prohibited from working in any textile works at all. Unquote. The moral degradation caused by the capitalistic exploitation of women and children has been so exhaustively depicted by Friedrich Engels in his The Condition of the Working Class in England and other writers that I need only mention the subject in this place. But the intellectual desolation, artificially produced by converting immature human beings into mere machines for the fabrication of surplus value, a state of mind clearly distinguishable from that natural ignorance which keeps the mind fallow without destroying its capacity for development, its natural fertility, this desolation finally compelled even the English Parliament to make elementary education a compulsory condition to the, quote, productive employment of children under 14 years, in every industry subject to the Factory Acts. The spirit of capitalist production stands out clearly in the ludicrous wording of the so-called education clauses in the Factory Acts, in the absence of an administrative machinery, an absence that again makes the compulsion illusory in the opposition of the manufacturers themselves to these education clauses and in the tricks and dodges they put in practice for evading them. Quoting L. Horner in Reports of Inspector of Factories for 30th June 1857, for this the legislature is alone to blame, by having passed a delusive law which, while it would seem to provide that the children employed in factories shall be educated, contains no enactment by which that professed end can be secured. It provides nothing more than that the children shall on certain days of the week, and for a certain number of hours, 3, in each day, be enclosed within the 4 walls of a place called a school, and that the employer of the child shall receive weekly a certificate to that effect signed by a person designated by the subscriber as a schoolmaster or schoolmistress. Unquote. Previous to the passing of the amended Factory Act, 1844, it happened, not unfrequently, that the certificates of attendance at school were signed by the schoolmaster or schoolmistress with a cross, as they themselves were unable to write. Quote, on one occasion, on visiting a place called a school, from which certificates of school attendance had issued, I was so struck with the ignorance of the master that I said to him, "Pray, sir, can you read?" His reply was, "Aye, somewhat." And as a justification of his right to grant certificates, he added, "At any rate, I am before my scholars." Comment, I think you could take this in two different ways, depending on what you mean by before. Before could mean standing in front of, like, well, there's students here sitting in the desks and I'm at the front of the room, I guess that makes me the teacher. Or before in the sense of ahead of in his studies. So congratulations, you are more educated than an 8-year-old. I guess technically that does mean that you have something you can teach them. Anyway, continuing, that's the end of the quote. The inspectors, when the Bill of 1844 was in preparation, did not fail to represent the disgraceful state of the places called schools, certificates from which they were obliged to admit as a compliance with the laws, but they were successful only in obtaining thus much, that since the passing of the Act of 1845, quote, the figures in the school certificate must be filled up in the handwriting of the schoolmaster, who must also sign his Christian and surname in full. That's quoting from Horner's Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1855. And commenting, time to just get somebody else to write your name, then just copy it visually. Anyway, continuing, Sir John Kincaid, factory inspector for Scotland, relates experiences of the same kind. Quote, the first school we visited was kept by a Mrs. Ann Killen. Upon asking her to spell her name, she straightway made a mistake by beginning with the letter C. But correcting herself immediately, she said her name began with a K. On looking at her signature, however, in the school certificate books, I noticed that she spelled it in various ways, while her handwriting left no doubt as to her unfitness to teach. She herself also acknowledged that she could not keep the register. In a second school, I found the schoolroom 15 feet long and 10 feet wide, and counted in this space 75 children, who were gabbling something unintelligible. But it is not only in the miserable places above referred to that the children obtain certificates of school attendance without having received instruction of any value, for in many schools where there's a competent teacher, his efforts are of little avail from the distracting crowd of children of all ages, from infants of 3 years old and upwards, his livelihood miserable at the best, depending on the pence received from the greatest number of children, whom it is possible to cram into the space. To this is to be added scanty school furniture, deficiency of books and other materials for teaching, and the depressing effect upon the poor children themselves of a close, noisome atmosphere. I have been in many such schools where I've seen rows of children doing absolutely nothing, and this is certified as school attendance. And in statistical returns, such children are set down as being educated. That's quoting from Kincaid and Horner's reports, 1858 and 1857. And commenting, do people complain the same thing about some schools today? Continuing, in Scotland the manufacturers try all they can to do without the children that are obliged to attend school. Quoting Sir John Kincaid, 1856, it requires no further argument to prove that the educational clauses of the Factory Act, being held in such disfavor among mill owners, tend in a great measure to exclude that class of children alike from the employment and the benefit of education contemplated by this act. Unquote. Horribly grotesque does this appear in print works, which are regulated by a special act. By that act, quoting A. Redgrave's report, 31st October, 1857, every child, before being employed in a print work, must have attended school for at least 30 days, and not less than 150 hours, during the 6 months immediately preceding such first day of employment. And during the continuance of its employment in the print works, it must attend it for a like period of 30 days and 150 hours during every successive period of 6 months. Wow, that much? The attendance at school must be between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. No attendance of less than 2.5 hours, nor more than 5 hours on any one day, shall be reckoned as part of the 150 hours. Under ordinary circumstances, the children attend school morning and afternoon for 30 days, for at least 5 hours each day, and upon the expiration of the 30 days, the statutory total of 150 hours having been attained, having in their language made up their book, they return to the print work, where they continue until the 6 months have expired, when another installment of school attendance becomes due, and they again seek the school until the book is again made up. Many boys, having attended school for the required number of hours, when they return to school after the expiration of their 6 months' work in the print work, are in the same condition as when they first attended school as print work boys, that they have lost all they gained by their previous school attendance. And commenting there, just think of how much you would lose over summer vacation. And that was about 3 months after 9 months of being in school. Now imagine that you were in school 1 month, and then that was followed by 6 months of not being in school. How could you build any kind of education on that basis? It's ridiculous. Continuing, in other print works, the children's attendance at school is made to depend altogether upon the exigencies of the work in the establishment. The requisite number of hours is made up each 6 months by installments consisting of from 3 to 5 hours at a time, spreading over perhaps the whole 6 months. For instance, the attendance on one day might be from 8 to 11 a.m., on another day from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., and then the child might not appear at school again for several days, when it would attend from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Then it might attend for 3 or 4 days consecutively, or for a week. Then it would not appear in school for 3 weeks or a month. After that, upon some odd days at some odd hours when the operative who employed it chose to spare it, and thus the child was, as it were, buffeted from school to work, from work to school, until the tale of 150 hours was told. Footnote, in those industries where the Factory Act proper, not the Print Works Act referred to in the text, has been enforced for some time, the obstacles in the way of the education clauses have in recent years been overcome. In industries not under the Act, the views of Mr. J. Geddes, a glass manufacturer, still extensively prevail. He informed Mr. White, one of the inquiry commissioners, quote, as far as I can see, the greater amount of education, which a part of the working class has enjoyed for some years past, is an evil. It is dangerous because it makes them independent, unquote. That's quoting from the Children's Employment Commission, 4th Report, London, 1865. Back to the main text. By the excessive addition of women and children to the ranks of the workers, machinery at last breaks down the resistance which the male operatives in the manufacturing period continued to oppose to the despotism of capital. Footnote here, quoting from the 10 Hours Factory Bill, the speech of Lord Ashley, March 15, London, 1844, Mr. E., a manufacturer, informed me that he employed females exclusively at his power looms, gives a decided preference to married females, especially those who have families at home dependent on them for support. They're attentive, docile, more so than unmarried females, and are compelled to use their utmost exertions to procure the necessaries of life. Thus are the virtues, the peculiar virtues of the female character, to be perverted to her injury. Thus all that is most dutiful and tender in her nature is made a means of her bondage and suffering, unquote. Section B. Prolongation of the working day. If machinery be the most powerful means for increasing the productiveness of labor, i.e. for shortening the working time required in the production of a commodity, it becomes in the hands of capital the most powerful means, in those factories first invaded by it, for lengthening the working day beyond all bounds set by human nature. It creates on the one hand new conditions by which capital is enabled to give free scope to this, its constant tendency, and on the other hand new motives with which to whet capital's appetite for the labor of others. In the first place, in the form of machinery, the implements of labor become automatic, things moving and working independent of the worker. They are thenceforth an industrial perpetuum mobile that would go on producing forever, did it not meet with certain natural obstructions in the weak bodies and the strong wills of its human attendants. The automaton, as capital, and because it is capital, is endowed, in the person of the capitalist, with intelligence and will. It is therefore animated by the longing to reduce to a minimum the resistance offered by that repellent yet elastic natural barrier, man. Footnote quoting Robert Owen's Observations on the Effects of the Manufacturing System, London, 1817. Since the general introduction of machinery, human nature has been forced far beyond its average strength. Unquote. Back to the main text. This resistance is moreover lessened by the apparent lightness of machine work, and by the more pliant and docile character of the women and children employed on it. Footnote, the English, who have a tendency to look upon the earliest form of appearance of a thing as the cause of its existence, are in the habit of attributing the long hours of work in factories to the extensive kidnapping of children practiced by capitalists in the infancy of the factory system on workhouses and orphanages, by means of which robbery, unresisting material for exploitation was procured. Thus, for instance, Fissenden, himself a manufacturer, says, quote, it is evident that the long hours of work were brought about by the circumstance of so great a number of destitute children being supplied from different parts of the country, that the masters were independent of the hands, and that having once established the custom, by means of the miserable materials they had procured in this way, they could impose it on their neighbors with the greater facility. Unquote. That's from his The Curse of the Factory System, 1836. With reference to the labor of women, Saunders, the factory inspector, says in his report of 1844, Quote, amongst the female operatives there are some women who, for many weeks in succession, except for a few days, are employed from 6 a.m. till midnight, with less than 2 hours for meals, so that on 5 days of the week they have only 6 hours left out of the 24 for going to and from their homes and resting in bed. Unquote. Back to the main text. The productiveness of machinery is, as we saw, inversely proportional to the value transferred by it to the product. The longer the life of the machine, the greater is the mass of the products over which the value transmitted by the machine is spread, and the less is the portion of that value added to each single commodity. The active lifetime of a machine is, however, clearly dependent on the length of the working day, or on the duration of the daily labor process multiplied by the number of days for which the process is carried on. The wear and tear of a machine is not exactly proportional to its working time, and even if it were so, a machine working 16 hours daily for 7.5 years covers as long a working period as, and transmits to the total product no more value than, the same machine would if it worked only 8 hours daily for 15 years. But in the first case, the value of the machine would be reproduced twice as quickly as in the latter, and the capitalist would, by use of this machine, absorb in 7.5 years as much surplus value as in the second case they would in 15. The material wear and tear of a machine is of two kinds. The one arises from use, as coins wear away by circulating. The other from non-use, as a sword rusts when left in its scabbard. The latter kind is due to the elements. The former is more or less directly proportional, the latter to a certain extent inversely proportional to the use of the machine. Footnote quoting Yore, occasion, injury to the delicate moving parts of metallic mechanism by inaction. Unquote. Back to the main text. But in addition to the material wear and tear, a machine also undergoes what we may call a moral depreciation. It loses exchange value either by machines of the same sort being produced cheaper than it, or by better machines entering into competition with it. Footnote, the Manchester spinner, referenced in the Times 26 November 1862, before referred to, says in relation to the subject, quote, it, namely the allowance for deterioration of machinery, is also intended to cover the loss, which is constantly arising from the superseding of machines before they're worn out by others of a new and better construction. Unquote, back to the main text. In both cases, be the machine ever so young and full of life, its value is no longer determined by the labor actually materialized in it, but by the labor time requisite to reproduce either it or the better machine. It has, therefore, lost value more or less. The shorter the period taken to reproduce its total value, the less is the danger of moral depreciation, and the longer the working day, the shorter is that period. When machinery is first introduced into an industry, new methods of reproducing it more cheaply follow blow upon blow. And so do improvements that not only affect individual parts and details of the machine, but its entire build. Footnote here, quoting Babbage, it has been estimated roughly that the first individual of a newly invented machine will cost about 5 times as much as the construction of the second. Back to the main text. It is therefore in the early days of the life of machinery that the special incentive to the prolongation of the working day makes itself felt most acutely. Footnote quoting Babbage, the improvements which took place not long ago in frames for making patent net were so great that a machine in good repair, which had cost £1,200, sold a few years after for £60. Improvements succeeded each other so rapidly that machines which had never been finished were abandoned in the hands of their makers because new improvements had superseded their utility. Unquote. In these stormy go-ahead times, therefore, the tool manufacturers, not T-O-O-L but T-U-L-L-E, kind of silk lace, soon extended the working day by means of double sets of hands from the original 8 hours to 24. And a comment about what we see with the extension of the working day again today. Let's talk about 996 culture. Part trade war, maybe, but also part the implementation of AI, a complete revolution in manufacturing and pretty much everything else, excluding the creative arts, which are the province of human meaning-making, and that's a different story for another day, but look at Vygotsky in the meantime. But anyway, the extension of the working day is a thing that we're seeing coming back, and it is accompanied by actually the same thing that Marx was just describing, about machines that, before they're even completed, are superseded by newer and better machines. So fast is the race and the progress in that race of getting out new and better AI models, etc. This is completely exploding right now. And as far as the early machines, the early versions of these new revolutionizing machines being really expensive, and that cost recouping desire being a drive for the extension of the working day, Same thing now. Early AI and chips, very expensive, with that cost dropping rapidly in just a few years. So, potentially interesting parallels there. Back to the main text. Given the length of the working day, all other circumstances remaining the same, the exploitation of double the number of workers demands not only a doubling of that part of constant capital which is invested in machinery and buildings, but also of that part which is laid out in raw material and auxiliary substances. The lengthening of the working day, on the other hand, allows of production on an extended scale without any alteration in the amount of capital laid out on machinery and buildings. Footnote. Quoting R. Torrens on Wages and Combination, London, 1834, it is self-evident that, amid the ebbings and flowings of the markets, and the alternate expansions and contractions of demand, occasions will constantly recur in which the manufacturer may employ additional floating capital without employing additional fixed capital. If additional quantities of raw material can be worked up without incurring an additional expense for buildings and machinery. Unquote, back to the main text. Not only is there therefore an increase of surplus value, but the outlay necessary to obtain it diminishes. It is true that this takes place more or less with every lengthening of the working day, but in the case under consideration, the change is more marked, because the capital converted into the instruments of labor preponderates to a greater degree. Footnote, the circumstance is mentioned only for the sake of completeness, for I shall not consider the rate of profit, i.e. the ratio of the surplus value to the total capital advanced, until I come to the third book. Back to the main text. The development of the factory system fixes a constantly increasing portion of the capital in a form in which on the one hand its value is capable of continual self-expansion, in which on the other hand it loses both use value and exchange value whenever it loses contact with living labor. Quote, when a laborer, said Mr. Ashworth, a cotton magnate, to Professor Nassau W. Sr., lays down his spade, he renders useless for that period a capital worth 18 pence. When one of our people leaves the mill, he renders useless a capital that has cost £100,000. Unquote. That's from Senior's Letters on the Factory Act, London, 1837. Only fancy, making useless for a single moment a capital that has cost £100,000. It is in truth monstrous that a single one of our people should ever leave the factory. The increased use of machinery, as Senior after the instruction he received from Ashworth clearly perceives, makes a constantly increasing lengthening of the working day, quote, desirable. Footnote, quoting the same Letters on the Factory Act, the great proportion of fixed to circulating capital makes long hours of work desirable. Unquote. With the increased use of machinery, etc., quote, the motives to long hours of work will become greater as the only means by which a large proportion of fixed capital can be made profitable. Unquote. And quoting the report of Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1862, there are certain expenses upon a mill which go on in the same proportion whether the mill be running short or full time, as for instance rent rates and taxes, insurance against fire, wages of several permanent servants, deterioration of machinery, with various other charges upon a manufacturing establishment, the proportion of which to profits increases as the production decreases. Unquote. Back to the main text. Machinery produces relative surplus value, not only by directly depreciating the value of labor power, and by indirectly cheapening the same through cheapening the commodities that enter into its reproduction, but also, when it is first introduced sporadically into an industry, by converting the labor employed by the owner of that machinery into labor of a higher degree and greater efficacy, by raising the social value of the article produced above its individual value, and thus enabling the capitalist to replace the value of a day's labor power by a smaller portion of the value of a day's product. During this transition period, when the use of machinery is a sort of monopoly, the profits are therefore exceptional, and the capitalist endeavors to exploit thoroughly the so-called sunny side of this his first love, by prolonging the working day as much as possible. The magnitude of the profit whets their appetite for more profit. As the use of machinery becomes general in a particular industry, the social value of the product sinks down to its individual value, and the law that surplus value does not arise from the labor power that has been replaced by the machinery, but from the labor power actually employed in working with the machinery, asserts itself. Surplus value arises from variable capital alone, and we saw that the amount of surplus value depends on two factors, viz., the rate of surplus value and the number of the workers simultaneously employed. Given the length of the working day, the rate of surplus value is determined by the relative duration of the necessary labor and of the surplus labor in a day. The number of the laborers simultaneously employed depends on its side on the ratio of the variable to the constant capital. Now, However much the use of machinery may increase the surplus labor at the expense of the necessary labor, by heightening the productiveness of labor, it is clear that it attains this result only by diminishing the number of workers employed by a given amount of capital. It converts what was formerly variable capital, invested in labor power, into machinery, which, being constant capital, does not produce surplus value. So, quick comment here, we're starting to get into the basis of the tendency of the rate of profit to decline over time. Marx is talking about the conversion over time due to the mechanization of variable capital, wages and salaries, which is the source of profit, into constant capital, the equipment, which does not produce profit. Continuing, it is impossible, for instance, to squeeze as much surplus value out of 2 as out of 24 laborers. If each of these 24 workers gives only 1 hour of surplus labor in 12, the 24 workers give together 24 hours of surplus labor, while 24 hours is the total labor of the 2 workers. Hence, the application of machinery to the production of surplus value implies a contradiction which is immanent in it, since of the 2 factors of the surplus value created by a given amount of capital, 1, the rate of surplus value cannot be increased, except by diminishing the other, the number of workers. This contradiction comes to light as soon as by the general employment of machinery in a given industry, the value of the machine-produced commodity regulates the value of all commodities of the same sort. And it is this contradiction that, in its turn, drives the capitalist, without their being conscious of the fact, to excessive lengthening of the working day, in order that they may compensate the decrease in the relative number of laborers exploited by an increase not only of the relative, but of the absolute surplus labor. Footnote. Why it is that the capitalist, and also the political economists who are imbued with the capitalist's views, are unconscious of this immanent contradiction, will appear from the first part of the 3rd book. Back to the main text. If then the capitalistic employment of machinery on the one hand supplies new and powerful motives to an excessive lengthening of the working day and radically changes as well the methods of labor as also the character of the social working organism in such a manner as to break down all opposition to this tendency, on the other hand it produces, partly by opening out to the capitalist new strata of the working class previously inaccessible to them, partly by setting free the laborers it supplants, a surplus working population which is compelled to submit to the dictation of capital. Footnote, it is one of the greatest merits of Ricardo to have seen in machinery not only the means of producing commodities but of creating a, quote, redundant population. And commenting again, see the first few chapters of Dutt's Fascism and Social Revolution, which we have here on the channel, for a discussion of mass unemployment, a phenomenon of the early 20th century for exactly this reason. Back to the main text. Hence that remarkable phenomenon in the history of modern industry, that machinery sweeps away every moral and natural restriction on the length of the working day. Hence, too, the economic paradox that the most powerful instrument for shortening labor time becomes the most unfailing means for placing every moment of the laborer's time and that of their family at the disposal of the capitalist for the purpose of expanding the value of their capital. Quote, if, dreamed Aristotle, the greatest thinker of antiquity, if every tool, when summoned, or even of its own accord, could do the work that befits it, just as the creations of Daedalus moved of themselves, or the tripods of Hephaestus went of their own accord to their sacred work, if the weavers' shuttles were to weave of themselves, then there would be no need either of apprentices for the master workers or of slaves for the lords. Unquote. And Antipatros, a Greek poet of the time of Cicero, hailed the invention of the water wheel for grinding grain, an invention that is the elementary form of all machinery, as the giver of freedom to female slaves and the bringer back of the golden age. Footnote, I give below the translation of this poem by Stolberg because it brings into relief, quite in the spirit of former quotations referring to division of labor, the antithesis between the views of the ancients and the moderns. Quote, spare the hand that grinds the grain, O miller girls, and softly sleep. Let Chanticleer announce the morn in vain. Dio has commanded the work of the girls to be done by the nymphs, and now they skip lightly over the wheels, so that the shaken axles resolve with their spokes and pull round the load of the revolving stones. Let us live the life of our fathers, and let us rest from work and enjoy the gifts that the goddess sends us. Unquote. Back to the main text. Oh, those heathens! They understood, as the learned Bastiat, and before him the still wiser McCulloch, have discovered, nothing of political economy and Christianity. They did not, for example, comprehend that machinery is the surest means of lengthening the working day. They perhaps excused the slavery of one on the ground that it was a means to the full development of another. But to preach slavery of the masses in order that a few crude and half-educated parvenus might become eminent spinners, extensive sausage makers, and influential shoe black dealers. To do this, they lacked the bump of Christianity. Section C. Intensification of Labor. The immoderate lengthening of the working day, produced by machinery in the hands of capital, leads to a reaction on the part of society, the very sources of whose life are menaced, and thence to a normal working day whose length is fixed by law. Thenceforth, a phenomenon that we have already met with, namely the intensification of labor, develops into great importance. Our analysis of absolute surplus value had reference primarily to the extension or duration of the labor, its intensity being assumed as given. We now proceed to consider the substitution of a more intensified labor for labor of more extensive duration, and the degree of the former. So commenting the premise here is, if the capitalists are restricted by law from extending the working day beyond a certain number of hours, then okay, they have a fixed number of hours with which to work, they're going to try to make you work harder or more intensely. Continuing, it is self-evident that in proportion as the use of machinery spreads and the experience of a special class of workers habituated to machinery accumulates, the rapidity and intensity of labor increase as a natural consequence. Thus in England, during a half-century, lengthening of the working day went hand in hand with increasing intensity of factory labor. Nevertheless, the reader will clearly see that where we have labor, not carried on by fits and starts, but repeated, day after day with unvarying uniformity, a point must inevitably be reached where extension of the working day and intensity of the labor mutually exclude each other, in such a way that the lengthening of the working day becomes compatible only with a lower degree of intensity, and a higher degree of intensity only with a shortening of the working day. Comment, in other words, you can only work so hard for so many hours. Continuing. So soon as the gradually surging revolt of the working class compelled Parliament to shorten compulsorily the hours of labor and to begin by imposing a normal working day on factories proper, so soon consequently as an increased production of surplus value by the prolongation of the working day was once for all put a stop to, from that moment, capital threw itself with all its might into the production of relative surplus value by hastening on the further improvement of machinery. At the same time, a change took place in the nature of relative surplus value. Generally speaking, the mode of producing relative surplus value consists in raising the productive power of the worker so as to enable them to produce more in a given time with the same expenditure of labor. Labor time continues to transmit, as before, the same value to the total product, but this unchanged amount of exchange value is spread over more use value. Hence, the value of each single commodity sinks. Otherwise, however, so soon as the compulsory shortening of the hours of labor takes place, the immense impetus it gives the development of productive power and to economy in the means of production imposes on the worker increased expenditure of labor in a given time, heightened tension of labor power, and closer filling up of the pores of the working day, or condensation of labor to a degree that is attainable only within the limits of the shortened working day. This condensation of a greater mass of labor into a given period thenceforward, or from then on, counts for what it really is, a greater quantity of labor. In addition to a measure of its extension, i.e. duration, labor now acquires a measure of its intensity or of the degree of its condensation or density. Footnote, there are of course always differences in the intensities of the labor in various industries, but these differences are, as Adam Smith has shown, compensated to a partial extent by minor circumstances, peculiar to each sort of labor. Labor time, as a measure of value, is not, however, affected in this case, except insofar as the duration of labor and the degree of its intensity are two antithetical and mutually exclusive expressions for one and the same quantity of labor. Back to the main text. The denser hour of the 10 hours working day contains more labor, i.e. expended labor power, than the more porous hour of the 12 hours working day. The product, therefore, of one of the former hours has as much or more value than has the product of 1 1/5 of the latter hours. Apart from the increased yield of relative surplus value through the heightened productiveness of labor, the same mass of value is now produced for the capitalist, say by 3 1/3 hours of surplus labor and 6 2/3 hour of necessary labor, as was previously produced by 4 hours of surplus labor and 8 hours of necessary labor. We now come to the question, how is the labor intensified? The first effect of shortening the working day results from the self-evident law that the efficiency of labor power is in an inverse ratio, that is, it goes up while the other goes down, to the duration of its expenditure. Hence, within certain limits, what is lost by shortening the duration is gained by the increasing tension of labor power. That the worker moreover really does expend more labor power is ensured by the mode in which the capitalist pays them. Footnote, especially by piecework, when you get paid by the piece, a form we shall investigate in part 6 of this book. Back to the main text. In those industries, such as potteries, where machinery plays little or no part, the introduction of the Factory Acts has strikingly shown that the mere shortening of the working day increases to a wonderful degree the regularity, uniformity, order, continuity, and energy of the labor. And Marx refers here to the Report of Inspectors of Factories for 31st October, 1865. It seemed, however, doubtful whether this effect was produced in the factory proper, where the dependence of the worker on the continuous and uniform motion of the machinery had already created the strictest discipline. Hence, when in 1844 the reduction of the working day to less than 12 hours was being debated, the masters almost unanimously declared, quote, that their overlookers in the different rooms took good care that the hands lost no time, that the extent of vigilance and attention on the part of the workers was hardly capable of being increased, and therefore that the speed of the machinery and other conditions remaining unaltered, to expect in a well-managed factory any important result from increased attention of the workers was an absurdity. That's quoting the Report of Inspectors of Factories for 1844, and the quarter ending 30 April 1845. This assertion was contradicted by experiments. Mr. Robert Gardner reduced the hours of labor in his 2 large factories at Preston on and after the 20th April 1844 from 12 to 11 hours a day. The result of about a year's working was that, quote, the same amount of product for the same cost was received, and the workpeople as a whole earned in 11 hours as much wages as they did before in 12. Footnote, that's from the same source, and since the wages for piecework were unaltered, the weekly wages depended on the quantity produced. Back to the main text. I pass over the experiments made in the spinning and carding rooms because they're accompanied by an increase of 2% in the speed of the machines. But in the weaving department, where, moreover, many sorts of figured fancy articles were woven, there was not the slightest alteration in the conditions of the work. The result was, quote, from 6th January to 20th April 1844, with a 12 hours day, average weekly wages of each hand 10 shillings 1.5 pence. From 20th April to 29th June 1844, with day of 11 hours, average weekly wages 10 shillings 3.5 pence. Unquote. Here we have more produced in 11 hours than previously in 12, and entirely in consequence of more steady application and economy of time by the workers. While they got the same wages and gained 1 hour of spare time, the capitalist got the same amount produced and saved the cost of coal, gas, and other such items for 1 hour. Similar experiments, and with the like success, were carried out in the mills of Messrs. Horrocks and Jackson. Footnote, the moral element played an important part in the above experiments. The workpeople told the factory inspector, quote, we work with more spirit, we have the reward ever before us of getting away sooner at night, and one active and cheerful spirit pervades the whole mill, from the youngest piecer to the oldest hand, and we can greatly help each other. Unquote. Back to the main text. The shortening of the hours of labor creates, to begin with, the subjective conditions for the condensation of labor, by enabling the worker to exert more strength in a given time. So soon as that shortening becomes compulsory, machinery becomes, in the hands of capital, the objective means systematically employed for squeezing out more labor in a given time. This is effected in 2 ways, by increasing the speed of the machinery and by giving the worker more machinery to tend. Improved construction of the machinery is necessary, partly because without it greater pressure cannot be put on the worker, and partly because the shortened hours of labor force the capitalist to exercise the strictest watch over the cost of production. The improvements in the steam engine have increased the piston speed, and at the same time have made it possible, by means of a greater economy of power, to drive with the same, or even a smaller consumption of coal, more machinery with the same engine. The improvements in the transmitting mechanism have lessened friction, and, what so strikingly distinguishes modern from the older machinery, have reduced the diameter and weight of the shafting to a constantly decreasing minimum. Finally, the improvements in the operative machines have, while reducing their size, increased their speed and efficiency, as in the modern power loom, or, while increasing the size of their framework, have also increased the extent and number of their working parts, as in spinning mules, or have added to the speed of these working parts by imperceptible alterations of detail, such as those which 10 years ago increased the speed of the spindles in self-acting mules by 1/5. The reduction of the working day to 12 hours dates in England from 1832. In 1836, a manufacturer stated, quote, "The labor now undergone in the factories is much greater than it used to be, compared with 30 or 40 years ago, owing to the greater attention and activity required by the greatly increased speed which is given to the machinery." That's quoting John Fielden. In the year 1844, Lord Ashley, now Lord Shaftesbury, made in the House of Commons the following statements, supported by documentary evidence, quote, "The labor performed by those engaged in the processes of manufacture is 3 times as great as in the beginning of such operations. Machinery has executed, no doubt, the work that would demand the sinews of millions of men, but it has also prodigiously multiplied the labor of those who are governed by its fearful movements. In 1815, the labor of following a pair of mules spinning cotton of number 40, reckoning 12 hours to the working day, involved the necessity of walking 8 miles. In 1832, the distance traveled in following a pair of mules spinning cotton yarn of the same number was 20 miles, and frequently more. In 1835, the spinner put up daily on each of these mules 820 stretches, making a total of 1,640 stretches in the course of the day. In 1832, the spinner put up on each mule 2,200 stretches, making a total of 4,400. And commenting, I should add here, you may note that the year went down 1835 to 1832, while the other number went up. There is a note, it says query, referring to the year 1815 or 1825, ? So it may have been that in the speech, the speaker was misspeaking. Anyway, continuing, in 1844, 2,400 stretches, making a total of 4,800. And in some cases, the amount of labor required is even still greater. I have another document sent to me in 1842, stating that the labor is progressively increasing not only because the distance to be traveled is greater, but because the quantity of goods produced is multiplied, while the hands are fewer in proportion than before. And moreover, because an inferior species of cotton is now often spun, which it is more difficult to work. In the carding room, there has also been a great increase of labor. One person there does the work formerly divided between 2. In the weaving room, where a vast number of persons are employed, and principally females, the labor has increased within the last few years fully 10%, owing to the increased speed of the machinery in spinning. In 1838, the number of hanks spun per week was 18,000. In 1843, it amounted to 21,000. In 1819, the number of picks in power loom weaving per minute was 60. In 1842, it was 140, showing a vast increase of labor." Unquote. In the face of this remarkable intensity of labor, which had already been reached in 1844 under the 12 Hours Act, there appeared to be a justification for the assertion made at that time by the English manufacturers that any further progress in that direction was impossible, and therefore that every further reduction of the hours of labor meant a lessened production. The apparent correctness of their reasons will be best shown by the following contemporary statement by Leonard Horner, the factory inspector, their ever-watchful censor. Quote, "Now, as the quantity produced must, in the main, be regulated by the speed of the machinery, it must be the interest of the mill owner to drive it at the utmost rate of speed consistent with these following conditions, viz., the preservation of the machinery from too rapid deterioration, the preservation of the quality of the article manufactured, and the capability of the worker to follow the motion without a greater exertion than they can sustain for a constancy. One of the most important problems, therefore, which the owner of a factory has to solve is to find out the maximum speed at which he can run, with a due regard to the above conditions. It frequently happens that they find they've gone too fast, that breakages and bad work more than counterbalance the increased speed, and that they're obliged to slacken the pace. I therefore concluded that as an active and intelligent mill owner would find out the safe maximum, it would not be possible to produce as much in 11 hours as in 12. I further assumed that the operative paid by piecework would exert themselves to the utmost consistent with the power of continuing at the same rate." Unquote. That's from the Inspector of Factories report, September 30, 1844, and from 1st October 1844 to 30th April 1845. Horner therefore came to the conclusion that a reduction of the working hours below 12 would necessarily diminish production. He himself 10 years later cites his opinion of 1845 in proof of how much he underestimated in that year the elasticity of machinery and of human labor power, both of which are simultaneously stretched to an extreme by the compulsory shortening of the working day. We now come to the period that follows the introduction of the 10 Hours Act in 1847 into the English cotton, woolen, silk, and flax mills. Quote, "The speed of the spindles has increased upon throstles 500, and upon mules 1,000 revolutions a minute, i.e. the speed of the throstle spindle, which in 1839 was 4,500 times a minute, and is now, in 1862, 5,000, and of the mule spindle that was 5,000 is now 6,000 times a minute, amounting in the former case to 1/10, and in the second case to 1/5 additional increase. That's quoting from the Report of Inspector of Factories for 31st October, 1862. James Naismith, the eminent civil engineer of Patricroft near Manchester, explained in a letter to Leonard Horner, written in 1852, the nature of the improvements in the steam engine that had been made between the years 1848 and 1852. After remarking that the horsepower of steam engines, being always estimated in the official returns according to the power of similar engines in 1828, is only nominal, and can serve only as an index of their real power, and there's a footnote that says this was altered in the Parliamentary Return of 1862, in it, the actual horsepower of the modern steam engines and water wheels appears in place of the nominal. The doubling spindles, too, are no longer included in the spinning spindles, as was the case in the returns of 1839, 50, and 56. Further, in the case of woolen mills, the number of gigs is added, a distinction made between jute and hemp mills on the one hand, and flax mills on the other, and finally stocking weaving for the first time is inserted in the report. Anyway, back to the main text. After remarking about that, he went on to say, I am confident that from the same weight of steam engine machinery, we are now obtaining at least 50% more duty or work performed on the average, and that in many cases the identical steam engines, which in the days of the restricted speed of 220 feet per minute yielded 50 horsepower, are now yielding upwards of 100. The modern steam engine of 100 horsepower is capable of being driven at a much greater force than formerly, arising from improvements in its construction, the capacity and construction of the boilers, etc. Although the same number of hands are employed in proportion to the horsepower as at former periods, there are fewer hands employed in proportion to the machinery. In the year 1850, the factories of the United Kingdom employed 134,217 nominal horsepower to give motion to 25,638,716 spindles and 301,445 looms. The number of spindles and looms in 1856 was respectively 33,503,580 of the former and 369,205 of the latter, which, reckoning the force of the nominal horsepower required to be the same as in 1850, would require a force equal to 175,000 horses, but the actual power given in the return for 1856 is 161,435. Less by above 10,000 horses than, calculating upon the basis of the return of 1850, the factories ought to have required in 1856. The facts thus brought out by the return of 1856 appear to be that the factory system is increasing rapidly, that although the same number of hands are employed in proportion to the horsepower as at former periods, there are fewer hands employed in proportion to the machinery, that the steam engine is enabled to drive an increased weight of machinery by economy of force and other methods, and that an increased quantity of work can be turned off by improvements in machinery and in methods of manufacture, by increase of speed of the machinery, and by a variety of other causes. The great improvements made in machines of every kind have raised their productive power very much. Without any doubt, the shortening of the hours of labor gave the impulse to these improvements. The latter, combined with the more intense strain on the worker, have had the effect that at least as much is produced in the shortened, by 2 hours or 1/6 working day, as was previously produced during the longer one." Unquote. And actually that long series of quotes was actually taken from several different reports of Inspector of Factories for different years, 1856, 1858. Back to Marx, one fact is sufficient to show how greatly the wealth of the manufacturers increased, along with the more intense exploitation of labor power. From 1838 to 1850, the average proportional increase in English cotton and other factories was 32%, while from 1850 to 1856, it amounted to 86%. But however great the progress of English industry had been during the 8 years from 1848 to 1856, under the influence of a working day of 10 hours, it way far surpassed during the next period of 6 years from 1856 to 1862. In silk factories, for instance, there were, in 1856, spindles 1,093,799, in 1862, 1,388,544, in 1856, looms 9,260, in 1862, 10,709. But the number of operatives was, in 1856, 56,131, in 1862, 52,429. The increase in the spindles was therefore 26.9%, and in the looms, 15.6%, while the number of the operatives decreased 7%. In the year 1850, there were employed in worsted mills 875,830 spindles. In 1856, 1,324,549, an increase of 51.2%. And in 1862, 1,289,172, a decrease of 2.7%. But if we deduct the doubling spindles that figure in the numbers for 1856, but not in those for 1862, it'll be found that after 1856 the number of spindles remained nearly stationary. On the other hand, after 1850, the speed of the spindles and looms was in many cases doubled. The number of power looms in worsted mills was in 1850, 32,617. In 1856, 38,956. In 1862, 43,048. The number of the operatives was, in 1850, 79,737. In 1856, 87,794. In 1862, 86,063. Included in these, however, the children under 14 years of age were, in 1850, 9,956. In 1856, 11,228. In 1862, 13,178. In spite, therefore, of the greatly increased number of looms in 1862 compared with 1856, the total number of the workers employed decreased, and that of the children exploited increased. That's according to the reports of Inspectors of Factories, 31st October, 1862. On the 27th of April, 1863, Mr. Farron said in the House of Commons, quote, "I have been informed by delegates from 16 districts of Lancashire and Cheshire, in whose behalf I speak, that the work in the factories is, in consequence of the improvements in machinery, constantly on the increase. Instead of, as formerly, one person with 2 helps tenting 2 looms, one person now tends 3 looms without helps, and it is no uncommon thing for one person to tent 4. 12 hours work, as is evident from the facts adduced, is now compressed into less than 10 hours. It is therefore self-evident to what an enormous extent the toil of the factory operative has increased during the last 10 years." Unquote. And a footnote, on 2 modern power looms, a weaver now makes in a week of 60 hours, 26 pieces of certain quality, length and breadth, while on the old power looms they could make no more than 4 such pieces. The cost of weaving a piece of such cloth had already soon after 1850 fallen from 2 shillings 9 pence to 5 1/8 pence. Quoting Alex Redgrave, factory inspector in the Journal of Arts, 5th January 1872, 30 years ago, 1841, one spinner with 3 piecers was not required to attend to more than 1 pair of mules with 300 to 324 spindles. At the present time, 1871, they have to mind with the help of 5 piecers 2,200 spindles, and produce not less than 7 times as much yarn as in 1841. Unquote. Back to the main text. Although, therefore, the factory inspectors unceasingly and with justice commend the results of the Acts of 1844 and 1850, yet they admit that the shortening of the hours of labor has already called forth such an intensification of the labor as is injurious to the health of the worker and to their capacity for work. Quoting the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1861, in most of the cotton, worsted, and silk mills, an exhausting state of excitement necessary to enable the worker satisfactorily to mind the machinery, the motion of which has been greatly accelerated during the last few years, seems to me not unlikely to be one of the causes of that excess of mortality from lung disease, which Dr. Greenough has pointed out in his recent report on this subject." Unquote. There cannot be the slightest doubt that the tendency that urges capital, so soon as a prolongation of the hours of labor is once for all forbidden, to compensate itself by a systematic heightening of the intensity of labor, and to convert every improvement in machinery into a more perfect means of exhausting the worker, must soon lead to a state of things in which a reduction of the hours of labor will again be inevitable. Footnote, the agitation for a working day of 8 hours has now, in 1867, begun in Lancashire among the factory operatives. Back to the main text. On the other hand, the rapid advance of English industry between 1848 and the present time, under the influence of a day of 10 hours, surpasses the advance made during the half-century after the first introduction of the factory system, when the working day was without limits. That's the end of the main text. We now have a very long footnote, or actually a short footnote with a very long chart. It says the following few figures indicate the increase in the factories of the United Kingdom since 1848. Actually, there's a couple of charts here. I'll see if I can put them on the screen. The first one has across the top in columns, quantity exported 1848, then quantity exported 1851, then 1860, then 1865. Of different products which form the columns, there are 3 cotton products, cotton yarn, sewing thread, and cotton cloth. Then flax and hemp products, yarn and cloth, silk products, yarn and cloth, and wool, woolen and worsted or worsted yarns and cloth. And then another chart that shows the same thing but in terms of value in pounds. Marx ends by adding in the footnote, see the Blue Book Statistical Abstract of the United Kingdom, numbers 8 and 13, London, 1861 and 1866. In Lancashire, the number of mills increased only 4% between 1839 and 1850, 19% between 1850 and 1856, and 33% between 1856 and 1862, while the persons employed in them during each of the above periods increased absolutely but diminished relatively, i.e. not as much as they increased percentage-wise. The cotton trade preponderates in Lancashire. We may form an idea of the stupendous nature of the cotton trade in that district when we consider that, of the gross number of textile factories in the United Kingdom, it absorbs 45.2%, of the spindles 83.3%, of the power looms 81.4%, of the mechanical horsepower 72.6%, and of the total number of persons employed 58.2%. That's the end of section 3. Section 4. The Factory. At the commencement of this chapter, we considered that which we may call the body of the factory, i.e. machinery organized into a system. We there saw how machinery, by annexing the labor of women and children, augments the number of human beings who form the material for capitalistic exploitation, how it confiscates the whole of the worker's disposable time by immoderate extension of the hours of labor, and how finally its progress, which allows of enormous increase of production in shorter and shorter periods, serves as a means of systematically getting more work done in a shorter time, or of exploiting labor power more intensely. We now turn to the factory as a whole, and that in its most perfect form. Dr. Yor, the Pindar of the automatic factory, describes it, on the one hand, as, quote, combined cooperation of many orders of workpeople, adult and young, intending with assiduous skill a system of productive machines, continuously impelled by a central power, the prime mover. On the other hand, as a, quote, vast automaton, composed of various mechanical and intellectual organs, acting in uninterrupted concert for the production of a common object, all of them being subordinate to a self-regulated moving force, unquote. These two descriptions are far from being identical. In one, the collective laborer, or social body of labor, appears as the dominant subject, and the mechanical automaton as the object. In the other, the automaton itself is the subject, and the workers are merely conscious organs, coordinate with the unconscious organs of the automaton, and together with them, subordinated to the central moving power. The first description is applicable to every possible employment of machinery on a large scale. The second is characteristic of its use by capital, and therefore of the modern factory system. Yor prefers, therefore, to describe the central machine, from which the motion comes not only as an automaton, but as an autocrat. Quote, in these spacious halls the benignant power of steam summons around him his myriads of willing menials, unquote. Along with the tool, the skill of the worker in handling it passes over to the machine. The capabilities of the tool are emancipated from the restraints that are inseparable from human labor power. Thereby, the technical foundation on which is based the division of labor in manufacture is swept away. Hence, in the place of the hierarchy of specialized workers that characterizes manufacture, there steps, in the automatic factory, a tendency to equalize and reduce to one and the same level every kind of work that has to be done by the minders of the machines. In the place of the artificially produced differentiations of the detail workers step the natural differences of age and sex. So far as division of labor reappears in the factory, it is primarily a distribution of the workers among the specialized machines, and of masses of workers, not however organized into groups, among the various departments of the factory, in each of which they work at a number of similar machines placed together. Their cooperation, therefore, is only simple. The organized group, peculiar to manufacture, is replaced by the connection between the head worker and his few assistants. The essential division is into workers who are actually employed on the machines, among whom are included a few who look after the engine, and into mere attendants, almost exclusively children of these workers. Among the attendants are reckoned more or less all feeders who supply the machines with the material to be worked. In addition to these two principal classes, there is a numerically unimportant class of persons whose occupation it is to look after the whole of the machinery and repair it from time to time, such as engineers, mechanics, joiners, etc. This is a superior class of workers, some of them scientifically educated, others brought up to a trade. It is distinct from the factory operative class and merely aggregated to it. Footnote, it looks very like intentional misleading by statistics, which misleading it would be possible to prove in detail in other cases too, when the English factory legislation excludes from its operation the class of laborers last mentioned in the text, while the parliamentary returns expressly include in the category of factory operatives not only engineers, mechanics, etc., but also managers, salesmen, messengers, warehousemen, packers, etc., in short, everybody except the owner of the factory themselves. Back to the main text. This division of labor is purely technical. To work at a machine, the workers should be taught from childhood in order that they may learn to adapt their own movements to the uniform and unceasing motion of an automaton. When the machinery as a whole forms a system of manifold machines, working simultaneously and in concert, the cooperation based upon it requires the distribution of various groups of workers around the different kinds of machines. But the employment of machinery does away with the necessity of crystallizing this distribution after the manner of manufacture, by the constant annexation of a particular person to a particular function. Footnote, Yor grants this. He says, quote, in case of need, unquote, the workers can be moved at the will of the manager from one machine to another, and he triumphantly exclaims, quote, such a change is in flat contradiction with the old routine that divides the labor, and to one worker assigns the task of fashioning the head of a needle, to another the sharpening of the point, unquote. He had much better have asked himself why this old routine is departed from in the automatic factory, only, quote, in case of need, unquote. Back to the main text. Since the motion of the whole system does not proceed from the worker but from the machinery, a change of persons can take place at any time without an interruption of the work. The most striking proof of this is afforded by the relays system, put into operation by the manufacturers during their revolt from 1848 to 1850. Lastly, the quickness with which machine work is learned by young people does away with the necessity of bringing up for exclusive employment by machinery a special class of operatives. Footnote, when distress is very great, as for instance during the American Civil War, the factory operative is now and then set by the bourgeois to do the roughest of work, such as road making, etc. The English National Workshops of 1862 and the following years, established for the benefit of the destitute cotton operatives, differ from the French of 1848 in this, that in the latter the workers had to do unproductive work at the expense of the state. In the former, they had to do productive municipal work to the advantage of the bourgeois, and that too cheaper than the regular workers, with whom they were thus thrown into competition. Quote, the physical appearance of the cotton operatives is unquestionably improved. This I attribute, as to the men, to outdoor labor on public works. That's quoting from the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1863. The writer here alludes to the Preston factory operatives who were employed on Preston Moor. Back to the main text. With regard to the work of the mere attendants, it can to some extent be replaced in the mill by machines, and owing to its extreme simplicity, it allows of a rapid and constant change of the individuals burdened with this drudgery. Footnote, an example, the various mechanical apparatus introduced since the Act of 1844 into woolen mills for replacing the labor of children. So soon as it shall happen that the children of the manufacturers themselves have to go through a course of schooling as helpers in the mill, this almost unexplored territory of mechanics will soon make remarkable progress. Quoting from the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1866, of machinery, perhaps self-acting mules are as dangerous as any other kind. Most of the accidents from them happen to little children, from their creeping under the mules to sweep the floor, whilst the mules are in motion. Several minders have been fined for this offense, but without much general benefit. If machine makers would only invent a self-sweeper, by whose use the necessity for these little children to creep under the machinery might be prevented, it would be a happy addition to our protective measures. Unquote. Back to the main text. Although then, technically speaking, the old system of division of labor is thrown overboard by machinery, it hangs on in the factory, as a traditional habit handed down from manufacture, and is afterwards systematically remolded and established in a more hideous form by capital, as a means of exploiting labor power. The lifelong specialty of handling one and the same tool now becomes the lifelong specialty of serving one and the same machine. Machinery is put to a wrong use with the object of transforming the worker from their very childhood into a part of a detail machine. Footnote. So much then for Proudhon's wonderful idea. He construes machinery not as a synthesis of instruments of labor, but as a synthesis of detail operations for the benefit of the laborer themselves. Back to the main text. In this way, not only are the expenses of the worker's reproduction considerably lessened, but at the same time, their helpless dependence upon the factory as a whole, and therefore upon the capitalist, is rendered complete. Here, as everywhere else, we must distinguish between the increased productiveness due to the development of the social process of production, and that due to the capitalist exploitation of that process. In handicrafts and manufacture, the worker makes use of a tool. In the factory, the machine makes use of the worker. Paging Yakov Smirnov. There, the movements of the instrument of labor proceed from the worker. Here, it is the movements of the machine that the worker must follow. In manufacture, the workers are parts of a living mechanism. In the factory, we have a lifeless mechanism independent of the workers, who become its mere living appendages. Quoting Engels, the miserable routine of endless drudgery and toil, in which the same mechanical process is gone through over and over again, is like the labor of Sisyphus. The burden of labor, like the rock, keeps ever falling back on the worn-out laborer. Footnote, even an ordinary and optimistic free trader like Mr. Molinari goes so far as to say, quote, "A man becomes exhausted more quickly when he watches over the uniform motion of mechanism for 15 hours a day than when he applies his physical strength over the same period of time. This labor of surveillance, which might perhaps serve as a useful exercise for the mind, if it did not go on too long, destroys both the mind and the body in the long run through excessive application." That's quoting from Economic Studies, 1846. Back to the main text. At the same time that factory work exhausts the nervous system to the uttermost, it does away with the many-sided play of the muscles, and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and intellectual activity. The lightening of the labor even becomes a sort of torture, since the machine does not free the laborer from work, but deprives the work of all interest. Every kind of capitalist production, insofar as it is not only a labor process, but also a process of creating surplus value, has this in common, that it is not the worker that employs the instruments of labor, but the instruments of labor that employ the worker. But it is only in the factory system that this inversion, for the first time, acquires technical and palpable reality. By means of its conversion into an automaton, the instrument of labor confronts the laborer, during the labor process, in the shape of capital, of dead labor, that dominates and pumps dry living labor power. The separation of the intellectual powers of production from the manual labor, and the conversion of those powers into the might of capital over labor is, as we have already shown, finally completed by modern industry erected on the foundation of machinery. The special skill of each individual insignificant factory operative vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity before the science, the gigantic physical forces, and the mass of labor that are embodied in the factory mechanism and, together with that mechanism, constitute the power of the, quote, master. This master, therefore, in whose brain the machinery and their monopoly of it are inseparably united, whenever they fall out with their hired hands, contemptuously tells them, quote, "The factory operative should keep in wholesome remembrance the fact that theirs is really a low species of skilled labor, and that there is none which is more easily acquired, or of its quality more amply remunerated, or which by a short training of the least expert can be more quickly as well as abundantly acquired. The master's machinery really plays a far more important part in the business of production than the labor and the skill of the operative, which 6 months' education can teach and a common laborer can learn." That's quoting from the Master Spinners and Manufacturers Defense Fund, Full Report of the Committee, Manchester, 1854. We shall see hereafter that the master can sing quite another song when they're threatened with the loss of their living automaton. The technical subordination of the worker to the uniform motion of the instruments of labor, and the peculiar composition of the body of workpeople, consisting as it does of individuals of both sexes and of all ages, give rise to a barrack discipline, which is elaborated into a complete system in the factory, and which fully develops the before-mentioned labor of overlooking, or supervising, thereby dividing the workpeople into operatives and overlookers, into private soldiers and sergeants of an industrial army. Quoting Yore, the main difficulty in the automatic factory lay above all in training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automaton. To devise and administer a successful code of factory discipline suited to the necessities of factory diligence was the Herculean enterprise, the noble achievement of Arkwright. Even at the present day, when the system is perfectly organized and its labor lightened to the utmost, it is found nearly impossible to convert persons past the age of puberty into useful factory hands." Unquote. And a footnote, whoever knows the life history of Arkwright will never dub this barber genius noble. Of all the great inventors of the 18th century, he was incontestably the greatest thiever of other people's inventions and the meanest fellow. Back to the main text. The factory code in which capital formulates, like a private legislature, and, at its own goodwill, its autocracy over its workpeople, unaccompanied by that division of responsibility, in other matters so much approved of by the bourgeoisie, and accompanied by the still more approved, representative system, this code is but the capitalistic caricature of that social regulation of the labor process which becomes requisite in cooperation on a great scale, and in the employment in common of instruments of labor, and especially of machinery. Comment. So here Marx is commenting directly on the fact that the factory is an unaccountable tyranny which doesn't hold to any of the standards of the representative system or division of responsibility which the capitalist class likes so much in other respects. When it comes to running their operation, they run it with an iron fist. Continuing, the place of the slave driver's lash is taken by the overlooker's book of penalties. All punishments naturally resolve themselves into fines and deductions from wages. And the law-giving talent of the factory Lycurgus so arranges matters that a violation of his laws is, if possible, more profitable to him than the keeping of them. So commenting, in other words, they set up the rules so that when you break them, it just makes the capitalist more money. Footnote here quoting Engels, the slavery in which the bourgeoisie has bound the proletariat comes nowhere more plainly into daylight than in the factory system. In it, all freedom comes to an end both at law and in fact. The worker must be in the factory at 5:30. If they come a few minutes late, they're punished. If they come 10 minutes late, they're not allowed to enter until after breakfast, and thus loses a quarter of a day's wage. They must eat, drink, and sleep at word of command. The despotic bell calls them from their bed, calls them from breakfast and dinner. Comment reminds me of that Bukowski quote about how in the hell could a person enjoy being awakened at 6:30 in the morning by an alarm clock, leap out of bed, etc., just to go make money for somebody else. Continuing. And how do they fare in the mill? There the master is the absolute lawgiver. He makes what regulations he pleases. He alters and makes additions to his code at pleasure. And if he insert the veriest nonsense, the courts say to the worker, since you've entered into this contract voluntarily, there we see it to this day, the Lulberts, the Lulbertarians. Capitalism is a voluntary system of employment. The only catch being if you don't do it, you don't get to eat or live indoors. So much for it actually being voluntary. Continuing, you must now carry it out. These workers are condemned to live from their 9th year till their death under this mental and bodily torture." Unquote. What the courts say I will illustrate by two examples. One occurs at Sheffield at the end of 1866. In that town, a worker had engaged himself for 2 years in a steelworks. In consequence of a quarrel with his employer, he left the works and declared that under no circumstances would he work for that master any more. He was prosecuted for breach of contract and condemned to 2 months' imprisonment. If the master broke the contract, he could be proceeded against only in a civil action, and risks nothing but monetary damages. After the worker has served his 2 months, the master invites him to return to the works pursuant to the contract. Worker says no, he has already been punished for the breach. The master prosecutes again. The court condemns again, although one of the judges, Mr. Shee, publicly denounces this as a legal monstrosity, by which a man can periodically, as long as he lives, be punished over and over again for the same offense or crime. This judgment was not given by the great unpaid, the provincial Dogberries, but by one of the highest courts of justice in London. And there's a note from the 4th German edition by Engels, this has now been done away with few exceptions, e.g., when public gasworks are involved, the worker in England is now put on an equal footing with the employer in case of breach of contract and can be sued only civilly. End of note by Engels. The second case occurs in Wiltshire at the end of November 1863. About 30 power loom weavers in the employment of one Harrop, a cloth manufacturer at Lower's Mill, Westbury-Lee, struck work because Master Harrop indulged in the agreeable habit of making deductions from their wages for being late in the morning. 6 pence for 2 minutes late, 1 shilling for 3 minutes late, and 1 shilling 6 pence for 10 minutes. This is at the rate of 9 shillings per hour and £4 10 shillings per day, while the wages of the weavers on the average of a year never exceeded 10 shillings to 12 shillings weekly. Harrop also appointed a boy to announce the starting time by a whistle, which he often did before 6 o'clock in the morning, and if the hands were not all there at the moment when the whistle ceased, the doors were closed and those hands who were outside were fined, and as there was no clock on the premises, seems maybe important, the unfortunate hands were at the mercy of the young Harrop-inspired timekeeper. The hands on strike, mothers of families as well as girls, offered to resume work if the timekeeper were replaced by a clock. Again seems reasonable, and a more reasonable scale of fines were introduced. Harrop summoned 19 women and girls before the magistrates for breach of contract. To the utter indignation of all present, they were each mulcted in a fine of 6 pence and 2 shillings 6 pence for costs. Harrop was then followed from the court by a crowd of people who hissed him. A favorite operation with manufacturers is to punish the workers by deductions made from their wages on account of faults in the material worked on. This method gave rise in 1866 to a general strike in the English pottery districts. The reports of the Employment Commission, 1863 to 1866, gives cases where the worker not only receives no wages, but becomes, by means of their labor and of the penal regulations, the debtor to boot of their worthy master. The late cotton crisis also furnished edifying examples of the sagacity shown by the factory autocrats in making deductions from wages. Mr. R. Baker, the inspector of factories, says, quote, "I have myself had lately to direct prosecutions against one cotton mill occupier for having, in these pinching and painful times, deducted 10 pence apiece from some of the young workers employed by him, for the surgeon's certificate, for which he himself had only paid 6 pence, when only allowed by the law to deduct 3 pence, and by custom nothing at all. And I've been informed of another who, in order to keep without the law, but to attain the same object, charges the poor children who work for him a shilling each, as a fee for learning them the art and mystery of cotton spinning so soon as they're declared by the surgeon fit and proper persons for that occupation. There may therefore be undercurrent causes for such extraordinary exhibitions as strikes, not only wherever they arise, but particularly at such times as the present, which without explanation render them inexplicable to the public understanding." That's quoting the reports of inspectors of factories for 30 April 1863. He alludes here to a strike of power loom weavers at Darwin, June 1863. The reports always go beyond their official dates. Back to the main text. We shall here merely allude to the material conditions under which factory labor is carried on. Every organ of sense is injured in an equal degree by artificial elevation of the temperature, by the dust-laden atmosphere, by the deafening noise, not to mention danger to life and limb among the thickly crowded machinery, which, with the regularity of the seasons, issues its list of the killed and wounded in the industrial battle. Footnote: the protection afforded by the Factory Acts against dangerous machinery has had a beneficial effect. Quoting the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1866, but there are other sources of accident which did not exist 20 years since. One especially, viz. The increased speed of the machinery. Wheels, rollers, spindles, and shuttles are now propelled at increased and increasing rates. Fingers must be quicker and defter in their movements to take up the broken thread, for, if placed with hesitation or carelessness, they're sacrificed. A large number of accidents are caused by the eagerness of the workers to get through their work expeditiously. It must be remembered that it is of the highest importance to manufacturers that their machinery should be in motion, i.e., producing yarns and goods. Every minute's stoppage is not only a loss of power but of production, and the workers are urged by the overlookers, who are interested in the quantity of work turned off, to keep the machinery in motion. And it's no less important to those of the operatives who are paid by the weight or piece that the machine should be kept in motion. Consequently, although it's strictly forbidden in many, nay in most factories, that the machinery should be cleaned while in motion, it is nevertheless the constant practice in most, if not all, that the workpeople do, unreproved, pick out waste, wipe rollers and wheels, etc. while their frames are in motion. Thus, from this cause only, 906 accidents have occurred during 6 months. Although a great deal of cleaning is constantly going on day by day, yet Saturday is generally the day set apart for the thorough cleaning of the machinery, and a great deal of this is done while the machinery is in motion." Unquote. Since cleaning is not paid for, the workers seek to get done with it as speedily as possible. Hence, quote, "the number of accidents which occur on Fridays, and especially on Saturdays, is much larger than on any other day. On the former day, the excess is nearly 12% over the average number of the first 4 days of the week, and on the latter day, the excess is 25% over the average of the preceding 5 days. Or, if the number of working hours on Saturday being taken into account, 7.5 hours on Saturday as compared with 10.5 on other days, there's an excess of 65% on Saturdays over the average of the other 5 days. Unquote. Back to the main text. Economy of the social means of production, matured and forced as in a hothouse by the factory system, is turned, in the hands of capital, into systematic robbery of what's necessary for the life of the worker while they're at work. Robbery of space, light, air, and of protection to their person against the dangerous and unwholesome accompaniments of the productive process, not to mention the robbery of appliances for the comfort of the worker. Footnote. In Part 1 of Book 3, I shall give an account of a recent campaign by the English manufacturers against the clauses in the Factory Acts that protect the hired hands against dangerous machinery. For the present, let this one quotation from the official report of Leonard Horner suffice. Quote, I have heard some mill owners speak with inexcusable levity of some of the accidents, such for instance as the loss of a finger being a trifling matter. A worker's living and prospects depend so much on their fingers that any loss of them is a very serious matter to them. When I've heard such inconsiderate remarks made, I've usually put this question. Suppose you were in want of an additional worker, and 2 were to apply, both equally well qualified in other respects, but one had lost a thumb or a forefinger. Which would you engage? There was never a hesitation as to the answer. Unquote. The manufacturers have, quote, mistaken prejudices against what they have heard represented as a pseudo-philanthropic legislation, unquote. That's from the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1855. These manufacturers are clever folk, and not without reason were they enthusiastic for the slaveholders' rebellion. Back to the main text. Is Fourier wrong when he calls factories tempered bagnios? Footnote, in those factories that have been longest subject to the Factory Acts, with their compulsory limitation of the hours of labor and other regulations, many of the older abuses have vanished. The very improvement of the machinery demands to a certain extent improved construction of the buildings, and this is an advantage to the workers. Section 5. The Strife Between Worker and Machine. The contest between the capitalist and the wage laborer dates back to the very origin of capital. It raged on throughout the whole manufacturing period. Footnote, see amongst others John Houghton, Husbandry and Trade Improved, London 1727, and The Advantages of the East India Trade 1720 by John Bellers. Quoting an inquiry into the causes of the present high price of provisions by the Reverend Nathaniel Forster, quite on the side of the workers, quote, the masters and their workmen are, unhappily, in a perpetual war with each other. The invariable object of the former is to get their work done as cheaply as possible, and they do not fail to employ every artifice to this purpose, whilst the latter are equally attentive to every occasion of distressing their masters into a compliance with higher demands. Unquote. Back to the main text. And commenting, obviously those being old texts, this has been going on for a very long time is the point. Continuing, but only since the introduction of machinery has the worker fought against the instrument of labor itself, the material embodiment of capital. They revolt against this particular form of the means of production as being the material basis of the capitalist mode of production. In the 17th century, nearly all Europe experienced revolts of the workpeople against the ribbon loom, a machine for weaving ribbons and trimmings, called in Germany Bandmühle, Schnürmühle, and Mühlenstuhl. These machines were invented in Germany. Abbé Lancelotti, in a work that appeared in Venice in 1636, but which was written in 1579, says as follows, quote, Anthony Müller of Danzig saw about 50 years ago in that town a very ingenious machine, which weaves 4 to 6 pieces at once. But the mayor, being apprehensive that this invention might throw a large number of workers on the streets, caused the inventor to be secretly strangled or drowned. Unquote. In Leyden, this machine was not used until 1629. There, the riots of the ribbon weavers at length compelled the town council to prohibit it. Quoting Boxhorn from 1663, in this town, about 20 years ago, certain people invented an instrument for weaving with which a single person could weave more cloth and more easily than many others in the same length of time. As a result, there arose disturbances and complaints from the weavers until the town council finally prohibited the use of this instrument. Unquote. After making various decrees more or less prohibitive against this loom in 1632, 1639, etc., the States General of Holland at length permitted it to be used under certain conditions by the decree of the 15th December, 1661. It was also prohibited in Cologne in 1676, at the same time that its introduction into England was causing disturbances among the workpeople. By an imperial edict of 19th February 1685, its use was forbidden throughout all Germany. In Hamburg, it was burnt in public by order of the Senate. That's how you do it. The Emperor Charles VI, on the 9th of February 1719, renewed the Edict of 1685, and not till 1765 was its use openly allowed in the electorate of Saxony. This machine, which shook Europe to its foundations, was in fact the precursor of the mule and the power loom, and of the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century. It enabled a totally inexperienced boy to set the whole loom with all its shuttles in motion by simply moving a rod backward and forward, and, in its improved form, produced from 40 to 50 pieces at once. About 1630, a wind sawmill erected near London by a Dutchman succumbed to the excesses of the populace. Really great phrase. Even as late as the beginning of the 18th century, sawmills driven by water overcame the opposition of the people, supported as it was by Parliament, only with great difficulty. No sooner had Everett in 1758 erected the first wool-shearing machine that was driven by water power, than it was set on fire by 100,000 people who had been thrown out of work. 50,000 workpeople who had previously lived by carding wool petitioned Parliament against Arkwright's scribbling mills and carding engines. The enormous destruction of machinery that occurred in the English manufacturing districts during the first 15 years of this century, chiefly caused by the employment of the power loom and known as the Luddite movement, gave the anti-Jacobin governments of a Sidmouth, a Castlereagh, and the like a pretext for the most reactionary and forcible measures. It took both time and experience before the workpeople learned to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and to direct their attacks not against the material instruments of production, but against the mode in which they're used. Footnote, in old-fashioned manufactures, the revolts of the workpeople against machinery, even to this day, occasionally assume a savage character, as in the case of the Sheffield file cutters in 1865. Back to the main text. The contests about wages in manufacture presuppose manufacture and are in no sense directed against its existence. The opposition against the establishment of new manufactures proceeds from the guilds and privileged towns, not from the workpeople. Hence the writers of the manufacturing period treat the division of labor chiefly as a means of virtually supplying a deficiency of laborers, and not as a means of actually displacing those in work. This distinction is self-evident. If it be said that 100 millions of people would be required in England to spin with the old spinning wheel the cotton that is now spun with mules by 500,000 people, this does not mean that the mules took the place of those millions who never existed. It means only this, that many millions of workpeople would be required to replace the spinning machinery. If, on the other hand, we say that in England the power loomed through 800,000 weavers on the streets, we do not refer to existing machinery that would have to be replaced by a definite number of workpeople, but to a number of weavers in existence who were actually replaced or displaced by the looms. During the manufacturing period, handicraft labor, altered though it was by division of labor, was yet the basis. The demands of the new colonial markets could not be satisfied owing to the relatively small number of town operatives handed down from the Middle Ages, and the manufacturers proper opened out new fields of production to the rural population, driven from the land by the dissolution of the feudal system. At that time, therefore, division of labor and cooperation in the workshops were viewed more from the positive aspect, that they made the workpeople more productive. Footnote, Sir James Stewart also understands machinery quite in this sense. Quote, I thus consider machines to be a means to virtually increase the number of industrious individuals we are not yet forced to feed. In what way does the effect of a machine differ from that of new inhabitants? Unquote. More naive is Petty, who says it replaces, quote, polygamy. The above point of view is, at the most, admissible only for some parts of the United States. On the other hand, quote, machinery can seldom be used with success to abridge the labor of an individual. More time would be lost in its construction than could be saved by its application. It is only really useful when it acts on great masses, when a single machine can assist the work of thousands. It is accordingly in the most populous countries, where there are most idle men, that it is most abundant. It is not called into use by a scarcity of men, but by the facility with which they can be brought to work in masses. That last quote is from Percy Ravenstone's Thoughts on the Funding System and Its Effects. London, 1824. And side note, I'll be changing the channel name to Percy Ravenstone's Socialism for All. Great name. Back to the main text. Long before the period of modern industry, cooperation and the concentration of the instruments of labor in the hands of a few gave rise in numerous countries where these methods were applied in agriculture to great sudden and forcible revolutions in the modes of production, and consequently in the conditions of existence, and the means of employment of the rural populations. But this contest at first takes place more between the large and the small landed proprietors than between capital and wage labor. On the other hand, when the laborers are displaced by the instruments of labor, by sheep, horses, etc., in this case force is directly resorted to in the first instance as the prelude to the Industrial Revolution. The laborers are first driven from the land, and then come the sheep. Land grabbing on a great scale, such as was perpetrated in England, is the first step in creating a field for the establishment of agriculture on a great scale. Footnote from Engels in the 4th German edition, this applies to Germany too, where in our country agriculture on a large scale exists, hence particularly in the East, it has become possible only in consequence of the clearing of the estates, Bauernlegen, a practice which became wider spread in the 16th century and was particularly so since 1648. Back to the main text. The instrument of labor, when it takes the form of a machine, immediately becomes a competitor of the worker themselves. Footnote quoting Ricardo, machinery and labor are in constant competition. Unquote. Back to the main text. The self-expansion of capital by means of machinery is thenceforward directly proportional to the number of the workers, whose means of livelihood have been destroyed by that machinery. The whole system of capitalist production is based on the fact that the worker sells their labor power as a commodity. Division of labor specializes this labor power by reducing it to skill in handling a particular tool. So soon as the handling of this tool becomes the work of a machine, then, with the use value, the exchange value too of the worker's labor power vanishes. The worker becomes unsaleable, like paper money thrown out of currency by legal enactment. That portion of the working class, thus by machinery rendered superfluous, i.e. no longer immediately necessary for the self-expansion of capital, either goes to the wall in the unequaled contest of the old handicrafts and manufactures with machinery, or else floods all the more easily accessible branches of industry, swamps the labor market, and sinks the price of labor power below its value. It is impressed upon the workpeople as a great consolation, first, that their sufferings are only temporary, a temporary inconvenience, quote-unquote. Secondly, that machinery acquires the mastery over the whole of a given field of production only by degrees, so that the extent and intensity of its destructive effect is diminished. The first consolation neutralizes the second. When machinery seizes on an industry by degrees, it produces chronic misery among the operatives who compete with it. Where the transition is rapid, the effect is acute and felt by great masses. History discloses no tragedy more horrible than the gradual extinction of the English handloom weavers, an extinction that was spread over several decades and finally sealed in 1838. Many of them died of starvation, many with families vegetated for a long time on 2.5 pence a day. Footnote, the competition between hand-weaving and power-weaving in England, before the passing of the Poor Law of 1833, was prolonged by supplementing the wages, which had fallen considerably below the minimum, with parish relief. Quote, the Reverend Mr. Turner was, in 1827, rector of Wilmslow in Cheshire, a manufacturing district. The questions of the Committee of Emigration and Mr. Turner's answers show how the competition of human labor is maintained against machinery. Question. Has not the use of the power loom superseded the use of the hand loom? Answer, undoubtedly, it would have superseded them much more than it has done if the handloom weavers were not enabled to submit to a reduction of wages. Question. But in submitting, he has accepted wages which are insufficient to support him, and looks to parochial contribution as the remainder of his support? Answer, yes, and in fact the competition between the handloom and the power loom is maintained out of the poor rates. That's the end of the quoting of that dialogue, but the quote goes on, thus degrading pauperism or expatriation is the benefit which the industrious receive from the introduction of machinery, to be reduced from the respectable and in some degree independent mechanic to the cringing wretch who lives on the debasing bread of charity. This they call a temporary inconvenience. That's quoting from a prize essay on the comparative merits of competition and cooperation, London, 1834. Back to the main text. On the other hand, the English cotton machinery produced an acute effect in India. The Governor-General reported, 1834 to 1835, quote, the misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India, unquote. No doubt, in turning them out of this temporal world, the machinery caused them no more than a, quote, temporary inconvenience. For the rest, since machinery is continually seizing upon new fields of production, its temporary effect is really permanent. Hence, the character of independence and estrangement which the capitalist mode of production as a whole gives to the instruments of labor and to the product, as against the worker, is developed by means of machinery into a thorough antagonism. Footnote, quoting Ricardo, the same cause which may increase the revenue of the country, Marx's note, i.e., as Ricardo explains, in the same passage, the revenues of landlords and capitalists, whose wealth from the economic point of view forms the wealth of the nation, quote, may at the same time render the population redundant and deteriorate the condition of the laborer, unquote. Quoting Yore, the constant aim and the tendency of every improvement in machinery is in fact to do away entirely with the labor of man, or to lessen its price by substituting the labor of women and children for that of grown-up men, or of unskilled for that of skilled workmen, unquote. Back to the main text. Therefore, it is with the advent of machinery that the worker for the first time brutally revolts against the instruments of labor. The instrument of labor strikes down the laborer. This direct antagonism between the two comes out most strongly whenever newly introduced machinery competes with handicrafts or manufactures, handed down from former times. But even in modern industry, the continual improvement of machinery and the development of the automatic system has an analogous effect. Quote, and actually there's a long block of quotes coming up. The first two are from the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1858, and then 1856. Then there's going to be a lot of quotes from Yore, and then a footnote with more quotes in the middle just for good measure. Anyway, quote, the object of improved machinery is to diminish manual labor, to provide for the performance of a process or the completion of a link in a manufacture by the aid of an iron instead of the human apparatus, unquote. Quote, the adaptation of power to machinery heretofore moved by hand is almost of daily occurrence, the minor improvements in machinery having for their object economy of power, the production of better work, the turning off more work in the same time, or in supplying the place of a child, a female, or a man are constant, and although sometimes apparently of no great moment, have somewhat important results, unquote. Starting the Yore quotes, whenever a process requires peculiar dexterity and steadiness of hand, it is withdrawn as soon as possible from the cunning worker, who is prone to irregularities of many kinds, and it is placed in charge of a peculiar mechanism, so self-regulating that a child can superintend it. Footnote, quoting the Child Employment Commission Report, 1866, the great advantage of the machinery employed in brickmaking consists in this, that the employer is made entirely independent of skilled laborers, unquote. Mr. A. Sturrock, superintendent of the machine department of the Great Northern Railway, says with regard to the building of locomotives, etc., quoting from the Royal Committee on Railways, London, 1867, expensive English workmen are being less used every day. The production of the workshops of England is being increased by the use of improved tools, and these tools are again served by a low class of labor. Formerly, their skilled labor necessarily produced all the parts of engines. Now the parts of engines are produced by labor with less skill, but with good tools. By tools, I mean engineers' machinery, lathes, planing machines, drills, and so on, unquote. Back to the main text. And continuing to quote Yore, on the automatic plan, skilled labor gets progressively superseded. Quote, the effective improvements in machinery, not merely in superseding the necessity for the employment of the same quantity of adult labor as before, in order to produce a given result, but in substituting one description of human labor for another, the less skilled for the more skilled, juvenile for adult, female for male, causes a fresh disturbance in the rate of wages. Quote, the effect of substituting the self-acting mule for the common mule is to discharge the greater part of the men spinners, and to retain adolescents and children, unquote. The extraordinary power of expansion of the factory system, owing to accumulated practical experience, to the mechanical means at hand, and to constant technical progress, was proved to us by the giant strides of that system under the pressure of a shortened working day. But who, in 1860, the zenith year of the English cotton industry, would have dreamt of the galloping improvements in machinery, and the corresponding displacement of working people, called into being during the following 3 years, under the stimulus of the American Civil War? A couple of examples from the reports of inspectors of factories will suffice on this point. A Manchester manufacturer states, quote, we formerly had 75 carding engines. Now we have 12 doing the same quantity of work. We are doing with fewer hands by 14 at a saving in wages of £10 a week. Our estimated saving in waste is about 10% in the quantity of cotton consumed, unquote. Quote, in another fine spinning mill in Manchester, I was informed that through increased speed and the adoption of some self-acting processes, a reduction had been made in number of a fourth in one department, and of above half in another, and that the introduction of the combing machine in place of the second carding had considerably reduced the number of hands formerly employed in the carding room, unquote. Another spinning mill is estimated to effect a saving of labor of 10%. The Messrs. Gilmore, spinners at Manchester, state, quote, "In our blowing room department, we consider our expense with new machinery is fully 1/3 less in wages and hands. In the jack frame and drawing frame room, about 1/3 less in expense, and likewise 1/3 less in hands. In the spinning room, about 1/3 less in expenses. But this is not all. When our yarn goes to the manufacturers, it's so much better by the application of our new machinery that they will produce a greater quantity of cloth and cheaper than from the yarn produced by old machinery." Unquote. That's from the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1863. Mr. Redgrave gave further remarks in the same report. Quote, "The reduction of hands against increased production is in fact constantly taking place. In woolen mills the reduction commenced some time since and is continuing. A few days since, the master of a school in the neighborhood of Rockdale said to me that the great falling off in the girls' school is not only caused by the distress, but by the changes of machinery in the woolen mills, in consequence of which a reduction of 70 short-timers had taken place." Unquote. That's quoting the same source. And a footnote, the rapid improvement of machinery during the crisis allowed the English manufacturers, immediately after the termination of the American Civil War, and almost in no time, to glut the markets of the world again. Cloth, during the last 6 months of 1866, was almost unsaleable. Thereupon began the consignment of goods to India and China, thus naturally making the glut more intense. At the beginning of 1867, the manufacturers resorted to their usual way out of the difficulty, viz., reducing wages 5%. The workers resisted and said that the only remedy was to work short time, 4 days a week, and that their theory was the correct one. After holding out for some time, the self-elected captains of industry had to make up their minds to short time, with reduced wages in some places and in others without. Back to the main text. The following table shows the total result of the mechanical improvements in the English cotton industry due to the American Civil War. So there's a fairly large chart here. I will put a screenshot of it on the screen. What it shows is a breakdown for the years 1857, 1861, and 1868 for the regions of England and Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and the UK as a whole, the number of factories, the number of power looms, the number of spindles, and the number of people employed. And as to the total UK numbers, what it shows is that all of these categories go up in the period between 1857 and 1861, and then decline in the period from 1861 to 68. The one exception to that is the number of spindles, which continues to increase. Continuing the text, hence between 1861 and 1868, 338 cotton factories disappeared. In other words, more productive machinery on a larger scale was concentrated in the hands of a smaller number of capitalists. The number of power looms decreased by 20,663, but since their product increased in the same period, an improved loom must have yielded more than an old one. Lastly, the number of spindles increased by 1,612,541, while the number of operatives decreased by 50,505. The, quote, temporary misery inflicted on the workpeople by the cotton crisis was heightened, and from being temporary made permanent by the rapid and persistent progress of machinery. But machinery not only acts as a competitor who gets the better of the worker, and is constantly on the point of making them superfluous, it is also a power inimical to them, and as such, capital proclaims it from the rooftops, and as such makes use of it. It is the most powerful weapon for repressing strikes, those periodical revolts of the working class against the autocracy of capital. Footnote quoting from the Child's Employment Commission, 4th Report, 1865, the relation of master and man in the blown flint bottle trades amounts to a chronic strike. Hence the impetus given to the manufacture of pressed glass, in which the chief operations are done by machinery. One firm in Newcastle, who formerly produced 350,000 pounds of blown flint glass, now produces in its place 3,500,000 pounds of pressed glass. Unquote. Back to the main text. According to Gaskell, the steam engine was from the very first an antagonist of human power, an antagonist that enabled the capitalist to tread underfoot the growing claims of the workers, who threatened the newly born factory system with a crisis. This is recounted in Gaskell's The Manufacturing Population of England, London, 1833. It would be possible to write quite a history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of supplying capital with weapons against the revolts of the working class. At the head of these in importance stands the self-acting mule, because it opened up a new epoch in the automatic system. Footnote, W. Fairbairn discovered several very important applications of machinery to the construction of machines in consequence of strikes in his own workshops. Back to the main text. Naismith, the inventor of the steam hammer, gives the following evidence before the Trades Union Commission with regard to the improvements made by him in machinery and introduced in consequence of the widespread and long strikes of the engineers in 1851. Quote, "The characteristic feature of our modern mechanical improvements is the introduction of self-acting tool machinery. What every mechanical workman has now to do, and what every boy can do, is not to work himself, but to superintend the beautiful labor of the machine. The whole class of workmen that depend exclusively on their skill is now done away with. Formerly, I employed 4 boys to every mechanic. Thanks to these new mechanical combinations, I have reduced the number of grown-up men from 1,500 to 750. The result was a considerable increase in my profits." Unquote. I'm just picturing the thumbs and suspenders at this point. Yor says of a machine used in calico printing, quote, "At length capitalists sought deliverance from this intolerable bondage." Marx adds, namely the, in their eyes, burdensome terms of their contracts with the workers, quote, "in the resources of science, and were speedily reinstated in their legitimate rule, that of the head over the inferior members." Unquote. Okay. Speaking of an invention for dressing warps, quote, "Then the combined malcontents, who fancied themselves impregnably entrenched behind the old lines of division of labor, found their flanks turned and their defenses rendered useless by the new mechanical tactics, and were obliged to surrender at discretion." Unquote. With regard to the invention of the self-acting mule, he says, quote, "A creation destined to restore order among the industrious classes." Again, this invention confirms the great doctrine already propounded, that when capital enlists science into her service, the refractory hand of labor will always be taught docility. That's quoting Yor. Although Yor's work appeared 30 years ago, at a time when the factory system was comparatively but little developed, it still perfectly expresses the spirit of the factory, not only by its undisguised cynicism, but also by the naivete with which it blurts out the stupid contradictions of the capitalist brain. Yes. For instance, after propounding the doctrine stated above, that capital, with the aid of science taken into its pay, always reduces the refractory hand of labor to docility, he grows indignant because, quote, "it," meaning physico-mechanical science, has been accused of lending itself to the rich capitalist as an instrument for harassing the poor, unquote. And yeah, that's a pretty apt description of the thing you just said. Continuing, after preaching a long sermon to show how advantageous the rapid development of machinery is to the working classes, he warns them that by their obstinacy and their strikes they hasten that development. Quote, "Violent revulsions of this nature," he says, "display short-sighted man in the contemptible character of a self-tormentor." Unquote. A few pages before, he states the contrary. Quote, "Had it not been for the violent collisions and interruptions resulting from erroneous views among the factory operatives, the factory system would have been developed still more rapidly and beneficially for all concerned." Unquote. Then he exclaims again, quote, "Fortunately for the state of society in the cotton districts of Great Britain, the improvements in machinery are gradual. It," meaning the improvement in the machinery, "is said to lower the rate of earnings of adults by displacing a portion of them, and thus rendering their numbers superabundant as compared with the demand for their labor. It certainly augments the demand for the labor of children and increases the rate of their wages." Unquote. On the other hand, this same dispenser of consolation defends the lowness of the children's wages on the ground that it prevents parents from sending their children at too early an age into the factory. The whole of his book is a vindication of a working day of unrestricted length, that Parliament should forbid children of 13 years to be exhausted by working 12 hours a day, reminds his liberal soul of the darkest days of the Middle Ages. This does not prevent him from calling upon the factory operatives to thank Providence, who, by means of machinery, has given them the leisure to think of their, quote, "immortal interests." Unquote. Section 6. The Theory of Compensation as regards the workpeople displaced by machinery. James Mill, McCulloch, Torrens, Sr., John Stuart Mill, and a whole series besides of bourgeois political economists insist that all machinery that displaces workers simultaneously and necessarily sets free an amount of capital adequate to employ the same identical workers. Footnote, Ricardo originally was also of this opinion, but afterwards expressly disclaimed it with the scientific impartiality and love of truth characteristic of him. Main text. Suppose a capitalist to employ 100 workers at £30 a year each in a carpet factory. The variable capital annually laid out amounts therefore to £3,000. Suppose also that they discharge 50 of their workers and employs the remaining 50 with machinery that costs them £1,500. To simplify matters, we take no account of buildings, coal, etc. Further suppose that the raw material annually consumed costs £3,000 both before and after the change. Footnote, nota bene, my illustration is entirely on the lines of those given by the above-named economists. Main text. Is any capital set free by this metamorphosis? Before the change, the total sum of £6,000 consisted half of constant and half of variable capital. After the change, it consists of £4,500 constant, £3,000 raw material and £1,500 machinery, and £1,500 variable capital. The variable capital, instead of being 1/2, is only 1/4 of the total capital. Instead of being set free, a part of the capital is here locked up in such a way as to cease to be exchanged against labor power. Variable has been changed into constant capital. Other things remaining unchanged, the capital of £6,000 can, in future, employ no more than 50 workers. With each improvement in the machinery, it will employ fewer. If the newly introduced machinery had cost less than did the labor power and implements displaced by it, if, for instance, instead of costing £1,500, it had cost only £1,000, a variable capital of £1,000 would have been converted into constant capital and locked up, and a capital of £500 would have been set free. The latter sum, supposing wages unchanged, would form a fund sufficient to employ about 16 out of the 50 workers discharged, nay, less than 16, for in order to be employed as capital, a part of this £500 must now become constant capital, thus leaving only the remainder to be laid out in labor power. But suppose besides that the making of the new machinery affords employment to a greater number of mechanics. Can that be called compensation to the carpet makers thrown out on the streets? At the best, its construction employs fewer workers than its employment displaces. The sum of £1,500 that formerly represented the wages of the discharged carpet makers now represents in the shape of machinery 1. The value of the means of production still used in the construction of that machinery, 2. The wages of the mechanics employed in its construction, and 3. The surplus value falling to the share of their master. Further, the machinery need not be renewed until it's worn out. Hence, in order to keep the increased number of mechanics in constant employment, one carpet manufacturer after another must displace workers by machines. As a matter of fact, the apologists do not mean this sort of setting free. They have in their minds the means of subsistence of the liberated working people. It cannot be denied in the above instance that the machinery not only liberates 50 workers, thus placing them at others' disposal, but at the same time it withdraws from their consumption and sets free means of subsistence to the value of £1,500. The simple fact, by no means a new one, that machinery cuts off the workers from their means of subsistence is therefore, in economic parlance, tantamount to this, that machinery liberates means of subsistence for the worker, or converts those means into capital for their employment. Then there's a Latin phrase meaning it is permissible to soften evils with names. This theory implies that the £1,500 worth of means of subsistence was capital that was being expanded by the labor of the 50 workers discharged, that consequently this capital falls out of employment so soon as they commence their forced holidays, and never rests till it has found a fresh investment, where it can again be productively consumed by these same 50 workers, that sooner or later, therefore, the capital and the workers must come together again, and that then the compensation is complete, that the sufferings of the workers displaced by machinery are therefore as transient as are the riches of this world. In relation to the discharged workers, the £1,500 worth of means of subsistence never was capital. What really confronted them as capital was the sum of £1,500 afterwards laid out in machinery. On looking closer, it will be seen that the sum represented part of the carpets produced in a year by the 50 discharged workers, which part they received as wages from their employer in money instead of in kind. With the carpets in the form of money, they bought means of subsistence to the value of £1,500. These means, therefore, were to them not capital but commodities, and they, as regards these commodities, were not wage laborers but buyers. The circumstance that they were freed by the machinery from the means of purchase changed them from buyers into non-buyers, hence a lessened demand for those commodities. There is everything. If this diminution be not compensated by an increase from some other quarter, the market price of the commodities falls. If this state of things lasts for some time and then extends, there follows a discharge of workers employed in the production of these commodities. Some of the capital that was previously devoted to production of necessary means of subsistence has to become reproduced in another form. While prices fall and capital is being displaced, the laborers employed in the production of necessary means of subsistence are in their turn freed from a part of their wages. Instead, therefore, of proving that when the machinery frees the worker from their means of subsistence, it simultaneously converts those means into capital for their further enjoyment, our apologists, with their cut-and-dried law of supply and demand, prove on the contrary that machinery throws workers on the streets not only in that branch of production in which it is introduced, but also in those branches in which it is not introduced. The real facts, which are travestied by the optimism of economists, are as follows. The laborers, when driven out of the workshop by the machinery, are thrown upon the labor market, and there add to the number of workers at the disposal of the capitalists. In part 7 of this book, it will be seen that this effect of machinery, which as we have seen is represented to be a compensation to the working class, is on the contrary a most frightful scourge. For the present, I will say only this. The laborers that are thrown out of work in any branch of industry can no doubt seek for employment in some other branch. If they find it, and thus renew the bond between them and the means of subsistence, this takes place only by the intermediary of a new and additional capital that is seeking investment, not at all by the intermediary of the capital that formerly employed them, and was afterwards converted into machinery. And even should they find employment, what a poor lookout is theirs. Crippled as they are by division of labor, these poor devils are worth so little outside their old trade that they cannot find admission into any industries, except a few of inferior kind, that are oversupplied with underpaid workers. Footnote, a disciple of Ricardo, in answer to the insipidities of J.B. Say, remarks on this point, quote, where division of labor is well developed, the skill of the laborer is available only in that particular branch in which it has been acquired. The laborer himself is a sort of machine. It does not therefore help matters one jot to repeat in parrot fashion that things have a tendency to find their level. On looking around us, we cannot but see that they are unable to find their level for a long time, and that when they do it, the level is always lower than at the commencement of the process. That's quoting from An Inquiry into Those Principles Respecting the Nature of Demand, etc., 1821. Great to see that so much has advanced in the discourse in over 200 years. And it will go on this way until capitalism is ended, because this is just part and parcel of capitalism as a system. Back to the main text. Further, every branch of industry attracts each year a new stream of workers, who furnish a contingent from which to fill up vacancies, and to draw supply for expansion. So soon as machinery sets free a part of the workers employed in a given branch of industry, the reserve men are also diverted into new channels of employment and become absorbed in other branches. Meanwhile, the original victims, during the period of transition, for the most part starve and perish. It is an undoubted fact that machinery as such is not responsible for setting free the workers from the means of subsistence. It cheapens and increases production in that branch which it seizes on, and at first makes no change in the mass of the means of subsistence produced in other branches. Hence, after its introduction, the society possesses as much, if not more, of the necessaries of life than before, for the laborers thrown out of work, and that quite apart from the enormous share of the annual produce wasted by the non-workers. And this is the point relied on by our apologists. The contradictions and antagonisms inseparable from the capitalist employment of machinery do not exist, they say, since they do not arise out of machinery as such, but out of its capitalist employment. Since therefore machinery, considered alone, shortens the hours of labor, but when in service of capital lengthens them. Since in itself it lightens labor, but when employed by capital, heightens the intensity of labor. Since in itself it's a victory of humanity over the forces of nature, but in the hands of capital, makes humanity the slave of those forces. Since in itself it increases the wealth of the producers, but in the hands of capital makes them paupers. For all these reasons and others besides, says the bourgeois economist without more ado, it's as clear as noonday that all these contradictions are a mere semblance of reality, and that, as a matter of fact, they have neither an actual nor a theoretical existence. Thus these bourgeois economists save themselves from all further puzzling of the brain, and what's more, implicitly declares their opponents to be stupid enough to contend against not the capitalistic employment of machinery, but machinery itself. No doubt they are far from denying that temporary inconvenience may result from the capitalist use of machinery. But where is the metal without its reverse? Any employment of machinery except by capital is to them an impossibility. Exploitation of the worker by the machine is therefore, with them, identical with exploitation of the machine by the worker. Comment, because what's the worker going to do? Just use the machine without the capitalist? Continuing, whoever therefore exposes the real state of things in the capitalistic employment of machinery is against its employment in any way, and is an enemy of social progress. Footnote, McCullough, amongst others, is a past master in this pretentious cretinism. Quote, if, he says with the affected naivete of a child of 8 years, quote, if it be advantageous to develop the skill of the worker more and more so that they are capable of producing with the same or with a less quantity of labor a constantly increasing quantity of commodities, it must also be advantageous that they should avail themselves of the help of such machinery as will assist them most effectively in the attainment of this result. That's quoting from McCullough's Principles of Political Economy, 1830. Back to the main text. Exactly the reasoning of the celebrated Bill Sykes, quote, gentlemen of the jury, no doubt the throat of this commercial traveler has been cut, but that is not my fault, it's the fault of the knife. Must we, for such a temporary inconvenience, abolish the use of the knife? Only consider, where would agriculture and trade be without the knife? Is it not as salutary in surgery as it is knowing in anatomy? And in addition, a willing help at the festive board. If you abolish the knife, you hurl us back into the depths of barbarism. Footnote, quoting A. Thiers de la Propriété, or of property, the inventor of the spinning machine has ruined India, a fact, however, that touches us but little, unquote. Monsieur Thiers here confounds the spinning machine with the power loom, quote, a fact, however, that touches us but little. Back to the main text. Although machinery necessarily throws workers out of work in those industries into which it is introduced, yet it may, notwithstanding this, bring about an increase of employment in other industries. This effect, however, has nothing in common with the so-called theory of compensation. Since every article produced by a machine is cheaper than a similar article produced by hand, we deduce the following infallible law. If the total quantity of the article produced by machinery be equal to the total quantity of the article previously produced by a handicraft or by manufacture and now made by machinery, then the total labor expended is diminished. The new labor spent on the instruments of labor, on the machinery, on the coal, and so on must necessarily be less than the labor displaced by the use of the machinery. Otherwise, the product of the machine would be as expensive or more expensive than the product of the manual labor. But as a matter of fact, the total quantity of the article produced by machinery with a diminished number of workers, instead of remaining equal to, by far exceeds the total quantity of the handmade article that has been displaced. Suppose that 400,000 yards of cloth have been produced on power looms by fewer weavers than could weave 100,000 yards by hand. In the quadrupled product there lies 4 times as much raw material. Hence the production of raw material must be quadrupled. But as regards the instruments of labor, such as buildings, coal, machinery, and so on, it's different. The limit up to which the additional labor required for their production can increase varies with the difference between the quantity of the machine-made article and the quantity of the same article that the same number of workers could make by hand. Hence, as the use of machinery extends in a given industry, the immediate effect is to increase production in the other industries that furnish the first with means of production. How far employment is thereby found for an increased number of workers depends, given the length of the working day and the intensity of labor, on the composition of the capital employed, i.e. on the ratio of its constant to its variable component. This ratio, in its turn, varies considerably with the extent to which machinery has already seized on or is then seizing on those trades. The number of the workers condemned to work in coal and metal mines increased enormously owing to the progress of the English factory system. But during the last few decades, this increase of number has been less rapid owing to the use of new machinery in mining. Footnote, according to the census of 1861, Volume 2, London, 1863, the number of people employed in coal mines in England and Wales amounted to 246,613, of which 73,545 were under and 173,000 were over 20 years. Of those under 20, 835 were between 5 and 10 years old, 30,701 between 10 and 15 years old, 42,010 between 15 and 19 years. The number employed in iron, copper, lead, tin, and other mines of every description was 319,222. Back to the main text. A new type of worker springs into life along with the machine, namely its maker. We have already learned that machinery has possessed itself even of this branch of production on a scale that grows greater every day. Footnote, in England and Wales in 1861, there were employed in making machinery 60,807 persons, including the masters and their clerks, etc., also all agents and business people connected with this industry, but excluding the makers of small machines, such as sewing machines, etc., as also the makers of the operative parts of machines, such as spindles. The total number of civil engineers amounted to 3,329. Back to the main text. As to raw material, psych, there's a footnote already. Since iron is one of the most important raw materials, let me here state that in 1861, there were in England and Wales 125,771 operative iron founders, of whom 123,430 were males, 2,341 females. Of the former, 30,810 were under, and 92,620 over 20 years. Back to the main text. There is not the least doubt that the rapid strides of cotton spinning not only pushed on with tropical luxuriance the growth of cotton in the United States, and with it the African slave trade, but also made the breeding of slaves the chief business of the border slave states. When, in 1790, the first census of slaves was taken in the United States, their number was 697,000. In 1861, it had nearly reached 4 million. On the other hand, it is no less certain that the rise of the English woolen factories, together with the gradual conversion of arable land into sheep pasture, brought about the superfluity of agricultural laborers that led to their being driven in masses into the towns. Ireland, having during the last 20 years reduced its population by nearly 1/2, is at this moment undergoing the process of still further reducing the number of its inhabitants, so as exactly to suit the requirements of its landlords and of the English woolen manufacturers. When machinery is applied to any of the preliminary or intermediate stages through which the subject of labor has to pass on its way to completion, there is an increased yield of material in those stages, and simultaneously an increased demand for labor in the handicrafts or manufactures supplied by the produce of the machines. Spinning by machinery, for example, supplied yarn so cheaply and so abundantly that the handloom weavers were at first able to work full-time without increased outlay. Their earnings accordingly rose. Footnote. Quote, a family of 4 grown-up persons, with 2 children as winders, earned at the end of the last and the beginning of the present century, by 10 hours daily labor, £4 a week. If the work was very pressing, they could earn more. Before that, they had always suffered from a deficient supply of yarn. That's quoting Gaskell. Back to the main text. Hence a flow of people into the cotton weaving trade till at length the 800,000 weavers, called into existence by the jenny, the throstle, and the mule, were overwhelmed by the power loom. So also, owing to the abundance of clothing materials produced by machinery, the number of tailors, seamstresses, and needlewomen went on increasing until the appearance of the sewing machine. In proportion as machinery, with the aid of a relatively small number of workers, increases the mass of raw materials, intermediate products, instruments of labor, etc., the working up of these raw materials and intermediate products becomes split up into numberless branches. Social production increases in diversity. The factory system carries the social division of labor immeasurably further than does manufacture, for it increases the productiveness of the industries it seizes upon in a far higher degree. The immediate result of machinery is to augment surplus value and the mass of products in which surplus value is embodied. And as the substances consumed by the capitalists and their dependents become more plentiful, so too do these orders of society. Their growing wealth and the relatively diminished number of workers required to produce the necessaries of life beget, simultaneously with the rise of new and luxurious wants, the means of satisfying those wants. A larger portion of the produce of society is changed into surplus produce, and a larger part of the surplus produce is supplied for consumption in a multiplicity of refined shapes. In other words, the production of luxuries increases. Footnote. Engels, in The Condition of the Working Class in England, points out the miserable condition of a large number of those who work on these very articles of luxury. See also numerous instances in the reports of the Children's Employment Commission. Back to the main text. The refined and varied forms of the products are also due to new relations with the markets of the world, relations that are created by modern industry. Not only are greater quantities of foreign articles of luxury exchanged for home products, but a greater mass of foreign raw materials, ingredients, and intermediate products are used as means of production in the home industries. Owing to these relations with the markets of the world, the demand for labor increases in the carrying trades, which split up into numerous varieties. Footnote, in 1861, in England and Wales, there were 94,665 sailors in the merchant service. Back to the main text. The increase of the means of production and subsistence, accompanied by a relative diminution in the number of laborers, causes an increased demand for labor in making canals, docks, tunnels, bridges, and so on. Works that can only bear fruit in the far future. Entirely new branches of production, creating new fields of labor, are also formed, as the direct result either of machinery or of the general industrial changes brought about by it. But the place occupied by these branches in the general production is, even in the most developed countries, far from important. The number of laborers that find employment in them is directly proportional to the demand, created by those industries, for the crudest form of manual labor. The chief industries of this kind are at present gasworks, telegraphs, photography, steam navigation, and railways. According to the census of 1861 for England and Wales, we find in the gas industry, including gasworks, production of mechanical apparatus, servants of the gas companies, etc., 15,211 persons. In telegraphy, 2,399. In photography, 2,366. Steam navigation, 3,570. And in railways, 70,599, of whom the unskilled navvies, more or less permanently employed, and the whole administrative and commercial staff, make up about 28,000. The total number of persons, therefore, employed in these 5 new industries amounts to 94,145. Lastly, the extraordinary productiveness of modern industry, accompanied as it is by both a more extensive and a more intense exploitation of labor power in all other spheres of production, allows of the unproductive employment of a larger and larger part of the working class, and the consequent reproduction on a constantly extending scale of the ancient domestic slaves under the name of a servant class, including men servants, women servants, lackeys, etc. According to the census of 1861, the population of England and Wales was 20,066,244. Of these, 9,776,259 males and 20,289,965 females. If we deduct from this population all who are too old or too young for work, all unproductive women, young persons, and children, the quote, ideological classes such as government officials, priests, lawyers, soldiers, etc., further, all who have no occupation but to consume the labor of others in the form of rent, interest, etc., and lastly, paupers, vagabonds, and criminals, comment the so-called lumpen proletariat, continuing, there remain in round numbers 8 millions of the 2 sexes of every age, including in that number every capitalist who is in any way engaged in industry, commerce, or finance. Among these 8 millions are, and there's a chart, which is simple enough, I'll just read it out, 1,098,261 agricultural laborers, including shepherds, farm servants, and maidservants living in the houses of farmers. 642,607 who are employed in cotton, woolen, worsted, flax, hemp, silk, and jute factories, in stocking making and lace making by machinery. And there's a footnote, of these, only 177,596 are males above 13 years of age. Continuing the chart, 565,835 are employed in coal mines and metal mines, 396,998 who are employed in metalworks, like blast furnaces, rolling mills, etc., and metal manufacturers of every kind, footnote, of these 30,501 are females, and lastly 1,208,648 are the servant class. Footnote, of these 137,447 are male. None are included in the 1.2 million who do not serve in private houses. Between 1861 and 1870, the number of male servants nearly doubled itself. It increased to 267,671. In the year 1847, there were 2,694 gamekeepers for the landlord's preserves. In 1861, there were 4,921. The young servant girls in the houses of the London lower middle class are in common parlance called slaveys. Back to the main text. All the persons employed in textile factories and in mines taken together number 1,208,442, almost the same as the servant class. Those employed in textile factories and metal industries taken together number 1,039,605. In both cases less than the number of modern domestic slaves. What a splendid result of the capitalist exploitation of machinery. Section 7. Repulsion and attraction of workpeople by the factory system. Crises in the cotton trade. All political economists of any standing admit that the introduction of new machinery has a baneful effect on the workers in the old handicrafts and manufactures with which this machinery at first competes. Almost all of them bemoan the slavery of the factory operative. And what's the great trump card that they play? That machinery, after the horrors of the period of introduction and development have subsided, instead of diminishing, in the long run increases the number of the slaves of labor. Yes, political economy revels in the hideous theory. Hideous to every so-called philanthropist who believes in the eternal nature-ordained necessity for capitalist production, that after a period of growth and transition, even its crowning success, the factory system based on machinery grinds down more workers than on its first introduction it throws on the streets. Footnote, Ganil, on the contrary, considers the final result of the factory system to be an absolutely less number of operatives, at whose expense an increased number of honest sorts live and develop their well-known perfectible perfectibility. Little as Ganil understands the movement of production, at least he feels that machinery must needs be a very fatal institution if its introduction converts busy workers into paupers and its development calls more slaves of labor into existence than it has suppressed. It is not possible to bring out the cretinism of his standpoint except by his own words. Quote, the classes condemned to produce and to consume diminish, and the classes which direct labor, which relieve, console, and enlighten the whole population multiply, and appropriate all the benefits which result from the diminution of the costs of labor, from the abundance of products and the cheapness of consumer goods. In this way, the human species rises to the highest creations of genius, penetrates the mysterious depths of religion, getting a little carried away here, I think, and establishes the salutary principles of morality, the laws for the protection of liberty and power, of obedience and justice, of obligation and humanity, unquote. Just brings a tear to the eye. For this twaddle, see Of Systems of Political Economy, etc. by Ganil, 1821. Back to the main text. It is true that in some cases, as we saw from instances of English worsted and silk factories, an extraordinary extension of the factory system may, at a certain stage of its development, be accompanied not only by a relative but by an absolute decrease in the number of operatives employed. In the year 1860, when a special census of all the factories in the UK was taken by order of Parliament, the factories in those parts of Lancashire, Cheshire, and Yorkshire included in the district of Mr. Baker, the factory inspector, numbered 652. 570 of these contained 85,622 power looms, 6,819,146 spindles, exclusive of doubling spindles, employed 27,439 horsepower as steam, and 1,390 as water, and 94,119 persons. In the year 1865, the same factories contained looms 95,163, spindles 7,025,031, had a steam power of 28,925 horses, and a water power of 1,445 horses, and employed 88,913 persons. Between 1860 and 1865, therefore, the increase in looms was 11%, in spindles 3%, and in engine power 3%, while the number of persons employed decreased 5.5%. Footnote, that's from the Reports of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1865. At the same time, however, means of employment for an increased number of hands was ready in 110 new mills with 11,625 looms, 628,576 spindles, and 2,695 total horsepower of steam and water. Back to the main text. Between 1852 and 1862, considerable extension of the English woolen manufacture took place, while the number of hands employed in it remained almost stationary, quote, showing how greatly the introduction of new machines had superseded the labor of preceding periods. Footnote, that's from the reports for 31st October 1862. At the end of 1871, Mr. A. Redgrave, the factory inspector, in a lecture given at Bradford in the New Mechanics Institution said, quote, what has struck me for some time past is the altered appearance of the woolen factories. Formerly they were filled with women and children, now machinery seems to do all the work. At my asking for an explanation of this from a manufacturer, he gave me the following, quote, under the old system, I employed 63 persons. After the introduction of improved machinery, I reduced my hands to 33, and lately, in consequence of new and extensive alterations, I have been in a position to reduce those 33 to 13, unquote. Back to the main text. In certain cases, the increase in the number of hands employed is only apparent. That is, it is not due to the extension of the factories already established, but to the gradual annexation of connected trades. For instance, the increase in power looms and in the hands employed by them between 1838 and 1856 was, in the cotton trade, simply owing to the extension of this branch of industry, but in the other trades to the application of steam power to the carpet loom, to the ribbon loom, and to the linen loom, which previously had been worked by the power of men. For more on that, see the reports from October 31st, 1856. Hence, the increase of the hands in these latter trades was merely a symptom of a diminution in the total number employed. Finally, we have considered this question entirely apart from the fact that everywhere except in the metal industries, young persons under 18 and women and children form the preponderating element in the class of factory hands. Nevertheless, in spite of the massive hands actually displaced and virtually replaced by machinery, we can understand how the factory operatives, through the building of more mills and the extension of old ones in a given industry, may become more numerous than the manufacturing workers and handicraftsmen that have been displaced. Suppose, for example, that in the old mode of production, a capital of £500 is employed weekly, 2/5 being constant and 3/5 variable capital, i.e., £200 being laid out in means of production, and £300, say £1 per worker, in labor power. On the introduction of machinery, the composition of this capital becomes altered. We will suppose it to consist of 4/5 constant and 1/5 variable, which means that only £100 is now laid out in labor power. Consequently, 2/3 of the workers are discharged. If now the business extends and the total capital employed grows to £1,500 under unchanged conditions, the number of operatives employed will increase to 300, just as many as before the introduction of the machinery. If the capital further grows to £2,000, 400 workers will be employed, or 1/3 more than under the old system. Their numbers have, in point of fact, increased by 100. But relatively, i.e. in proportion to the total capital advance, they have diminished by 800, for the £2,000 capital would, in the old state of things, have employed 1,200 instead of 400 workers. Hence, a relative decrease in the number of hands is consistent with an actual increase. We assumed above that while the total capital increases, its composition remains the same because the conditions of production remain constant. But we've already seen that, with every advance in the use of machinery, the constant component of capital, that part which consists of machinery, raw material, etc., increases, while the variable component, the part laid out in labor power, decreases. We also know that in no other system of production is improvement so continuous and the composition of the capital employed so constantly changing as in the factory system. These changes are, however, continually interrupted by periods of rest, during which there is a mere quantitative extension of the factories on the existing technical basis. During such periods, the operatives increase in number. Thus, in 1835, the total number of operatives in the cotton, woolen, worsted, flax, and silk factories of the United Kingdom was only 345,684, while in 1861 the number of the power loom weavers alone, of both sexes and of all ages, from 8 years upwards, amounted to 230,654. Certainly this growth appears less important when we consider that in 1838, the handloom weavers with their families still numbered 800,000, not to mention those thrown out of work in Asia and on the continent of Europe. Footnote, quoting the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1856, the sufferings of the handloom weavers were the subject of an inquiry by a royal commission, but although their distress was acknowledged and lamented, the amelioration of their condition was left, and probably necessarily so, to the chances and changes of time, which it may now be hoped, 20 years later, Marx adds, have nearly obliterated those miseries, and not improbably by the present great extension of the power loom. Unquote, back to the main text. In the few remarks I have still to make on this point, I shall refer to some actually existing relations, the existence of which our theoretical investigation has not yet disclosed. So long as, in a given branch of industry, the factory system extends itself at the expense of the old handicrafts or of manufacture, the result is as sure as the result of an encounter between an army furnished with breech-loaders and one armed with bows and arrows. This first period, during which machinery conquers its field of action, is of decisive importance owing to the extraordinary profits that it helps to produce. These profits not only form a source of accelerated accumulation, but also attract into the favored sphere of production a large part of the additional social capital that is being constantly created, and is ever on the lookout for new investments. The special advantages of this first period of fast and furious activity are felt in every branch of production that machinery invades. So soon, however, as the factory system has gained a certain breadth of footing and a definite degree of maturity, and especially so soon as its technical basis, machinery, is itself produced by machinery, So soon as coal mining and iron mining, the metal industries and the means of transport have been revolutionized. So soon, in short, as the general conditions requisite for production by the modern industrial system have been established, this mode of production acquires an elasticity, a capacity for sudden extension by leaps and bounds that finds no hindrance except in the supply of raw material and in the disposal of the produce. On the one hand, the immediate effect of machinery is to increase the supply of raw material in the same way, for example, as the cotton gin augmented the production of cotton. Footnote, other ways in which machinery affects the production of raw material will be mentioned in the third book. Back to the main text. On the other hand, the cheapness of the articles produced by machinery and the improved means of transport and communication furnish the weapons for conquering foreign markets. By ruining handicraft production in other countries, machinery forcibly converts them into fields for the supply of its raw material. In this way, East India was compelled to produce cotton, wool, hemp, jute, and indigo for Great Britain. And as a footnote, there's a chart here, the export of cotton from India to Great Britain and the export of wool from India to Great Britain, 1846, 1860, and 1865. The three quantities for cotton are 34.5 million pounds in 1846, then 204 million pounds in 1860, then 445.9 million pounds by 1865. So almost a 13-fold increase in just under 20 years. Similarly, wool exports increased greatly from 4.6 million pounds in 1846 to 20.2 million pounds in 1860, although this one capped off a bit more with just 20.7 million pounds by 1865. Back to the main text. By constantly making a part of the hands supernumerary, modern industry in all countries where it has taken root gives a spur to emigration and to the colonization of foreign lands, which are thereby converted into settlements for growing the raw material of the mother country, just as Australia, for example, was converted into a colony for growing wool. And there's another chart as a footnote, the export of wool from the Cape to Great Britain, and the export of wool from Australia to Great Britain, same years 1846, 60, and 65. The amount of wool from the Cape in 1846 being about 3 million pounds, 1860, 16.5 million, and 1865, 30 million pounds. From Australia, about 22 million pounds in 46, about 59 million in 60, and about 110 million in 1865. So an accelerating increase in both cases. Back to the main text. A new and international division of labor, a division suited to the requirements of the chief centers of modern industry, springs up and converts one part of the globe into a chiefly agricultural field of production for supplying the other part, which remains a chiefly industrial field. This revolution hangs together with radical changes in agriculture, which we need not here further inquire into. And a footnote, the economic development of the United States is itself a product of European, more especially of English, modern industry. In their present form, meaning 1866, the states must still be considered a European colony. And Engels adds in the fourth German edition, since then they have developed into a country whose industry holds second place in the world, without, on that account, entirely losing their colonial character. And then there are charts. The first is the export of cotton from the United States to Great Britain, and the second is the export of corn, etc. from the United States to Great Britain. And that includes different grains and grain products as well as beans. So wheat, barley, oats, rye, flour, buckwheat, maize, big, which is a kind of barley, peas, and beans. So the export of cotton from the U.S. to Great Britain is given for 1846, 52, 59, and 60, and the quantities in millions of pounds are 402, 766, 962, and 1,116. The amount of corn, etc. is given in hundredweights, and between 1850 and 1862, every category except for rye, which saw a substantial decline, almost a collapse, increased sometimes quite substantially. Back to the main text. On the motion of Mr. Gladstone, the House of Commons ordered, on the 17th February 1867, a return of the total quantities of grain, corn, and flour of all sorts imported into and exported from the United Kingdom between the years 1831 and 1866. I give below a summary of the result. The flour is given in quarters of corn. So here's a chart, quinquennial periods and the year 1866, quinquennial just meaning it's broken into periods of 5 years, which gives us 7 periods of 5 years and then just the year 1866. So I'm not going to read out every single field of this, but the imports from 1831 start at just about 1 million and they go up by 1866 to about 16.5 million. Then the export starts at 225,000 and actually declines a bit in 1866 to 216,000. The number of exports bounces around a bit from the different 5-year periods to each other, sometimes up, sometimes down, but the number of imports consistently increases, with one exception. Between 1850 and 1855, there was like a very small decrease from 8.8 million to 8.3 million, kind of just holding steady but slightly declining if you want to get technical about it. And notable here is that the population starts at 24.6 million and ends at 29.9 million. So not a very big increase in population, but a huge increase in the amount of imports. Continuing, the enormous power inherent in the factory system of expanding by jumps and the dependence of that system on the markets of the world necessarily beget feverish production, followed by overfilling of the markets, whereupon contraction of the markets brings on crippling of production. The life of modern industry becomes a series of periods of moderate activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, and stagnation. The uncertainty and instability to which machinery subjects the employment, and consequently the conditions of existence, of the operatives become normal, owing to these periodic changes of the industrial cycle. Except in the periods of prosperity, there rages between the capitalists the most furious combat for the share of each in the markets. This share is directly proportional to the cheapness of the product. Besides the rivalry that the struggle begets in the application of improved machinery for replacing labor power and of new methods of production, there also comes a time in every industrial cycle when a forcible reduction of wages beneath the value of labor power is attempted for the purpose of cheapening commodities. Footnote: in an appeal made in July 1866 to the trade societies of England by the shoemakers of Leicester who had been thrown on the streets by a lockout, it is stated, quote, 20 years ago, the Leicester shoe trade was revolutionized by the introduction of riveting in the place of stitching. At that time, good wages could be earned. Great competition was shown between the different firms as to which could turn out the neatest article. Shortly afterwards, however, a worse kind of competition sprang up, namely that of underselling one another in the market. The injurious consequences soon manifested themselves in reductions of wages, and so sweepingly quick was the fall in the price of labor that many firms now pay only 1/2 of the original wages. And yet, though wages sink lower and lower, profits appear, with each alteration in the scale of wages, to increase, unquote. Even bad times are utilized by the manufacturers for making exceptional profits by excessive lowering of wages, i.e., by a direct robbery of the laborer's means of subsistence. One example, it has reference to the crisis in the Coventry silk weaving, quote, from information I have received from manufacturers as well as workers, there seems to be no doubt that wages have been reduced to a greater extent than either the competition of the foreign producers or other circumstances have rendered necessary. The majority of weavers are working at a reduction of 30 to 40% in their wages. A piece of ribbon for making which the weaver got 6 shillings or 7 shillings 5 years back now only brings them 3 shillings 3 pence or 3 shillings 6 pence. Other work is now priced at 2 shillings and 2 shillings 3 pence, which was formerly priced at 4 shillings and 4 shillings 3 pence. The reduction in wage seems to have been carried to a greater extent than is necessary for increasing demand. Indeed, the reduction in the cost of weaving, in the case of many descriptions of ribbons, has not been accompanied by any corresponding reduction in the selling price of the manufactured article. That's quoting Mr. F.D. Long's report in the Children's Employment Commission, Report No. 5, 1866. Back to the main text. A necessary condition, therefore, to the growth of the number of factory hands is a proportionally much more rapid growth of the amount of capital invested in mills. This growth, however, is conditioned by the ebb and flow of the industrial cycle. It is besides constantly interrupted by the technical progress that at one time virtually supplies the place of new workers, at another actually displaces old ones. This qualitative change in mechanical industry continually discharges hands from the factory, or shuts its doors against the fresh stream of recruits, while the purely quantitative extension of the factories absorbs not only the workers thrown out of work, but also fresh contingents. The workers are thus continually both repelled and attracted, hustled from pillar to post, while at the same time constant changes take place in the sex, age, and skill of the levies. The lot of the factory operatives will be best depicted by taking a rapid survey of the course of the English cotton industry. From 1770 to 1815, this trade was depressed or stagnant for 5 years only. During this period of 45 years, the English manufacturers had a monopoly of machinery and of the markets of the world. But then, from 1815 to 1821, depression. 1822 and 1823, prosperity. 1824, abolition of the laws against trade unions, great extension of factories everywhere. 1825, crisis. 1826, great misery and riots among the factory operatives. 1827, slight improvement. 1828, great increase in power looms and in exports. 1829, exports, especially to India, surpass all former years. 1830, glutted markets, great distress. 1831 to 1833, continued depression, the monopoly of the trade with India and China withdrawn from the East India Company. 1834, great increase of the factories and machinery, shortness of hands. The new Poor Law furthers the migration of agricultural laborers into the factory districts. The country districts swept of children. White slave trade. 1835, great prosperity, contemporaneous starvation of the handloom weavers. 1836, great prosperity. 1837 and 1838, depression and crisis. 1839, revival. 1840, Great Depression, riots, calling out of the military. 1841 and 1842, frightful suffering among the factory operatives. 1842, the manufacturers locked the hands out of the factories in order to enforce the repeal of the Corn Laws. The operatives stream in thousands into the towns of Lancashire and Yorkshire, are driven back by the military, and their leaders brought to trial at Lancaster. 1843, Great Misery. 1844, Revival. 1845, Great Prosperity. 1846, continued improvement at first, then reaction. Repeal of the Corn Laws. 1847, Crisis. General reduction of wages by 10 and more % in honor of the, quote, big loaf. And commenting, the big loaf was a slogan used in the campaign of the repeal of the Corn Laws. It was a reference to the idea that grain and therefore bread was going to become cheaper for working people. Continuing, 1848, continued depression. Manchester under military protection. 1849, revival. 1850, prosperity. 1841, falling prices, low wages, frequent strikes. 1852, improvement begins, strikes continue. The manufacturers threaten to import foreign hands. 1853, increasing exports. Strike for 8 months and great misery at Preston. 1854, prosperity, glutted markets. 1855, news of failures stream in from the United States, Canada, and the Eastern markets. 1856, great prosperity. 1857, crisis. 1858, improvement. 1859, great prosperity, increase in factories. 1860, the zenith of the English cotton trade, the Indian, Australian, and other markets so glutted with goods that even in 1863 they had not absorbed the whole lot. The French Treaty of Commerce, enormous growth of factories and machinery. 1861, prosperity continues for a time. Reaction, the American Civil War, cotton famine. 1862 to 1863, complete collapse. The history of the cotton famine is too characteristic to dispense with dwelling upon it for a moment. From the indications as to the conditions of the markets of the world in 1860 and 61, we see that the cotton famine came in the nick of time for the manufacturers and was to some extent advantageous to them, a fact that was acknowledged in the reports of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, proclaimed in Parliament by Palmerston and Derby, and confirmed by events. For more, see the Reports of Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1862. No doubt, among the 2,887 cotton mills in the UK in 1861, there were many of small size. According to the report of Mr. A. Redgrave, out of the 2,109 mills included in his district, 392, or 19%, employed less than 10 horsepower each. 345, or 16%, employed 10 to 20 horsepower, while 1,372 employed upwards of 10 horsepower. The majority of the small mills were weaving sheds, built during the period of prosperity after 1858, for the most part by speculators, of whom one supplied the yarn, another the machinery, a third the buildings, and were worked by men who had been overlookers or by other persons of small means. These small manufacturers mostly went to the wall. The same fate would have overtaken them in the commercial crisis that was staved off only by the cotton famine. Although they formed 1/3 of the total number of manufacturers, yet their mills absorbed a much smaller part of the capital invested in the cotton trade. As to the extent of the stoppage, it appears from authentic estimates that in October 1862, 60.3% of the spindles and 58% of the looms were standing. This refers to the cotton trade as a whole, and of course requires considerable modification for individual districts. Only very few mills worked full-time, 60 hours a week, the remainder working at intervals. Even in those few cases where full-time was worked, and at the customary rate of piece wage, the weekly wages of the operatives necessarily shrank. owing to good cotton being replaced by bad, Sea Island by Egyptian in the fine spinning mills, American and Egyptian by Surat, and pure cotton by mixings of waste and Surat. So it sounds like everything got a downgrade. The shorter fiber of the Surat cotton and its dirty condition, the greater fragility of the thread, the substitution of all sorts of heavy ingredients for flour incising the warps, all these lessen the speed of the machinery, or the number of the looms, that could be superintended by one weaver, increase the labor caused by defects in the machinery, and reduce the piece wage by reducing the mass of the product turned off. Where Surat cotton was used, the loss to the operatives when on full time amounted to 20, 30, and more %. But besides this, the majority of the manufacturers reduced the rate of piece wage by 5, 7.5, and 10%. We can therefore conceive the situation of those hands who were employed for only 3, 3.5, or 4 days a week, or for only 6 hours a day. Even in 1863, after a comparative improvement had set in, the weekly wages of spinners and of weavers were 3 shillings 4 pence, 3 shillings 10 pence, 4 shillings 6 pence, and 5 shillings 1 pence. Even in this miserable state of things, however, the inventive spirit of the master never stood still, but was exercised in making deductions from wages. These were to some extent inflicted as a penalty for defects in the finished article that were really due to his bad cotton and to his unsuitable machinery. Moreover, where the manufacturer owned the cottages of the workers, he paid himself his rents by deducting the amount from these miserable wages. Mr. Redgrave tells us, and these quotes mostly come from the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1863, and a little from 1864, of self-acting minders, meaning operatives who manage a pair of self-acting mules, quote, earning at the end of a fortnight's full work 8 shillings 11 pence, that's 2 weeks, and that from this sum was deducted the rent of the house, the manufacturer, however, returning half the rent as a gift. The minders took away the sum of 6 shillings 11 pence. In many places, the self-acting minders ranged from 5 shillings to 9 shillings per week, and the weavers from 2 shillings to 6 shillings per week during the latter part of 1862, unquote. Even when working short time, the rent was frequently deducted from the wages of the operatives. No wonder that in some parts of Lancashire, a kind of famine fever broke out. But more characteristic than all this was the revolution that took place in the process of production at the expense of the workers. Experiments in corpore villi, like those of anatomists on frogs, were formally made. Although, says Mr. Redgrave, quote, I have given the actual earnings of the operatives in the several mills, it does not follow that they earn the same amount week by week. The operatives are subject to great fluctuation from the constant experimentalizing of the manufacturers. The earnings of the operatives rise and fall with the quality of the cotton mixings. Sometimes they have been within 15% of former earnings, and then in a week or two, they have fallen off from 50 to 60%, unquote. These experiments were not made solely at the expense of the workers' means of subsistence. Their 5 senses also had to pay the penalty. Quote, the people who are employed in making up Surat cotton complain very much. They inform me, on opening the bales of cotton, there is an intolerable smell which causes sickness. In the mixing, scribbling, and carding rooms, the dust and dirt which are disengaged irritate the air passages and give rise to cough and difficulty of breathing. A disease of the skin, no doubt from the irritation of the dirt contained in the Surat cotton, also prevails. The fiber being so short, a great amount of size, both animal and vegetable, is used. Bronchitis is more prevalent owing to the dust. Inflammatory sore throat is common from the same cause. Sickness and dyspepsia, stomach trouble basically, are produced by the frequent breaking of the weft when the weaver sucks the weft through the eye of the shuttle, unquote. On the other hand, the substitutes for flour were a Fortunatus's purse to the manufacturers by increasing the weight of the yarn. They caused, quote, 15 pounds of raw material to weigh 26 pounds after it was woven, unquote. So basically, adulterated product. In the report of Inspectors of Factories for 30th April 1864, we read as follows, quote, the trade is availing itself of this resource at present to an extent which is even more discreditable. I have heard on good authority of a cloth weighing 8 pounds, which was made of 5¼ pounds cotton and 2¾ pounds size. Size being glue, basically, it can contain various ingredients including waxes, clays, and other gelatinous and sticky materials, and of another cloth weighing 5¼ pounds, of which 2 pounds was size. These were ordinary export shirtings. In cloths of other descriptions, as much as 50% size is sometimes added, so that a manufacturer may, and does truly boast, that he is getting rich by selling cloth for less money per pound than he paid for the mere yarn of which they are composed, unquote. But the workpeople had to suffer not only from the experiments of the manufacturers inside the mills and of the municipalities outside, not only from reduced wages and absence of work, from want and from charity, and from the eulogistic speeches of lords and commons, quote, unfortunate females who, in consequence of the cotton famine, were at its commencement thrown out of employment, and have thereby become outcasts of society, and now, though trade has revived and work is plentiful, continue members of that unfortunate class, and are likely to continue so. There are also in the borough more youthful prostitutes than I have known for the last 25 years, unquote. We find then, in the first 45 years of the English cotton trade, from 1770 to 1815, only 5 years of crisis and stagnation, but this was the period of monopoly. The second period, from 1815 to 1863 counts, during its 48 years, only 20 years of revival and prosperity against 28 of depression and stagnation. Between 1815 and 1830, the competition with the continent of Europe and with the United States sets in. After 1833, the extension of the Asiatic markets is enforced, quote, by destruction of the human race, the wholesale extinction of Indian hand-loom weavers. After the repeal of the Corn Laws from 1846 to 1863, there are 8 years of moderate activity and prosperity against 9 years of depression and stagnation. The condition of the adult male operatives, even during the years of prosperity, may be judged from the note subjoined. And here's the note. In an appeal dated 1863 of the factory operatives of Lancashire, etc., for the purpose of forming a society for organized emigration, we find the following, quote, that a large emigration of factory owners is now absolutely essential to raise them from their present prostrate condition, few will deny, but to show that a continuous stream of emigration is at all times demanded, and without which it's impossible for them to maintain their position in ordinary times, we beg to call attention to the subjoined facts. In 1814, the official value of cotton goods exported was £17.7 million, whilst the real marketable value was £20.1 million. In 1858, the official value of cotton goods exported was £182.2 million, but the real or marketable value was only £43 million, being a tenfold quantity sold for little more than double the former price. To produce results so disadvantageous to the country generally, and to the factory workers in particular, several causes have cooperated, which, had circumstances permitted, we should have brought more prominently under your notice. Suffice it for the present to say that the most obvious one is the constant redundancy of labor, without which a trade so ruinous in its effects never could have been carried on, and which requires a constantly extending market to save it from annihilation. Our cotton mills may be brought to a stand by the periodical stagnations of trade, which under present arrangements are as inevitable as death itself. But the human mind is constantly at work, and although we believe we are under the mark in stating that 6 millions of persons have left these shores during the last 25 years, yet from the natural increase of population and the displacement of labor to cheapen production, a large percentage of the adult males in the most prosperous times find it impossible to obtain work in factories on any conditions whatever. That's quoting the Report of Inspector of Factories, 30th April, 1863. We shall, in a later chapter, see how our friends, the manufacturers, endeavored, during the catastrophe in the cotton trade, to prevent by every means, including state interference, the emigration of the operatives. Section 8. Revolution effected in manufacture, handicrafts, and domestic industry by modern industry. A. Overthrow of cooperation based on handicraft and on the division of labor. We have seen how machinery does away with cooperation based on handicrafts and with manufacture based on the division of handicraft labor. An example of the first sort is the mowing machine. It replaces cooperation between mowers. A striking example of the second kind is the needle-making machine. According to Adam Smith, 10 men in his day made in cooperation over 48,000 needles a day. On the other hand, a single needle-making machine makes 145,000 in a working day of 11 hours. One woman or one girl superintends 4 such machines, and so produces near upon 600,000 needles in a day, and upwards of 3 million in a week. A single machine, when it takes the place of cooperation or of manufacture, may itself serve as the basis of an industry of a handicraft character. Still, such a return to handicrafts is but a transition to the factory system, which, as a rule, makes its appearance so soon as the human muscles were replaced for the purpose of driving the machines by a mechanical motive power such as steam or water. Here and there, but in any case only for a time, an industry may be carried on a small scale, by means of mechanical power. This is effected by hiring steam power, as is done in some of the Birmingham trades, or by the use of small caloric engines, as in some branches of weaving. Footnote, in the United States, the restoration in this way of handicrafts based on machinery is frequent, and therefore when the inevitable transition to the factory system shall take place, the ensuing concentration will, compared with Europe and even with England, stride on in 7-league boots. Back to the main text. In the Coventry silk weaving industry, the experiment of cottage factories was tried. In the center of a square surrounded by rows of cottages, an engine house was built, and the engine connected by shafts with the looms in the cottages. In all cases, the power was hired at so much per loom. The rent was payable weekly, whether the looms worked or not. Each cottage held from 2 to 6 looms. Some belonged to the weaver, some were bought on credit, some were hired. The struggle between these cottage factories and the factory proper lasted over 12 years. It ended with the complete ruin of the 300 cottage factories. Wherever the nature of the process did not involve production on a large scale, the new industries that have sprung up in the last few decades, such as envelope making, steel pen making, etc., have, as a general rule, first passed through the handicraft stage, then through the manufacturing stage, as short phases of transition to the factory stage. The transition is very difficult in those cases where the production of the article by manufacture consists not of a series of graduated processes, but of a great number of disconnected ones. This circumstance formed a great hindrance to the establishment of steel pen factories. Nevertheless, about 15 years ago, a machine was invented that automatically performed 6 separate operations at once. The first steel pens were supplied by the Handicraft system in the year 1820 at £7 4 shillings the gross. In 1830, they were supplied by manufacture at 8 shillings, and today the factory system supplies them to the trade at from 2 to 6 pence the gross. Footnote, Mr. Gillott erected in Birmingham the first steel pen factory on a large scale. It produced so early as 1851 over 180 million pens yearly, and consumed 120 tons of steel. Birmingham has the monopoly of this industry in the United Kingdom and at present produces thousands of millions of steel pens. According to the census of 1861, the number of persons employed was 1,428, of whom 1,268 were females from 5 years of age upwards. B. Reaction of the factory system on manufacture and domestic industries. Along with the development of the factory system and of the revolution in agriculture that accompanies it, production in all the other branches of industry not only extends, but alters its character. The principle carried out in the factory system of analyzing the process of production into its constituent phases, and of solving the problems thus proposed by the application of mechanics, of chemistry, and the whole range of the natural sciences, becomes the determining principle everywhere. Hence, machinery squeezes itself into the manufacturing industries first for one detail process, then for another. Thus, the solid crystal of their organization, based on the old division of labor, becomes dissolved, and makes way for constant changes. Independently of this, a radical change takes place in the composition of the collective laborer, a change of the persons working in combination. In contrast with the manufacturing period, the division of labor is thenceforth based, wherever possible, on the employment of women, of children of all ages, and of unskilled laborers. In one word, on cheap labor, as it is characteristically called in England. This is the case not only with all production on a large scale, whether employing machinery or not, but also with the so-called domestic industry, whether carried on in the houses of the workers or in small workshops. This modern so-called domestic industry has nothing, except the name, in common with the old-fashioned domestic industry, the existence of which presupposes independent urban handicrafts, independent peasant farming, and above all, a dwelling house for the laborer and his family. That old-fashioned industry has now been converted into an outside department of the factory, the manufactory, or the warehouse. Besides the factory operatives, the manufacturing workers, and the handicraftsmen, whom it concentrates in large masses at one spot and directly commands, capital also sets in motion, by means of invisible threads, another army, that of the workers in the domestic industries, who dwell in the large towns and are also scattered over the face of the country. An example. The shirt factory of Monsieur Tilly at Londonderry, which employs 1,000 operatives in the factory itself, and 9,000 people spread up and down the country and working in their own houses. The exploitation of cheap and immature labor power is carried out in a more shameless manner in modern manufacture than in the factory proper. This is because the technical foundation of the factory system, namely the substitution of machines for muscular power, and the light character of the labor is almost entirely absent in manufacture, and at the same time women and over-young children are subjected, in a most unconscionable way, to the influence of poisonous or injurious substances. This exploitation is more shameless in the so-called domestic industry than in manufactures, and that because the power of resistance in the laborers decreases with their dissemination, because a whole series of plundering parasites insinuate themselves between the employer and the worker, because a domestic industry has always to compete either with the factory system or with manufacturing in the same branch of production, because poverty robs the worker of the conditions most essential to their labor, of space, light, and ventilation, because employment becomes more and more irregular, and finally because in these, the last resorts of the masses made redundant by modern industry and agriculture, competition for work attains its maximum. Economy in the means of production, first systematically carried out in the factory system and there, from the very beginning, coincident with the most reckless squandering of labor power and robbery of the conditions normally requisite for labor, this economy now shows its antagonistic and murderous side more and more in a given branch of industry, the less the social productive power of labor and the technical basis for a combination of processes are developed in that branch. C. Modern manufacture. I now proceed by a few examples to illustrate the principles laid down above. As a matter of fact, the reader is already familiar with numerous instances given in the chapter on the working day. In the hardware manufacturers of Birmingham and the neighborhood, there are employed, mostly in very heavy work, 30,000 children and young persons besides 10,000 women. There they are to be seen in the unwholesome brass foundries, button factories, enameling, galvanizing, and lacquering works. Footnote, and now forsooth children are employed at file cutting in Sheffield. Back to the main text. Owing to the excessive labor of their workpeople, both adult and non-adult, certain London houses where newspapers and books are printed have got the ill-omened name of slaughterhouses, according to the Children's Employment Commission Report 1866. Similar excesses are practiced in bookbinding, where the victims are chiefly women, girls, and children. Young persons have to do heavy work in rope walks and night work in salt mines, candle manufactories, and chemical works. Young people are worked to death at turning the looms and silk weaving, when it is not carried on by machinery. Footnote, the commissioner justly remarks that, though as a rule machines take the place of men, here literally young persons replace machines. Back to the main text. One of the most shameful, the most dirty, and the worst paid kinds of labor, and one on which women and young girls are by preference employed, is the sorting of rags. It is well known that Great Britain, apart from its own immense store of rags, is the emporium for the rag trade of the whole world. They flow in from Japan, from the most remote states of South America, and from the Canary Islands. But the chief sources of their supply are Germany, France, Russia, Italy, Egypt, Turkey, Belgium, and Holland. They're used for manure, for making bed flocks, for shoddy, and they serve as the raw material of paper. The rag sorters are the medium for the spread of smallpox and other infectious diseases, and they themselves are the first victims. Footnote, see the report on the rag trade and numerous details in Public Health, 8th Report, London, 1866. Back to the main text. A classical example of overwork, of hard and inappropriate labor, and of its brutalizing effects on the worker from their childhood upwards, is afforded not only by coal mining and miners generally, but also by tile and brick making, in which industry the recently invented machinery is, in England, used only here and there. Between May and September, the work lasts from 5 in the morning till 8 in the evening, and where the drying is done in the open air, it often lasts from 4 in the morning till 9 in the evening. Work from 5 in the morning until 7 in the evening is considered, quote, reduced and, quote, moderate. Both boys and girls of 6 and even of 4 years of age are employed. They work for the same number of hours, often longer than the adults. The work is hard, and the summer heat increases the exhaustion. In a certain tile field at Moseley, e.g., a young woman 24 years of age was in the habit of making 2,000 tiles a day, with the assistance of 2 little girls, who carried the clay for her and stacked the tiles. These girls carried daily 10 tons up the slippery sides of the clay pits, from a depth of 30 feet, and then for a distance of 210 feet. Quote, it is impossible for a child to pass through the purgatory of a tile field without great moral degradation. The low language which they are accustomed to hear from their tenderest years, the filthy, indecent, and shameless habits amidst which, unknowing and half wild, they grow up, make them in after life lawless, abandoned, dissolute. A frightful source of demoralization is the mode of living. Each molder, who is always a skilled laborer and the chief of a group, supplies his 7 subordinates with board and lodging in his cottage. Whether members of his family or not, the men, boys, and girls all sleep in the cottage, which contains generally 2, exceptionally 3 rooms, all on the ground floor and badly ventilated. These people are so exhausted after the day's hard work that neither the rules of health, of cleanliness, nor of decency are in the least observed. Many of these cottages are models of untidiness, dirt, and dust. The greatest evil of the system that employs young girls on this sort of work consists in this, that, as a rule, it chains them fast from childhood for the whole of their after life to the most abandoned rabble. They become rough, foul-mouthed boys before nature has taught them that they are women. Clothed in a few dirty rags, the legs naked far above the knees, hair and face besmeared with dirt, they learn to treat all feelings of decency and of shame with contempt. During meal times, they lie at full length in the fields, or watch the boys bathing in a neighboring canal. Their heavy day's work at length completed, they put on better clothes and accompany the men to the public houses, unquote. Public houses being pubs. That excessive insobriety is prevalent from childhood upwards among the whole of this class is only natural. Quote, "The worst is that the brickmakers despair of themselves. You might as well, said one of the better kind to a chaplain of Southalfield, try to raise and improve the devil as a brickie, sir." That's quoting from the Children's Employment Commission Report, 1866. As to the manner in which capital affects an economy in the requisites of labor, in modern manufacture, in which I include all workshops of larger size, except factories proper, official and most ample material bearing on it is to be found in the Public Health Reports No. 4, 1863, and 6, 1864. The description of the workshops, more especially those of the London printers and tailors, surpasses the most loathsome fantasies of our romance writers. The effect on the health of the workers is self-evident. Dr. Simon, the chief medical officer of the Privy Council and the official editor of the Public Health Report, says, quote, "In my 4th report, 1863, I showed how it is practically impossible for the workpeople to insist upon that which is their first sanitary right, viz., the right that no matter what the work for which their employer brings them together, the labor, so far as it depends upon him, should be freed from all avoidably unwholesome conditions. I pointed out that while the workpeople are practically incapable of doing themselves this sanitary justice, they are unable to obtain any effective support from the paid administrations of the sanitary police. The life of myriads of workmen and workwomen is now uselessly tortured and shortened by the never-ending physical suffering that their mere occupation begets." That's quoting the Public Health 6 Report, London, 1864. In illustration of the way in which the workrooms influence the state of health, Dr. Simon gives the following table of mortality. And so there's a table comparing agriculture in England and Wales against London tailors and separately London printers. And it shows 3 different age columns, 25 to 35, 35 to 45, and 45 to 55, showing the death rate per 100,000 men in the respective industries between the stated ages, and basically for the tailors and printers it is significantly more than in agriculture, and in the upper age brackets it's double, or as much as double. And there's a footnote. Dr. Simon remarks that the mortality among the London tailors and printers between the ages of 25 and 35 is in fact much greater because the employers in London obtain from the country a great number of young people up to 30 years of age as, quote, apprentices and improvers who come for the purpose of being perfected in their trade. These figure in the census as Londoners. They swell out the number of heads on which the London death rate is calculated, but without adding proportionally to the number of deaths in that place. The greater part of them, in fact, return to the country, and especially in cases of severe illness. Back to the main text. D. Modern domestic industry. I now come to the so-called domestic industry. In order to get an idea of the horrors of the sphere in which capital conducts its exploitation in the background of modern mechanical industry, one must go to the apparently quite idyllic trade of nail-making, carried on in a few remote villages of England. And footnote, I allude here to hammered nails, as distinguished from nails cut out and made by machinery. See the Children's Employment Commission 3rd Report. Back to the main text. In this place, however, it will be enough to give a few examples from those branches of the lace-making and straw-plaiting industries that are not yet carried on by the aid of machinery, and that as yet do not compete with branches carried on in factories or in manufactories. Of the 150,000 persons employed in England in the production of lace, about 10,000 fall under the authority of the Factory Act, 1861. Almost the whole of the remaining 140,000 are women, young persons, and children of both sexes, the male sex, however, being weakly represented. The state of health of this cheap material for exploitation will be seen from the following table, computed by Dr. Truman, physician to the Nottingham General Dispensary. Out of 686 female patients who were lace makers, most of them between the ages of 17 and 24, the number of consumptive ones, consumption meaning a wasting disease, particularly tuberculosis, were in 1852, 1 in 45. In 1853, 1 in 28. The next year, 1 in 17. 1856, 1 in 15. 1857, 1 in 13. 1858, 1 in 15. 1859, 1 in 9. 1861, 1 in 8. That's according to the Children's Employment Commission report. So, steadily increasing prevalence over a decade's time. This progress in the rate of consumption ought to suffice for the most optimistic of progressists and for the biggest hawker of lies among the free trade bagmen of Germany. The Factory Act of 1861 regulates the actual making of the lace so far as it is done by machinery, and this is the rule in England. The branches that we are now about to examine, solely with regard to those of the workpeople who work at home, and not those who work in manufactories or warehouses, fall into two divisions, viz. 1. Finishing, or 2. Mending. The former gives the finishing touches to the machine-made lace and includes numerous subdivisions. The lace finishing is done either in what are called mistresses' houses or by women in their own houses, with or without the help of their children. The women who keep the mistresses' houses are themselves poor. The workroom is in a private house. The mistresses take orders from manufacturers or from warehousemen and employ as many women, girls, and young children as the size of their rooms and the fluctuating demand of the business will allow. The number of the workwomen employed in these workrooms varies from 20 to 40 in some and from 10 to 20 in others. The average age at which the children commence work is 6 years, but in many cases it is below 5. The usual working hours are from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, with 1.5 hours for meals, which are taken at irregular intervals and often in the foul workrooms. When business is brisk, the labor frequently lasts from 8 or even 6 o'clock in the morning until 10, 11, or 12 o'clock at night. In English barracks, the regulation space allotted to each soldier is 500 to 600 cubic feet, and in the military hospitals 1,200 cubic feet. But in those finishing sties there are but 67 to 100 cubic feet to each person. At the same time, the oxygen of the air is consumed by gas lights. In order to keep the lace clean, and although the floor is tiled or gagged, the children are often compelled, even in winter, to pull off their shoes. Quote, "It is not at all uncommon in Nottingham to find 14 to 20 children huddled together in a small room of perhaps not more than 12 feet square, and employed for 15 hours out of the 24, at work that of itself is exhausting from its weariness and monotony, and is besides carried on under every possible unwholesome condition. Even the very youngest children work at a strained attention and a rapidity that is astonishing, hardly ever giving their fingers rest or glowering their motion. If a question be asked them, they never raise their eyes from their work, from fear of losing a single moment." Unquote. The so-called long stick is used by the mistresses as a stimulant more and more as the working hours are prolonged. Quote, "The children gradually tire and become as restless as birds toward the end of their long detention at an occupation that is monotonous, eye-straining, and exhausting from the uniformity in the posture of the body. Their work is like slavery." That's from the Children's Employment Commission 2, 1864. When women and their children work at home, which nowadays means in a hired room, often in a garret, the state of things is, if possible, still worse. This sort of work is given out within a circle of 80 miles radius from Nottingham. On leaving the warehouses at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, the children are often given a bundle of lace to take home with them and finish. The Pharisee of a capitalist, represented by one of his servants, accompanies this action, of course, with the unctuous phrase, "That's for mother," yet he knows well enough that the poor children must sit up and help. Pillow lace making is chiefly carried on in England in two agricultural districts. One, the Honiton Lace District, extending from 20 to 30 miles along the south coast of Devonshire, and including a few places in North Devon, the other comprising a great part of the counties of Buckingham, Bedford, and Northampton, and also the adjoining portions of Oxfordshire and Huntingdonshire. The cottages of the agricultural labourers are the places where the work is usually carried on. Many manufacturers employ upwards of 3,000 of these lace makers, who are chiefly children and young persons of the female sex exclusively. The state of things described as incidental to lace finishing are here repeated, save that instead of the mistresses' houses, we find what are called lace schools, kept by poor women in their cottages. From their 5th year and often earlier until their 12th or 15th year, the children work in these schools. During the first year, the very young ones work from 4 to 8 hours, and later on from 6 in the morning till 8 and 10 o'clock at night. Quoting the Children's Employment Commission report, the rooms are generally the ordinary living rooms of small cottages, the chimney stopped up to keep out drafts. The inmates kept warm by their own animal heat alone, and this frequently in winter. In other cases, these so-called schoolrooms are like small storerooms without fireplaces. The overcrowding in these dens and the consequent vitiation of the air are often extreme. Added to this is the injurious effect of drains, privies, decomposing substances, and other filth usual in the purlieus of the smaller cottages. With regard to space, in one lace school, 18 girls and a mistress, 35 cubic feet to each person. In another, where the smell was unbearable, 18 persons and 24.5 cubic feet per head. In this industry are to be found employed children of 2 and 2.5 years." Unquote. Where lace-making ends in the counties of Buckingham and Bedford, straw plaiting begins, and extends over a large part of Hertfordshire and the westerly and northerly parts of Essex. In 1861, there were 40,043 persons employed in straw plaiting and straw hat making. Of these, 3,815 were males of all ages, the rest females, of whom 14,913, including about 7,000 children, were under 20 years of age. In the place of the lace schools, we find here these straw plait schools. The children commence their instruction in straw plaiting generally in their 4th, often between their 3rd and 4th year. Education, of course, they get none. The children themselves call the elementary schools natural schools, to distinguish them from these blood-sucking institutions, in which they are kept at work simply to get through the task, generally 30 yards daily, prescribed by their half-starved mothers. These same mothers often make them work at home after school is over till 10, 11, and 12 o'clock at night. The straw cuts their mouths, with which they constantly moisten it, and their fingers. Dr. Ballard gives it as the general opinion of the whole body of medical officers in London that 300 cubic feet is the minimum space proper for each person in a bedroom or workroom. And commenting for context, that's about 5.5 by 5.5 by 10. Continuing, but in the straw plait schools, space is more sparingly allotted than in the lace schools. Quote, 12 2/3, 17, 18.5, and below 22 cubic feet for each person. Unquote. Quote, "The smaller of these numbers," says one of the commissioners, Mr. White, "represents less space than the half of what a child would occupy if packed in a box measuring 3 feet in each direction." Unquote. Thus do the children enjoy life until the age of 12 or 14. The wretched, half-starved parents think of nothing but getting as much as possible out of their children. The latter, as soon as they're grown up, do not care a farthing, and naturally so, for their parents, and leave them. Quote, "It is no wonder that ignorance and vice abound in a population so brought up. Their morality is at the lowest ebb. A great number of the women have illegitimate children, and that at such an immature age that even those most conversant with criminal statistics are astounded." Unquote. And commenting, most of these quotes are from the Children's Employment Commission 1864, some from other years like 1863. Continuing, "And the native land of these model families is the pattern Christian country for Europe. So says at least Count Montalembert, certainly a competent authority on Christianity. Wages in the above industries, miserable as they are, the maximum wages of a child in the straw plait schools rising in rare cases to 3 shillings, are reduced far below their nominal amount by the prevalence of the truck system everywhere, but especially in the lace districts." E. Passage of modern manufacture and domestic industry into modern mechanical industry. The hastening of this revolution by the application of the Factory Acts to those industries. The cheapening of labor power by sheer abuse of the labor of women and children, by sheer robbery of every normal condition requisite for working and living, and by the sheer brutality of overwork and night work, meets at last with natural obstacles that cannot be overstepped. So also, when based on these methods, do the cheapening of commodities and capitalist exploitation in general. So soon as this point is at last reached, and it takes many years, the hour has struck for the introduction of machinery, and for the thenceforth rapid conversion of the scattered domestic industries and also of manufactures into factory industries. An example on the most colossal scale of this movement is afforded by the production of wearing apparel. This industry, according to the classification of the Children's Employment Commission, comprises straw hat makers, ladies' hat makers, cap makers, tailors, milliners and dressmakers, shirt makers, corset makers, glove makers, shoe makers, besides many minor branches such as the making of neckties, collars, etc. In 1861, the number of females employed in these industries, in England and Wales, amounted to 586,299. Of these, 115,242 at the least were under 20, and 16,650 under 15 years of age. The number of these workwomen in the United Kingdom in 1861 was 750,334. The number of males employed in England and Wales in hat making, shoe making, glove making, and tailoring was 437,969. Of these, 14,964 under 15 years, 89,285 between 15 and 20, and 333,117 over 20 years. Many of the smaller branches are not included in these figures, but take the figures as they stand. We then have for England and Wales alone, according to the census of 1861, a total of 1,024,277 persons, about as many as are absorbed by agriculture and cattle breeding. We begin to understand what becomes of the immense quantities of goods conjured up by the magic of machinery, and of the enormous masses of workpeople which that machinery sets free. The production of wearing apparel is carried on partly in manufactories in whose workrooms there is but a reproduction of that division of labor, the membra disjecta of which were found ready to hand, partly by small master handicraftsmen. These, however, do not, as formerly, work for individual consumers, but for manufactories and warehouses, and to such an extent that often whole towns and stretches of country carry on certain branches, such as shoemaking, as a specialty. Finally, on a very great scale by the so-called domestic workers, who form an external department of the manufactories, warehouses, and even of the workshops of the smaller masters. Footnote, in England, millinery and dressmaking are for the most part carried on the premises of the employer, partly by workwomen who live there, and partly by women who live off of the premises. Back to the main text. The raw material, etc. is supplied by mechanical industry. The mass of cheap human material, endlessly exploitable, is composed of the individuals, quote, liberated by mechanical industry and improved agriculture. The manufactures of this class owed their origin chiefly to the capitalist's need of having at hand an army ready equipped to meet any increase of demand. Footnote, Mr. White, a commissioner, visited a military clothing manufactory that employed 1,000 to 1,200 persons, almost all females, and a shoe manufactory with 1,300 persons. Of these, nearly one-half were children and young persons. Back to the main text. The manufacturers, nevertheless, allowed the scattered handicrafts and domestic industries to continue to exist as a broad foundation. The great production of surplus value in these branches of labor, and the progressive cheapening of their articles, were and are chiefly due to the minimum wages paid, no more than requisite for a miserable vegetation, and to the extension of working time up to the maximum endurable by the human organism. It was in fact by the cheapness of the human sweat and the human blood, which were converted into commodities, that the markets were constantly being extended, and continue daily to be extended. More especially was this the case with England's colonial markets, where besides, English tastes and habits prevail. At last the critical point was reached. The basis of the old method, sheer brutality in the exploitation of the workpeople, accompanied more or less by a systematic division of labor, no longer sufficed for the extending markets and for the still more rapidly extending competition of the capitalists. The hour struck for the advent of machinery. The decisively revolutionary machine, the machine which attacks in an equal degree the whole of the numberless branches of the sphere of production, dressmaking, tailoring, shoemaking, sewing, hat-making, and many others, is the sewing machine. Its immediate effect on the workpeople is like that of all machinery, which since the rise of modern industry has seized upon new branches of trade. Children of too tender an age are sent adrift. The wage of the machine hands rises compared with that of the house workers, many of whom belong to the poorest of the poor. That of the better situated handicraftsmen, with whom the machine competes, sinks. The new machine hands are exclusively girls and young women. With the help of mechanical force, they destroy the monopoly that male labor had of the heavier work, and they drive off from the lighter work numbers of old women and very young children. The overpowering competition crushes the weakest of the manual laborers. The fearful increase in death from starvation during the last 10 years in London runs parallel with the extension of machine sewing. Footnote, an instance. The weekly report of deaths by the Registrar General, dated 26 February 1864, contains 5 cases of death from starvation. On the same day, the Times reports another case, 6 victims of starvation in 1 week. Back to the main text. The new workwomen turn the machines by hand and foot, or by hand alone, sometimes sitting, sometimes standing, according to the weight, size, and special make of the machine, and expend a great deal of labor power. Their occupation is unwholesome, owing to the long hours, although in most cases they are not so long as under the old system. Wherever the sewing machine locates itself in narrow and already overcrowded workrooms, it adds to the unwholesome influences. Quote, "The effect," says Mr. Lord, "on entering low-ceilinged workrooms in which 30 to 40 machine hands are working is unbearable. The heat, partly due to the gas stoves used for warming the irons, is horrible. Even when moderate hours of work, i.e. from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening, prevail in such places, yet 3 or 4 persons fall into a swoon regularly every day." That's quoting from the Children's Employment Commission Second Report, 1864. Back to the main text. The revolution in the industrial methods, which is the necessary result of the revolution in the instruments of production, is effected by a medley of transition forms. These forms vary according to the extent to which the sewing machine has become prevalent in one branch of industry or the other, to the time during which it has been in operation, to the previous condition of the workpeople, to the preponderance of manufacture, of handicrafts, or of domestic industry, to the rent of the workrooms, etc. Footnote, quote, "The rental of premises required for workrooms seems the element which ultimately determines the point, and consequently it is in the metropolis that the old system of giving out work to small employers and families has been longest retained, and earliest returned to." That's also from the Children's Employment Commission report. The concluding statement in this quotation refers exclusively to shoemaking. Back to the main text. In dressmaking, for instance, where the labor was for the most part already organized chiefly by simple cooperation, the sewing machine at first formed merely a new factor in that manufacturing industry. In tailoring, shirt-making, shoemaking, etc., all the forms are intermingled. Here the factory system proper. There middlemen receive the raw material from the capitalist in chief, and group around their sewing machines in chambers and garrets, so-called, from 10 to 50 or more workwomen. Finally, as is always the case with machinery when not organized into a system, and when it can also be used in dwarfish proportions, handicraftsmen and domestic workers, along with their families, or with a little extra labor from without, make use of their own sewing machines. Footnote, in glove-making and other industries where the condition of the workpeople is hardly distinguishable from that of paupers, this does not occur. Back to the main text. The system actually prevalent in England is that the capitalist concentrates a large number of machines on his premises and then distributes the produce of those machines for further manipulation amongst the domestic workers. The variety of the transition forms, however, does not conceal the tendency to conversion into the factory system proper. This tendency is nurtured by the very nature of the sewing machine, the manifold uses of which push on the concentration, under one roof and one management, of previously separated branches of a trade. It is also favored by the circumstance that preparatory needlework and certain other operations are most conveniently done on the premises where the machine is at work, as well as by the inevitable expropriation of the hand sewers and of the domestic workers who work with their own machines. This fate has already in part overtaken them. The constantly increasing amount of capital invested in sewing machines gives the spur to the production of, and gluts the markets with, machine-made articles, thereby giving the signal to the domestic workers for the sale of their machines. Footnote, in the wholesale boot and shoe trade of Leicester alone, there were, in 1864, 800 sewing machines already in use. Back to the main text. The overproduction of sewing machines themselves causes their producers, in bad want of a sale, to let them out for so much a week, thus crushing by their deadly competition the small owners of machines. Constant changes in the construction of the machines and their ever-increasing cheapness depreciate day by day the older makes, and allow of their being sold in great numbers at absurd prices to large capitalists, who alone can thus employ them at a profit. Finally, the substitution of the steam engine for man gives in this, as in all similar revolutions, the finishing blow. At first, the use of steam power meets with mere technical difficulties, such as unsteadiness in the machines, difficulty in controlling their speed, rapid wear and tear of the lighter machines, etc., all of which are soon overcome by experience. Footnote. Instances: the Army Clothing Depot at Pimlico, London, the shirt factory of Tilley and Henderson at Londonderry, and the clothes factory of Messrs. Tate at Limerick, which employs about 1,200 hands. Back to the main text. If on the one hand the concentration of many machines in large manufactories leads to the use of steam power, on the other hand, the competition of steam with human muscles hastens on the concentration of workpeople and machines in large factories. Thus England is at present experiencing, not only in the colossal industry of making wearing apparel, but in most of the other trades mentioned above, the conversion of manufacture, of handicrafts, and of domestic work into the factory system, after each of those forms of production, totally changed and disorganized under the influence of modern industry, has long ago reproduced, and even overdone, all the horrors of the factory system, without participating in any of the elements of social progress it contains. Footnote. This is Tendency to the Factory System from the Children's Employment Report. Quote, the whole employment is at this time in a state of transition, and is undergoing the same change as that effected in the lace trade, weaving, etc. It is, quote, a complete revolution, unquote. At the date of the Child's Employment Commission of 1840, stocking making was still done by manual labor. Since 1846, various sorts of machines have been introduced, which are now driven by steam. The total number of persons of both sexes and of all ages from 3 years upwards employed in stocking making in England was in 1862 about 129,000. Of these, only 4,063 were, according to the parliamentary return of the 11th February 1862, working under the Factory Acts. Back to the main text. This industrial revolution, which takes place spontaneously, is artificially helped on by the extension of the Factory Acts to all industries in which women, young persons, and children are employed. The compulsory regulation of the working day as regards its length, pauses, beginning and end, the system of relays of children, the exclusion of all children under a certain age, etc., necessitate on the one hand more machinery, and the substitution of steam as a motive power in the place of muscles. Footnote. Thus, in the earthenware trade, Messrs. Cochrane of the Britain Pottery, Glasgow, report, quote, to keep up our quantity, we have gone extensively into machines wrought by unskilled labor, and every day convinces us that we can produce a greater quantity than by the old method, unquote. It's from the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1865. Quote, the effect of the Factory Acts is to force on the further introduction of machinery, unquote. Thus, after the extension of the Factory Act to the potteries, great increase of power jiggers in place of hand-moved jiggers. Back to the main text. On the other hand, in order to make up for the loss of time, an expansion occurs of the means of production used in common, of the furnaces, buildings, etc. In one word, greater concentration of the means of production and a correspondingly greater concourse of workpeople. The chief objection, repeatedly and passionately urged on behalf of each manufacturer threatened with the Factory Act, is in fact this, that in order to continue the business on the old scale, a greater outlay of capital will be necessary. But as regards labor in the so-called domestic industries and the intermediate forms between them and manufacture, so soon as limits are put to the working day and to the employment of children, those industries go to the wall. Unlimited expansion of cheap labor power is the sole foundation of their power to compete. One of the essential conditions for the existence of the factory system, especially when the length of the working day is fixed, is certainty in the result, i.e. the production in a given time of a given quantity of commodities, or of a given useful effect. The statutory pauses in the working day, moreover, imply the assumption that periodical and sudden cessation of the work does no harm to the article undergoing the process of production. This certainty in the result and this possibility of interrupting the work are, of course, easier to be attained in the purely mechanical industries than in those in which chemical and physical processes play a part, as for instance in the earthenware trade, in bleaching, dyeing, baking, and in most of the metal industries. Wherever there is a working day without restriction as to length, wherever there is night work and unrestricted waste of human life, there the slightest obstacle presented by the nature of the work to a change for the better is soon looked upon as an everlasting barrier erected by nature. No poison kills vermin with more certainty than the Factory Act removes such everlasting barriers. No one made a greater outcry over, quote, impossibilities than our friends the earthenware manufacturers. In 1864, however, they were brought under the Act, and within 16 months every, quote, impossibility had vanished. Quote, the improved method, called forth by the Act of making slip by pressure instead of by evaporation, the newly constructed stoves for drying the ware in its green state, etc., are each events of great importance in the pottery art, and mark an advance which the preceding century could not rival. It has even considerably reduced the temperature of the stoves themselves with a considerable saving of fuel, and with a readier effect on the ware. That's quoting the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1865. In spite of every prophecy, the cost price of earthenware did not rise, but the quantity produced did, and to such an extent that the export for the 12 months ending December 1865 exceeded in value by 138,628 pounds the average of the preceding 3 years. In the manufacture of matches, it was thought to be an indispensable requirement that boys, even while bolting their dinner, should go on dipping the matches in melted phosphorus, the poisonous vapor from which rose into their faces. The Factory Act of 1864 made the saving of time a necessity, and so forced into existence a dipping machine, the vapor from which could not come into contact with the workers. Footnote: the introduction of this and other machinery into matchmaking caused in one department alone 230 young persons to be replaced by 32 boys and girls of 14 to 17 years of age. This saving in labor was carried still further in 1865 by the employment of steam power. Back to the main text. So at the present time, in those branches of the lace manufacture not yet subject to the Factory Act, it is maintained that the meal times cannot be regular owing to the different periods required by the various kinds of lace for drying, which periods can vary from 3 minutes up to an hour and more. To this, the Children's Employment Commissioners answer, quote, "The circumstances of this case are precisely analogous to that of the paper stainers dealt with in our first report. Some of the principal manufacturers in the trade urged that in consequence of the nature of the materials used and their various processes that they would be unable, without serious loss, to stop for meal times at any given moment. But it was seen from the evidence that by due care and previous arrangement, the apprehended difficulty would be got over, and accordingly, by Clause 6 of Section 6 of the Factory Acts Extension Act, passed during this session of Parliament, an interval of 18 months is given to them from the passing of the Act before they're required to conform to the meal hours specified by the Factory Acts." Unquote. Hardly had the act been passed when our friends the manufacturers found out, quote, "The inconveniences we expected to arise from the introduction of the Factory Acts into our branch of manufacture, I am happy to say, have not arisen. We do not find the production at all interfered with. In short, we produce more in the same time." Unquote. It is evident that the English legislature, which certainly no one will venture to reproach with being overdosed with genius, has been led by experience to the conclusion that a simple compulsory law is sufficient to enact away all the so-called impediments opposed by the nature of the process to the restriction and regulation of the working day. Hence, on the introduction of the Factory Act into a given industry, a period varying from 6 to 18 months is fixed within which it is incumbent on the manufacturers to remove all technical impediments to the working of the Act. Mirabeau's "impossible, never say this terrible thing to me" is particularly applicable to modern technology. But though the Factory Acts thus artificially ripen the material elements necessary for the conversion of the manufacturing system into the factory system, yet at the same time, owing to the necessity they impose for greater outlay of capital, they hasten on the decline of the small masters and the concentration of capital. Footnote, quoting the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1865, but it must be borne in mind that those improvements, though carried out fully in some establishments, are by no means general, and are not capable of being brought into use in many of the old manufactories without an expenditure of capital beyond the means of many of the present occupiers. I cannot but rejoice, writes Sub-Inspector May, that notwithstanding the temporary disorganization which inevitably follows the introduction of such a measure as the Factory Act Extension Act, and is indeed directly indicative of the evils which it was intended to remedy, etc. Unquote. Back to the main text. Besides the purely technical impediments that are removable by technical means, the irregular habits of the workpeople themselves obstruct the regulation of the hours of labor. This is especially the case where piece wage predominates and where loss of time in one part of the day or week can be made good by subsequent overtime or by night work, a process which brutalizes the adult workman and ruins his wife and children. Footnote, with blast furnaces, for instance, quote, "work towards the end of the week being generally much increased in duration in consequence of the habit of the men of idling on Monday and occasionally during a part or the whole of Tuesday also." Unquote. That's from the Children's Employment Commission Report 3. Continuing the quotes, "The little masters generally have very irregular hours. They lose 2 or 3 days, and then work all night to make it up. They always employ their own children, if they have any. The want of regularity in coming to work, encouraged by the possibility and practice of making up for this by working longer hours. In Birmingham, an enormous amount of time is lost, idling part of the time, slaving the rest." Unquote. Back to the main text. Although this absence of regularity in the expenditure of labor power is a natural and rude reaction against the tedium of monotonous drudgery, it originates also to a much greater degree from anarchy in production. Anarchy that, in its turn, presupposes unbridled exploitation of labor power by the capitalist. Besides the general periodic changes of the industrial cycle and the special fluctuations in the markets to which each industry is subject, we may also reckon what is called the season, dependent either on the periodicity of favorable seasons of the year for navigation, or on fashion, and the sudden placing of large orders that have to be executed in the shortest possible time. The habit of giving such orders becomes more frequent with the extension of railways and telegraphs. Quoting the Children's Employment Commission Report 4, the extension of the railway system throughout the country has tended very much to encourage giving short notice. Purchasers now come up from Glasgow, Manchester, and Edinburgh once every fortnight or so to the wholesale city warehouses which we supply, and give small orders requiring immediate execution, instead of buying from stock as they used to do. Years ago, we were always able to work in the slack time so as to meet demand of the next season, but now, no one can say beforehand what will be the demand then. And then another quote, the extension of the railway system is said to have contributed greatly to this custom of giving sudden orders, and the consequent hurry, neglect of meal times, and late hours of the workpeople, unquote. In those factories and manufactories that are not yet subject to the Factory Acts, the most fearful overwork prevails periodically during what is called the season, in consequence of sudden orders. In the outside department of the factory, of the manufactory, and of the warehouse, the so-called domestic workers, whose employment is at the best irregular, are entirely dependent for their raw material and their orders on the caprice of the capitalist, who, in this industry, is not hampered by any regard for depreciation of his buildings and machinery, and risks nothing by a stoppage of work, but the skin of the worker themselves. Here he then sets himself systematically to work to form an industrial reserve force that shall be ready at a moment's notice. During one part of the year he decimates this force by the most inhuman toil, during the other part he lets it starve for want of work. Quoting the Children's Employment Commission Report 4, the employers avail themselves of the habitual irregularity in the homework, when any extra work is wanted at a push, so that the work goes on till 11 and 12 p.m. or 2 a.m., or as the usual phrase is, all hours. And that in localities where, quote, the stench is enough to knock you down, you go to the door perhaps and open it, but shudder to go further. They are curious men, said one of the witnesses, a shoemaker. Speaking of the masters, they think it does a boy no harm to work too hard for half the year, if he is nearly idle for the other half. End of quoted section. In the same way as technical impediments, so too those, quote, usages which have grown with the growth of trade, were and still proclaimed by interested capitalists as obstacles due to the nature of the work. This was a favorite cry of the cotton lords at the time they were first threatened with the Factory Acts. Although their industry more than any other depends on navigation, yet experience has given them the lie. Since then, every pretended obstruction to business has been treated by the factory inspectors as a mere sham. Footnote quoting the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1862. With respect to the loss of trade by non-completion of shipping orders in time, I remember that this was the pet argument of the factory masters in 1832 and 1833. Nothing that can be advanced now on this subject could have the force that it had then, before steam had halved all distances and established new regulations for transit. It quite failed at that time of proof when put to the test, and again it will certainly fail should it have to be tried." Unquote. Back to the main text. The thoroughly conscientious investigations of the Children's Employment Commission prove that the effect of the regulation of the hours of work, in some industries, was to spread the mass of labor previously employed more evenly over the whole year, that this regulation was the first rational bridle on the murderous, meaningless caprices of fashion, caprices that consort so badly with the system of modern industry. Footnote, John Bellers remarked as far back as 1699, quote, "The uncertainty of fashions does increase necessitous poor. It has two great mischiefs in it. First, the journeymen are miserable in winter for want of work, the mercers and master weavers not daring to lay out their stocks, to keep the journeymen employed before the spring comes, and they know what the fashion will then be. Secondly, in the spring the journeymen are not sufficient, but the master weavers must draw in many prentices, that they may supply the trade of the kingdom in a quarter or half a year, which robs the plough of hands, drains the country of laborers, and in a great part stocks the city with beggars, and starves some in winter that are ashamed to beg." That's quoting from Essays about the Poor, Manufacturers, etc. Back to the main text. that the development of ocean navigation and of the means of communication generally has swept away the technical basis on which season work was really supported, and that all the other so-called unconquerable difficulties vanish before larger buildings, additional machinery, increase in the number of workpeople employed, and the alterations caused by all these in the mode of conducting the wholesale trade. Couple of footnotes there, first one quoting the Children's Employment Commission, fifth report. The evidence of some Bradford export houses is as follows, quote, "Under these circumstances, it seems clear that no boys need be worked longer than from 8 a.m. to 7 or 7:30 p.m. in making up. It is merely a question of extra hands and extra outlay. If some masters were not so greedy, the boys would not work late. An extra machine only costs 16 or 18 pounds. Much of such overtime as does occur is to be referred to an insufficiency of appliances and a want of space." Quoting it again, a London manufacturer who, in other respects, looks upon the compulsory regulation of the hours of labor as a protection for the workpeople against the manufacturers and for the manufacturers themselves against the wholesale trade, states, quote, "The pressure in our business is caused by the shippers, who want, for example, to send the goods by sailing vessel so as to reach their destination at a given season, and at the same time want to pocket the difference in freight between a sailing vessel and a steamship, or who select the earlier of two steamships in order to be in the foreign market before their competitors." Unquote. Back to the main text. But for all that, capital never becomes reconciled to such changes, and this is admitted over and over again by its own representatives, except, quote, "under the pressure of a general act of Parliament." Footnote, again quoting the fifth report, "This could be obviated, says a manufacturer, at the expense of an enlargement of the works under the pressure of a general act of Parliament." Back to the main text, for the compulsory regulation of the hours of labor. Section 9. The Factory Acts, Sanitary and Educational Clauses of the same, their general extension in England. Factory legislation, that first conscious and methodical reaction of society against the spontaneously developed form of the process of production, is, as we have seen, just as much the necessary product of modern industry as cotton yarn, self-actors, and the electric telegraph. Before passing to the consideration of the extension of that legislation in England, we shall shortly notice certain clauses contained in the Factory Acts and not relating to the hours of work. Apart from their wording, which makes it easy for the capitalist to evade them, the sanitary clauses are extremely meager and, in fact, limited to provisions for whitewashing the walls, for ensuring cleanliness in some other matters, for ventilation, and for protection against dangerous machinery. In the third book we shall return again to the fanatical opposition of the masters to those clauses which imposed upon them a slight expenditure on appliances for protecting the limbs of their workpeople, an opposition that throws a fresh and glaring light on the free trade dogma, according to which, in a society with conflicting interests, each individual necessarily furthers the common weal by seeking nothing but their own personal advantage. One example is enough. The reader knows that during the last 20 years the flax industry has very much extended, and that with that extension the number of scutching mills in Ireland has increased. In 1864 there were in that country 1,800 of these mills. Regularly in autumn and winter, women and, quote, young persons, the wives, sons and daughters of the neighboring small farmers, a class of people totally unaccustomed to machinery, are taken from field labor to feed the rollers of the scutching mills with flax. The accidents, both as regards number and kind, are wholly unexampled in the history of machinery. In one scutching mill, at Kildonan, near Cork, there occurred between 1852 and 1856 6 fatal accidents and 60 mutilations, every one of which might have been prevented by the simplest appliances at the cost of a few shillings. Dr. W. White, the certifying surgeon for factories at Downpatrick, states in his official report, dated the 15th December, 1865, quote, "The serious accidents at the scutching mills are of the most fearful nature. In many cases, a quarter of the body is torn from the trunk, and either involves death or a future of wretched incapacity and suffering. The increase of mills in the country will of course extend these dreadful results, and it will be a great boon if they are brought under the legislature. I am convinced that by proper supervision of scutching mills a vast sacrifice of life and limb would be averted." Unquote. What could possibly show better the character of the capitalist mode of production than the necessity that exists for forcing upon it, by acts of Parliament, the simplest appliances for maintaining cleanliness and health? In the potteries, the Factory Act of 1864, quote, has whitewashed and cleansed upwards of 200 workshops, after a period of abstinence from any such cleaning, in many cases of 20 years, and in some, entirely, unquote. This is the, quote, abstinence of the capitalist, Marx adds. quote, in which were employed 27,800 artisans, hitherto breathing through protracted days and often nights of labor, a mephitic atmosphere, and which rendered an otherwise comparatively innocuous occupation pregnant with disease and death. The act has improved the ventilation very much. That's quoting from the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1865. At the same time, this portion of the Act strikingly shows that the capitalist mode of production, owing to its very nature, excludes all rational improvement beyond a certain point. It has been stated over and over again that the English doctors are unanimous in declaring that where the work is continuous, 500 cubic feet is the very least space that should be allowed for each person. Now, if the Factory Acts, owing to their compulsory provisions, indirectly hasten on the conversion of small workshops into factories, thus indirectly attacking the proprietary rights of the smaller capitalists and assuring a monopoly to the great ones, so, if it were made obligatory to provide the proper space for each worker in every workshop, thousands of small employers would, at one full swoop, be expropriated directly. The very root of the capitalist mode of production, i.e. the self-expansion of all capital, large or small, by means of the, quote, free purchase and consumption of labor power, would be attacked. Factory legislation is therefore brought to a deadlock before these 500 cubic feet of breathing space. The sanitary officers, the industrial inquiry commissioners, the factory inspectors all harp over and over again upon the necessity for those 500 cubic feet and upon the impossibility of wringing them out of capital. They thus in fact declared that consumption, tuberculosis, and other lung diseases among the workpeople are necessary conditions to the existence of capital. Footnote, it has been found out by experiment that with each respiration of average intensity made by a healthy average individual, about 25 cubic inches of air are consumed, and that about 20 respirations are made in each minute. Hence, the air inhaled in 24 hours by each individual is about 720,000 cubic inches, or 416 cubic feet. It is clear, however, that air which has been once breathed can no longer serve for the same process until it has been purified in the great workshop of nature. According to the experiments of Valentin and Brunner, it appears that a healthy man gives off about 1,300 cubic inches of carbonic acid per hour. This would give about 8 ounces of solid carbon thrown off from the lungs in 24 hours. Quote, every man should have at least 800 cubic feet, quoting Huxley. Back to the main text. Paltry as the education clauses of the Act appear on the whole, yet they proclaim elementary education to be an indispensable condition to the employment of children. Footnote, according to the English Factory Act, parents cannot send their children under 14 years of age into factories under the control of the Act unless at the same time they allow them to receive elementary education. The manufacturer is responsible for compliance with the Act. Quoting the Report of Inspector of Factories, 1865, factory education is compulsory, and it is a condition of labor. Unquote, back to the main text. The success of those clauses proved for the first time the possibility of combining education and gymnastics with manual labor, and consequently of combining manual labor with education and gymnastics. Footnote on the very advantageous results of combining gymnastics and drilling in the case of boys with compulsory education for factory children and pauper scholars. See the speech of N.W. Senior at the 7th Annual Congress of the National Association for the Promotion of Social Science in Report of Proceedings, etc., London, 1863, also the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1865. Back to the main text. The factory inspectors soon found out, by questioning the schoolmasters, that the factory children, although receiving only one half the education of the regular day scholars, yet learned quite as much and often more. Quote, this can be accounted for by the simple fact that, with only being at school for one half of the day, they're always fresh, and nearly always ready and willing to receive instruction. The system on which they work, half manual labor and half school, renders each employment a rest and a relief to the other. Consequently, both are far more congenial to the child than would be the case were they kept constantly at one. It is quite clear that a boy who has been at school all the morning cannot, in hot weather particularly, cope with one who comes fresh and bright from his work. That's quoting the Report of Inspector of Factories, 1865, and a footnote, a silk manufacturer naively states to the Children's Employment Commissioners, quote, I am quite sure that the true secret of producing efficient workpeople is to be found in uniting education and labor from a period of childhood. Of course, the occupation must not be too severe, nor irksome, nor unhealthy, but of the advantage of the union I have no doubt. I wish my own children could have some work as well as play, to give variety to their schooling. Unquote. Poor you. Back to the main text. Further information on this point will be found in Senior's speech at the Social Science Congress at Edinburgh in 1863. He there shows, amongst other things, how the monotonous and uselessly long school hours of the children of the upper and middle classes uselessly add to the labor of the teacher, quote, while he not only fruitlessly but absolutely injuriously wastes the time, health, and energy of the children, unquote. Footnote, how modern industry, when it has attained to a certain pitch, is capable, by the revolution it effects in the mode of production, and in the social conditions of production, of also revolutionizing people's minds, is strikingly shown by a comparison of Senior's speech in 1863, with his philippic against the Factory Act of 1833, or by a comparison of the views of the Congress above referred to, with the fact that in certain country districts of England poor parents are forbidden, on pain of death by starvation, to educate their children. Thus, for example, Mr. Snell reports it to be a common occurrence in Somersetshire that when a poor person claims parish relief, he is compelled to take his children from school. Mr. Wallerton, the clergyman at Feltham, also tells of cases where all relief was denied to certain families, quote, because they were sending their children to school. Back to the main text. From the factory system budded, as Robert Owen has shown us in detail, the germ of the education of the future, an education that will, in the case of every child over a given age, combine productive labor with instruction and gymnastics, not only as one of the methods of adding to the efficiency of production, but as the only method of producing fully developed human beings. Modern industry, as we have seen, sweeps away by technical means the manufacturing division of labor, under which each man is bound hand and foot for life to a single detail operation. At the same time, the capitalistic form of that industry reproduces this same division of labor in a still more monstrous shape, in the factory proper, by converting the workman into a living appendage of the machine, and everywhere outside the factory, partly by the sporadic use of machinery and machine workers, and partly by reestablishing the division of labor on a fresh basis, by the general introduction of the labor of women and children, and of cheap, unskilled labor. Footnote, wherever handicraft machines, driven by men, compete directly or indirectly with more developed machines driven by mechanical power, a great change takes place with regard to the laborer who drives the machine. At first, the steam engine replaces this laborer, afterwards he must replace the steam engine. Consequently, the tension and the amount of labor power expended become monstrous, and especially so in the case of the children who are condemned to this torture. Thus Mr. Long, one of the commissioners, found in Coventry and the neighborhood boys of from 10 to 15 years employed in driving the ribbon looms, not to mention younger children who had to drive smaller machines. Quote, it is extraordinarily fatiguing work. The boy is a mere substitute for steam power. Unquote. As to the fatal consequences of this system of slavery, as the official report styles it, see the Children's Employment Commission, Report 5, 1866, page 114. Back to the main text. The antagonism between the manufacturing division of labor and the methods of modern industry makes itself forcibly felt. It manifests itself, amongst other ways, in the frightful fact that a great part of the children employed in modern factories and manufactures are from their earliest years riveted to the most simple manipulations, and exploited for years, without being taught a single sort of work that would afterwards make them of use, even in the same manufactory or factory. In the English letterpress printing trade, for example, there existed formerly a system, corresponding to that in the old manufactures and handicrafts, of advancing the apprentices from easy to more and more difficult work. They went through a course of teaching till they were finished printers. To be able to read and write was for every one of them a requirement of their trade. All this was changed by the printing machine. It employs two sorts of laborers, one grown up, renters, the other, boys mostly from 11 to 17 years of age, whose sole business is either to spread the sheets of paper under the machine, or to take it from the printed sheets. They perform this weary task, in London especially, for 14, 15, and 16 hours at a stretch, during several days in the week, and frequently for 36 hours, with only 2 hours rest for meals and sleep. A great part of them cannot read, and they are, as a rule, utter savages and very extraordinary creatures. Quote, to qualify them for the work which they have to do, they require no intellectual training. There is little room in it for skill and less for judgment. Their wages, though rather high for boys, do not increase proportionately as they grow up, and the majority of them cannot look for advancement to the better paid and more responsible post of machine minder, because while each machine has but one minder, it has at least 2 and often 4 boys attached to it. Unquote. As soon as they get too old for such child's work, that is about 17 at the latest, they are discharged from the printing establishments. They become recruits of crime. Several attempts to procure them employment elsewhere were rendered of no avail by their ignorance and brutality, and by their mentally and bodily degradation. As with the division of labor in the interior of the manufacturing workshops, so it is with the division of labor in the interior of society. So long as handicraft and manufacture form the general groundwork of social production, the subjection of the producer to one branch exclusively, the breaking up of the multifariousness of his employment, is a necessary step in the development. Footnote, quoting from Dugald Stewart's works, Hamilton's edition, Volume 8, in some parts of the Highlands of Scotland not many years ago, every peasant, according to the statistical account, made his own shoes of leather, tanned by himself. Many a shepherd, and cotter too, with his wife and children, appeared at church in clothes which had been touched by no hands but their own since they were shorn from the sheep and sown in the flax field. In the preparation of these, it is added, scarcely a single article had been purchased except the awl, needle, thimble, and a very few parts of the ironwork employed in the weaving. The dyes were chiefly extracted by the women from trees, shrubs, and herbs." Unquote, back to the main text. On that groundwork, each separate branch of production acquires empirically the form that is technically suited to it, slowly perfects it, and so soon as a given degree of maturity has been reached, rapidly crystallizes that form. The only thing that here and there causes a change, besides new raw material supplied by commerce, is the gradual alteration of the instruments of labor. But their form, too, once definitely settled by experience, petrifies, as is proved by their being in many cases handed down in the same form by one generation to another during thousands of years. A characteristic feature is that, even down into the 18th century, the different trades were called mysteries. Into their secrets none but those duly initiated could penetrate. Footnote, in the celebrated Livre des Métiers of Etienne Boileau, we find it prescribed that a journeyman, on being admitted among the masters, had to swear, quote, to love his brethren with brotherly love, to support them in their respective trades, not wilfully to betray the secrets of the trade, and besides, in the interests of all, not to recommend his own wares by calling the attention of the buyer to defects in the articles made by others. Unquote. Back to the main text. Modern industry rent the veil that concealed from men their own social process of production, and that turned the various, spontaneously divided branches of production into so many riddles, not only to outsiders but even to the initiated. The principle which it pursued of resolving each process into its constituent movements, without any regard to their possible execution by the hand of man, created the new modern science of technology. The varied, apparently unconnected, and petrified forms of the industrial processes now resolved themselves into so many conscious and systematic applications of natural science to the attainment of given useful effects. Technology also discovered the few main fundamental forms of motion which, despite the diversity of the instruments used, are necessarily taken by every productive action of the human body, just as the science of mechanics sees in the most complicated machinery nothing but the continual repetition of the simple mechanical powers. Modern industry never looks upon and treats the existing form of a process as final. The technical basis of that industry is therefore revolutionary, while all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. Footnote, quoting from Marx and Engels' Manifesto of the Communist Party, London, 1848, the bourgeoisie cannot exist without continually revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production and all the social relations. Conservation in an unaltered form of the old modes of production was on the contrary the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolution in production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away. All new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air. All that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind. Unquote, back to the main text. By means of machinery, chemical processes, and other methods, it is continually causing changes, not only in the technical basis of production, but also in the functions of the laborer, and in the social combinations of the labor process. At the same time, it thereby also revolutionizes the division of labor within the society, and incessantly launches masses of capital and of workpeople from one branch of production to another. But if modern industry, by its very nature, therefore necessitates variation of labor, fluency of function, universal mobility of the laborer, on the other hand, in its capitalistic form, it reproduces the old division of labor with its ossified particularizations. We have seen how this absolute contradiction between the technical necessities of modern industry and the social character inherent in its capitalistic form dispels all fixity and security in the situation of the laborer. How it constantly threatens, by taking away the instruments of labor, to snatch from his hands his means of subsistence. Footnote quoting Shakespeare, "You take my life when you do take the means whereby I live." Main text, and by suppressing his detail function to make him superfluous, as we have seen too, how this antagonism vents its rage in the creation of that monstrosity, an industrial reserve army, kept in misery in order to be always at the disposal of capital, in the incessant human sacrifices from among the working class, in the most reckless squandering of labor power, and in the devastation caused by a social anarchy which turns every economic progress into a social calamity. This is the negative side. But if on the one hand, variation of work at present imposes itself after the manner of an overpowering natural law, and with the blindly destructive action of a natural law that meets with resistance at all points, modern industry on the other hand, through its catastrophes, imposes the necessity of recognizing as a fundamental law of production variation of work, consequently fitness of the laborer for varied work, consequently the greatest possible development of his varied aptitudes. Footnote, a French workman, on his return from San Francisco, writes as follows, quote, "I never could have believed that I was capable of working at the various occupations I was employed on in California. I was firmly convinced that I was fit for nothing but letterpress printing. Once in the midst of this world of adventurers, who change their occupation as often as they do their shirt, egad, I did as the others. As mining did not turn out remunerative enough, I left it for the town, where in succession I became typographer, slater, plumber, etc. In consequence of thus finding out that I'm fit to any sort of work, I feel less of a mollusk and more of a man." That's quoting from A. Corbon's Of Professional Teaching, 2nd edition. Back to the main text. It becomes a question of life and death for society to adapt the mode of production to the normal functioning of this law. Modern industry indeed compels society under penalty of death to replace the detail worker of today, grappled by lifelong repetition of one and the same trivial operation, and thus reduced to the mere fragment of a man, by the fully developed individual, fit for a variety of labors, ready to face any change of production, and to whom the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. One step already spontaneously taken towards effecting this revolution is the establishment of technical and agricultural schools, and of schools of professional education. Comment, what we would call vocational technical schools today, continuing, in which the children of the working men receive some little instruction in technology and in the practical handling of the various implements of labor. Though the Factory Act, that first and meager concession wrung from capital, is limited to combining elementary education with work in the factory, there can be no doubt that when the working class comes into power, as inevitably it must, technical instruction, both theoretical and practical, will take its proper place in the working class schools. There is also no doubt that such revolutionary ferments, the final result of which is the abolition of the old division of labor, are diametrically opposed to the capitalistic form of production, and to the economic status of the laborer corresponding to that form. But the historical development of the antagonisms immanent in a given form of production is the only way in which that form of production can be dissolved and a new form established. Let the cobbler not go beyond his shoe. This high point of handicraft wisdom became sheer nonsense from the moment the watchmaker Watt invented the steam engine, the barber Arkwright the throstle, and the working jeweler Fulton the steamship. Footnote, John Bellers, a very phenomenon in the history of political economy, saw most clearly at the end of the 17th century the necessity for abolishing the present system of education and division of labor, which beget hypertrophy and atrophy at the two opposite extremities of society. Amongst other things, he says this, quote, "An idle learning being little better than the learning of idleness. Bodily labor, it's a primitive institution of God. Labor being as proper for the body's health as eating is for its living. For what pains a man saves by ease, he will find in disease. Labor adds oil to the lamp of life, when thinking inflames it. A childish, silly employ." Marx adds a warning this, by presentiment, against the Bastows and their modern imitators, continuing the quote, "leaves the children's minds silly." That's from Proposals for Raising a College of Industry of All Useful Trades and Husbandry, London, 1696. Back to the main text. So long as factory legislation is confined to regulating the labor in factories, manufactories, etc., it is regarded as a mere interference with the exploiting rights of capital. But when it comes to regulating the so-called home labor, it is immediately viewed as a direct attack on the patria potestas, on parental authority. Footnote, this sort of labor goes on mostly in small workshops, talking about the home industry, as we have seen in the lace-making and straw-plaiting trades, and as could be shown in more detail from the metal trades of Sheffield, Birmingham, etc. Back to the main text. The tender-hearted English Parliament long affected to shrink from taking this step, The force of facts, however, compelled it at last to acknowledge that modern industry, in overturning the economic foundation on which was based the traditional family and the family labor corresponding to it, had also unloosed all traditional family ties. The rights of the children had to be proclaimed. The final report of the Children's Employment Commissioners of 1866 states, quote, "It is unhappily, to a painful degree, apparent throughout the whole of the evidence that against no persons do the children of both sexes so much require protection as against their parents. The system of unlimited exploitation of children's labor in general, and the so-called home labor in particular, is, quote, maintained only because the parents are able, without check or control, to exercise this arbitrary and mischievous power over their young and tender offspring. Parents must not possess the absolute power of making their children mere machines to earn so much weekly wage. The children and young persons, therefore, in all such cases may justifiably claim from the legislature, as a natural right, that an exemption should be secured to them from what destroys prematurely their physical strength and lowers them in the scale of intellectual and moral beings." Unquote. It was not, however, the misuse of parental authority that created the capitalistic exploitation, whether direct or indirect, of children's labor. But on the contrary, it was the capitalistic mode of exploitation, which, by sweeping away the economic basis of parental authority, made its exercise degenerate into a mischievous misuse of power. However terrible and disgusting the dissolution under the capitalist system of the old family ties may appear, nevertheless, modern industry, by assigning as it does an important part in the process of production outside the domestic sphere, to women, to young persons, and to children of both sexes, creates a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of the relations between the sexes. It is, of course, just as absurd to hold the Teutonic Christian form of the family to be absolute and final, as it would be to apply that character to the ancient Roman, the ancient Greek, or the Eastern forms, which, moreover, taken together, form a series in historical development. Moreover, it is obvious that the fact of the collective working group being composed of individuals of both sexes and all ages must necessarily, under suitable conditions, become a source of humane development, although in its spontaneously developed, brutal, capitalistic form, where the laborer exists for the process of production and not the process of production for the laborer, that fact is a pestiferous source of corruption and slavery. Footnote quoting the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1865, "Factory labor may be as pure and as excellent as domestic labor, and perhaps more so." Unquote, back to the main text. The necessity for a generalization of the Factory Acts, for transforming them from an exceptional law relating to mechanical spinning and weaving, those first creations of machinery, into a law affecting social production as a whole, arose, as we have seen, from the mode in which modern industry was historically developed. In the rear of that industry, the traditional form of manufacture, of handicraft, and of domestic industry is entirely revolutionized. Manufactures are constantly passing into the factory system, and handicrafts into manufactures. And lastly, the spheres of handicraft and of the domestic industries become, in a comparatively speaking wonderfully short time, dens of misery in which capitalistic exploitation obtains free play for the wildest excesses. There are two circumstances that finally turn the scale. First, the constantly recurring experience that capital, so soon as it finds itself subject to legal control at one point, compensates itself all the more recklessly at other points. Secondly, the cry of the capitalists for equality in the conditions of competition, i.e. for equal restraint on all exploitation of labor. And there's a footnote, numerous instances will be found in Report of Inspector of Factories. Continuing the main text, on this point, let us listen to two heartbroken cries. Messrs. Cooksley of Bristol, nail and chain, etc. manufacturers, spontaneously introduced the regulations of the Factory Act into their business. Quote, "As the old irregular system prevails in neighboring works, the Messrs. Cooksley are subject to the disadvantage of having their boys enticed to continue their labor elsewhere after 6 p.m. This, they naturally say, is an injustice and loss to us, as it exhausts a portion of the boys' strength of which we ought to have the full benefit." Unquote. Mr. J. Simpson, paper box and bag maker in London, states before the commissioners of the Child's Employment Commission, quote, "He would sign any petition for it," meaning legislative interference. As it was, he always felt restless at night, when he had closed his place, lest others should be working later than him and getting away his orders. Unquote. Summarizing, the Child's Employment Commission says, quote, "It would be unjust to the larger employers that their factories should be placed under regulation, while the hours of labor in the smaller places in their own branch of business were under no legislative restriction. and to the injustice arising from the unfair conditions of competition in regard to hours that would be created if the smaller places of work were exempt, would be added the disadvantage to the larger manufacturers of finding their supply of juvenile and female labor drawn off to the places of work exempt from legislation. Further, a stimulus would be given to the multiplication of the smaller places of work, which are almost invariably the least favorable to the health, comfort, education, and general improvement of the people." Unquote. Footnote, as to the advantages of large-scale compared with small-scale industries, see Child's Employment Commission Report 3. Back to the main text. In its final report, the Commission proposes to subject to the Factory Act more than 1,400,000 children, young persons, and women, of which number about one-half are exploited in small industries and by the so-called homework. Footnote, the trades proposed to be brought under the Act were the following: lace-making, stocking weaving, straw plaiting, the manufacture of wearing apparel with its numerous subdivisions, artificial flower-making, shoemaking, hat-making, glove-making, tailoring, all metal works, from blast furnaces down to needleworks, etc., paper mills, glass works, tobacco factories, India rubber works, braid making for weaving, rope making, manufacture of jet ornaments, brick making, silk manufacture by hand, Coventry weaving, salt works, tallow chandlers, cement works, sugar refineries, biscuit making, various industries connected with timber, and other mixed trades. Back to the main text. It says, quote, "But if it should seem fit to Parliament to place the whole of that large number of children, young persons, and females under the protective legislation above adverted to, it cannot be doubted that such legislation would have a most beneficent effect, not only upon the young and the feeble, who are its more immediate objects, but upon the still larger body of adult workers, who would, in all these employments, both directly and indirectly, come immediately under its influence. It would enforce upon them regular and moderate hours. It would lead to their places of work being kept in a healthy and cleanly state. It would therefore husband and improve that store of physical strength on which their own well-being, and that of the country, so much depends. It would save the rising generation from that overexertion at an early age which undermines their constitutions and leads to premature decay. Finally, it would ensure them, at least up to the age of 13, the opportunity of receiving the elements of education, and would put an end to that utter ignorance so faithfully exhibited in the reports of our assistant commissioners, and which cannot be regarded without the deepest pain and a profound sense of national degradation." Unquote. The Tory cabinet announced in the speech from the throne on February 5, 1867, that it had framed the proposals of the Industrial Commission of Inquiry into bills. Footnote, the Factory Acts Extension Act was passed on August 12, 1867. It regulates all foundries, smithies, and metal manufactories, including machine shops. Furthermore, glass works, paper mills, gutta percha and India rubber works, tobacco manufactories, letterpress printing and bookbinding works, and lastly, all workshops in which more than 50 persons are employed. The Hours of Labor Regulation Act, passed on August 17, 1867, regulates the smaller workshops and the so-called domestic industries. I shall revert to these acts and to the new Mining Act of 1872 in Volume 2. Back to the main text. To get that far, another 20 years of experimentum in corpore vili had been required. Already in 1840, a parliamentary commission of inquiry on the labor of children had been appointed. Its report in 1842 unfolded, in the words of Nassau W. Sr., quote, "the most frightful picture of avarice, selfishness, and cruelty on the part of masters and of parents, and of juvenile and infantile misery, degradation, and destruction ever presented. It may be supposed that it describes the horrors of a past age, but there is unhappily evidence that these horrors continue as intense as they were. A pamphlet published by Hardwicke about 2 years ago states that the abuses complained of in 1842 are in full bloom at the present day. It is a strange proof of the general neglect of the morals and health of the children of the working class that this report lay unnoticed for 20 years, during which the children, bred up without the remotest sign of comprehension as to what is meant by the term morals, who had neither knowledge, nor religion, nor natural affection, were allowed to become the parents of the present generation." That's quoting from Senior at the Social Science Congress. The social conditions having undergone a change, Parliament could not venture to shelve the demands of the Commission of 1862 as it had done those of the Commission of 1840. Hence in 1864, when the Commission had not yet published more than a part of its reports, the earthenware industries, including the potteries, makers of paper hangings, matches, cartridges, and caps, and fustian cutters were made subject to the acts in force in the textile industries. In the speech from the throne on 5th February 1867, the Tory cabinet of the day announced the introduction of bills founded on the final recommendations of the Commission, which had completed its labors in 1866. On the 15th August 1867, the Factory Acts Extension Act, and on the 21st August, the Workshops Regulation Act received the royal assent, the former act having reference to large industries, the latter to small. The former applies to blast furnaces, iron and copper mills, foundries, machine shops, metal manufactories, gutta-percha works, paper mills, glass works, tobacco manufactories, letterpress printing including newspapers, bookbinding, in short, to all industrial establishments of the above kind, in which 50 individuals or more are occupied simultaneously, and for not less than 100 days during the year. To give an idea of the extent of the sphere embraced by the Workshops Regulation Act in its application, we cite from its interpretation clause the following passages, quote, "Handicraft shall mean any manual labor exercised by way of trade, or for purposes of gain in or incidental to the making any article or part of an article, or in or incidental to the altering, repairing, ornamenting, finishing, or otherwise adapting for sale any article. Workshop shall mean any room or place whatever in the open air or under cover in which any handicraft is carried on by any child, young person, or woman, and to which and over which the person by whom such child, young person, or woman is employed has the right of access and control. Employed shall mean occupied in any handicraft, whether for wages or not, under a master or under a parent as herein defined. Parent shall mean parent, guardian, or person having the custody of or control over any child or young person." Unquote. Clause 7, which imposes a penalty for employment of children, young persons, and women, contrary to the provisions of the Act, subjects to fines not only the occupier of the workshop, whether parent or not, but even, quote, "the parent of, or the person deriving any direct benefit from the labor of or having the control over the child, young person, or woman." Unquote. The Factory Acts Extension Act, which affects the large establishments, derogates from the Factory Act by a crowd of vicious exceptions and cowardly compromises with the masters. The Workshops Regulation Act, wretched in all its details, remained a dead letter in the hands of the municipal and local authorities who were charged with its execution. When, in 1871, Parliament withdrew from them this power in order to confer it on the factory inspectors, to whose province it thus added by a single stroke more than 100,000 workshops and 300 brickworks, care was taken at the same time not to add more than 8 assistants to their already undermanned staff. What, 100,000 workshops, 8 assistants? That's only 12,500 per assistant. And a footnote. The personnel of the staff consisted of 2 inspectors, 2 assistant inspectors, and 41 sub-inspectors. 8 additional sub-inspectors were appointed in 1871. The total cost of administering the acts in England, Scotland, and Ireland amounted for the year 1871 to 72 to no more than £25,347, inclusive of the law expenses incurred by prosecutions of offending masters. Back to the main text. What strikes us then in the English legislation of 1867 is, on the one hand, the necessity imposed on the Parliament of the ruling classes of adopting in principle measures so extraordinary and on so great a scale against the excesses of capitalistic exploitation, and on the other hand the hesitation, the repugnance, and the bad faith with which it lent itself to the task of carrying those measures into practice. The Inquiry Commission of 1862 also proposed a new regulation of the mining industry, an industry distinguished from others by the exceptional characteristic that the interests of landlord and capitalist there join hands. The antagonism of these two interests had been favorable to factory legislation, while on the other hand the absence of that antagonism is sufficient to explain the delays and chicanery of the legislation on mines. The Inquiry Commission of 1840 had made revelations so terrible, so shocking, and creating such a scandal all over Europe, that to salve its conscience, Parliament passed the Mining Act of 1842, in which it limited itself to forbidding the employment underground in mines of children under 10 years of age and females. Then another act, the Mines Inspecting Act of 1860, provides that mines shall be inspected by public officers nominated specially for that purpose, and that boys between the ages of 10 and 12 years shall not be employed unless they have a school certificate, or go to school for a certain number of hours. This act was a complete dead letter, owing to the ridiculously small number of inspectors, the meagerness of their powers, and other causes that will become apparent as we proceed. One of the most recent blue books on mines is the report from the Select Committee on Mines, together with etc. evidence, 23rd July, 1866. This report is the work of a parliamentary committee selected from members of the House of Commons, and authorized to summon and examine witnesses. It is a thick folio volume in which the report itself occupies only 5 lines to this effect, that the committee has nothing to say, and that more witnesses must be examined. The mode of examining the witnesses reminds one of the cross-examination of witnesses in English courts of justice, where the advocate tries, by means of impudent, unexpected, equivocal, and involved questions, put without connection, to intimidate, surprise, and confound the witness, and to give a forced meaning to the answers extorted from them. In this inquiry, the members of the committee themselves are the cross-examiners, and among them are to be found both mine owners and mine exploiters. The witnesses are mostly working coal miners. The whole farce is too characteristic of the spirit of capital not to call for a few extracts from this report. For the sake of conciseness, I've classified them. I may also add that every question and its answer are numbered in the English Blue Books. 1. Employment in mines of boys 10 years and upwards. In the mines, the work, inclusive of going and returning, usually lasts 14 or 15 hours, sometimes even from 3, 4, and 5 o'clock a.m. till 5 and 6 o'clock p.m. The adults work in 2 shifts of 8 hours each, but there is no alternation with the boys, on account of the expense. The younger boys are chiefly employed in opening and shutting the ventilating doors in the various parts of the mine. The older ones are employed on heavier work, in carrying coal, etc. They work these long hours underground until their 18th or 22nd year, when they are put to miners' work proper. Children and young persons are at present worse treated and harder work than at any previous period. The miners demand almost unanimously an act of Parliament prohibiting the employment in mines of children under 14. And now Hussey Vivian, himself an exploiter of mines, asks, quote, "Would not the opinion of the workman depend upon the poverty of the workman's family?" Mr. Bruce replies, "Do you not think it would be a very hard case where a parent had been injured, or where he was sickly, or where a father was dead, and there was only a mother, to prevent a child between 12 and 14 earning 1 shilling 7 pence a day for the good of the family? You must lay down a general rule. Are you prepared to recommend legislation which would prevent the employment of children under 12 and 14, whatever the state of their parents might be?" Yes, is the answer. Vivian, quote, "Supposing that an enactment were passed preventing the employment of children under the age of 14, would it not be probable that the parents of children would seek employment for their children in other directions, for instance in manufacture? Answer, not generally, I think. Kinnaird asks, some of the boys are keepers of doors? Answer, yes. Question, is there not generally a very great draft every time you open a door or close it? Answer, yes, generally there is. Question, it sounds a very easy thing, but is it in fact a rather painful one? Answer, he is imprisoned there just the same as if he was in the cell of a jail. Bourgeois Vivian, whenever a boy is furnished with a lamp, cannot he read? Yes, he can read if he finds himself in candles. I suppose he would be found fault with if he were discovered reading. He is there to mind his business. He has a duty to perform, and he has to attend to it in the first place, and I do not think it would be allowed down the pit. End of excerpt. 2. Education. The working miners want a law for the compulsory education of their children, as in factories. They declare the clauses of the Act of 1860, which require a school certificate to be obtained before employing boys of 10 and 12 years of age, to be quite illusory. The examination of the witnesses on this subject is truly droll. Quote, "Is it, meaning the Act, required more against the masters or against the parents?" Answer, it is required against both, I think. Question, you cannot say whether it is required against one more than against the other? No, I can hardly answer that question. Does there appear to be any desire on the part of the employers that the boys should have such hours as to enable them to go to school? No, the hours are never shortened for that purpose. Kinnaird, should you say that the colliers generally improve their education? Have you any instances of men who have, since they began to work, greatly improved their education? Or do they not rather go back and lose any advantage that they may have gained? They generally become worse. They do not improve. They acquire bad habits. They get on to drinking and gambling and such like, and they go completely to wreck. Do they make any attempt of the kind for providing instruction by having schools at night? Answer. There are few collieries where night schools are held. Collieries are coal mines. And perhaps at those collieries a few boys do go to those schools, but they're so physically exhausted that it's to no purpose that they go there. Question. You are then, concludes the bourgeois, against education? Nice conclusion. Most certainly not, but, etc. Question. But are they, meaning the employers, not compelled to demand them, school certificates? Answer. By law they are, but I'm not aware that they are demanded by the employers. Question. Then it is your opinion that this provision of the Act as to requiring certificates is not generally carried out in the collieries? It is not carried out. Do the men take a great interest in this question of education? The majority of them do. Are they very anxious to see the law enforced? The majority are. Question. Do you think that in this country any law that you pass can really be effectual unless the population themselves assist in putting it into operation? Answer. Many a man might wish to object to employing a boy, but he would perhaps become marked by it. Marked by whom? By his employers. Do you think that the employers would find any fault with a man who obeyed the law? I believe they would. Have you ever heard of any workman objecting to employ a boy between 10 and 12 who could not write or read? It is not left to men's option. Would you call for the interference of Parliament? I think that if anything effectual is to be done in the education of the colliers' children, it will have to be made compulsory by Act of Parliament. Question. Would you lay that obligation upon the colliers only, or all the workpeople of Great Britain? Answer. I came to speak for the colliers. Question. Why should you distinguish them, colliery boys, from other boys? Answer. Because I think that they are an exception to the rule. In what respect? In a physical respect. Why should education be more valuable to them than to other classes of lads? Answer. I do not know that it is more valuable, but through the overexertion in mines, there's less chance for it for the boys that are employed there to get education, either at Sunday schools or at day schools. Question. It is impossible to look at a question of this sort absolutely by itself? Is there a sufficiency of schools? Answer. No. Question. If the state were to require that every child should be sent to school, would there be schools for the children to go to? Answer. No. But I think if the circumstances were to spring up, the schools would be forthcoming. Question. Some of them the boys cannot read and write at all, I suppose. Answer. The majority cannot. The majority of the men themselves cannot. End of excerpt. 3. Employment of women. Since 1842, women are no more employed underground, but are occupied on the surface in loading the coal, etc., in drawing the tubs to the canals and railway wagons, in sorting, etc. Their numbers have considerably increased during the last 3 or 4 years. They are mostly the wives, daughters, and widows of the working miners, and their ages range from 12 to 50 or 60 years. Quote, what is the feeling among the working miners as to the employment of women? Answer. I think they generally condemn it. Question. What objection do you see to it? Answer. I think it is degrading to the sex. Question. There is a peculiarity of dress? Answer. Yes, it is rather a man's dress, and I believe in some cases it drowns all sense of decency. Do the women smoke? Some do. And I suppose it is very dirty work? Very dirty. They get black and grimy? As black as those who are down the mines. I believe that a woman having children, and there are plenty on the banks that have, cannot do her duty to her children. Do you think that those widows could get employment anywhere else, which would bring them in as much wages as that, from 8 shillings to 10 shillings a week? I cannot speak to that. Question. You would still be prepared, would you, Marx adds, flint-hearted fellow, to prevent their obtaining a livelihood by these means? Answer. I would. Question. What is the general feeling in the district as to the employment of women? Answer. The feeling is that it is degrading, and we wish as miners to have more respect for the fair sex than to see them placed on the pit bank. Some part of the work is very hard. Some of these girls have raised as much as 10 tons of stuff a day. Question. Do you think that the women employed about the collieries are less moral than the women employed in the factories? Answer. The percentage of the bad ones may be a little more than with the girls in the factories. Question. But you are not quite satisfied with the state of morality in the factories? Answer. No. Question. Would you prohibit the employment of women in factories also? Answer. No, I would not. Question. Why not? Answer. I think it is a more honorable occupation for them in the mills. Question. Still, it is injurious to their morality, you think? Answer. Not so much as working on the pit bank. But it is more on the social position I take it. I do not take it on its moral ground alone. The degradation in its social bearing on the girls is deplorable in the extreme. When these 400 or 500 girls become colliers' wives, the men suffer greatly from this degradation, and it causes them to leave their homes and drink. Question. You would be obliged to stop the employment of women in the ironworks as well, would you not, if you stopped it in the collieries? Answer. I cannot speak for any other trade. Question. Can you see any difference in the circumstances of women employed in ironworks and the circumstances of women employed above ground in collieries? Answer. I have not ascertained anything as to that. Question. Can you see anything that makes a distinction between one class and the other? Answer. I have not ascertained that, but I know from house-to-house visitation that it is a deplorable state of things in our district. Question. Would you interfere in every case with the employment of women where that employment was degrading? Answer. It would become injurious, I think, in this way. The best feelings of Englishmen have been gained from the instruction of a mother. Question. That applies equally to agricultural employments, does it not? Answer. Yes, but that is only for 2 seasons, and we have work all the 4 seasons. They often work day and night, wet through to the skin, their constitution undermined, and their health ruined. You have not inquired into that subject, perhaps. I have certainly taken note of it as I have gone along, and certainly I have seen nothing parallel to the effects of the employment of women on the pit bank. It is the work of a man, a strong man. Question. Your feeling upon the whole subject is that the better class of colliers who desire to raise themselves and humanize themselves, instead of deriving help from the women, are pulled down by them. Answer. Yes. Marx adds, after some further crooked questions from these bourgeois, the secret of their, quote, sympathy for widows, poor families, etc. comes out at last. Quote, the coal proprietor appoints certain gentlemen to take the oversight of the workings, and it is their policy, in order to receive approbation, to place things on the most economical basis they can, and these girls are employed at from 1 shilling up to 1 shilling 6 a day, where a man at the rate of 2 shillings 6 a day would have to be employed. Unquote. 4. Coroner's inquests. Quote, with regard to coroner's inquests in your district, have the workmen confidence in the proceedings at those inquests when accidents occur? Answer. No, they have not. Why not? Answer. Chiefly because the men who are generally chosen are men who know nothing about mines and such like. Question. Are not workmen summoned at all upon the juries? Never but as witnesses to my knowledge. Question. Who are the people who are generally summoned upon these juries? Answer. Generally tradesmen in the neighborhood. From their circumstances, they are sometimes liable to be influenced by their employers, the owners of the works. They are generally men who have no knowledge and can scarcely understand the witnesses who are called before them, and the terms which are used and such like. Question. Would you have the jury composed of persons who had been employed in mining? Answer. Yes, partly. They, the workmen, think that the verdict is not in accordance with the evidence given generally. Question. One great object in summoning a jury is to have an impartial one, is it not? Answer. Yes, I should think so. Question. Do you think that the juries would be impartial if they were composed to a considerable extent of workmen? Answer. I cannot see any motive which the workmen would have to act partially. They necessarily have a better knowledge of the operations in connection with the mine. Question. You do not think there would be a tendency on the part of the workmen to return unfairly severe verdicts? Answer. No, I think not. 5. False weights and measures. The workmen demand to be paid weekly instead of fortnightly, and by weight instead of by cubical contents of the tubs. They also demand protection against the use of false weights, etc. Quote, if the tubs were fraudulently increased, a man could discontinue working by giving 14 days' notice. Answer. But if he goes to another place, there's the same thing going on there. Question. But he can leave that place where the wrong has been committed? Answer. It is general. Wherever he goes, he has to submit to it. Question. Could a man leave by giving 14 days' notice? Answer. Yes. Marx adds, and yet they are not satisfied. 6. Inspection of mines. Casualties from explosions are not the only things the workmen suffer from. Quote, our men complained very much of the bad ventilation of the collieries. The ventilation is so bad in general that the men can scarcely breathe. They are quite unfit for employment of any kind after they have been for a length of time in connection with their work. Indeed, just at the part of the mine where I'm working, men have been obliged to leave their employment and come home in consequence of that. Some of them have been out of work for weeks just in consequence of the bad state of the ventilation where there is not explosive gas. There is plenty of air generally in the main courses, yet pains are not taken to get air into the workings where men are working. Question. Why do you not apply to the inspector? Answer. To tell the truth, there are many men who are timid on that point. There have been cases of men being sacrificed and losing their employment in consequence of applying to the inspector. Question. Why? Is he a marked man for having complained? Answer. Yes. And he finds it difficult to get employment in another mine? Yes. Do you think the mines in your neighborhood are sufficiently inspected to ensure compliance with the provisions of the Act? Answer: no, they are not inspected at all. The inspector has been down just once in the pit, and it's been going 7 years. In the district to which I belong, there are not a sufficient number of inspectors. We have one old man, more than 70 years of age, to inspect more than 130 collieries. Question: you wish to have a class of sub-inspectors? Yes. But do you think it would be possible for government to maintain such an army of inspectors as would be necessary to do all that you want them to do without information from the men? Answer: no, I should think it would be next to impossible. Question: it would be desirable that the inspectors should come oftener? Answer: yes, and without being sent for. Question: do you not think that the effect of having these inspectors examining the collieries so frequently would be to shift the responsibility, Marx adds an exclamation point, of supplying proper ventilation from the owners of the collieries to the government officials? Answer: no, I do not think that. I think that they should make it their business to enforce the acts which are already in existence. Question: when you speak of sub-inspectors, do you mean men at a less salary and of an inferior stamp to the present inspectors? Comment: like, what's the guy gonna say? Yeah, shitty as possible, please. If you can drag like a wino off the street, that would be preferable. Answer: I would not have them inferior if you could get them otherwise. Question: do you merely want more inspectors, or do you want a lower class of men as an inspector? Answer: a man who would knock about and see that things are kept right. A man who would not be afraid of himself. Question: if you obtained your wish in getting an inferior class of inspectors appointed, do you think that there would be no danger from want of skill, etc.? Answer: I think not. I think that the government would see after that and have proper men in that position. Unquote. This kind of examination becomes at last too much even for the chairman of the committee, and he interrupts with the observation, quote, you want a class of men who would look into all the details of the mine and would go into all the holes and corners and go into the real facts. They would report to the chief inspector, who would then bring his scientific knowledge to bear on the facts they have stated. New question: would it not entail very great expense if all these old workings were kept ventilated? Wow. Answer: yes, expense might be incurred, but life would be at the same time protected. Unquote. A working miner objects to the 17th section of the Act of 1860. He says, quote, at the present time, if the inspector of mines finds a part of the mine unfit to work in, he has to report it to the mine owner and the Home Secretary. After doing that, there is given to the owner 20 days to look after the matter. At the end of 20 days, he has the power to refuse making any alteration in the mine, but when he refuses, the mine owner writes to the Home Secretary, at the same time nominating 5 engineers, and from those 5 engineers named by the mine owner himself, the Home Secretary appoints one, I think, as arbitrator, or appoints arbitrators from them. Now, we think in that case that the mine owner virtually appoints his own arbitrator. Unquote. Bourgeois examiner, himself a mine owner, quote, but is this a merely speculative objection? Then you have a very poor opinion of the integrity of mining engineers? Answer: it is most certainly unjust and inequitable. Question: do not mining engineers possess a sort of public character, and do you not think that they are above making such a partial decision as you apprehend? Answer: I do not wish to answer such a question as that with respect to the personal character of those men. I believe that in many cases they would act very partially indeed, and that it ought not to be in their hands to do so where men's lives are at stake. Unquote. This same bourgeois is not ashamed to put this question, quote, do you not think that the mine owner also suffers loss from an explosion? Okay. Finally, quote, are you not workmen in Lancashire able to take care of your own interests without calling in the government to help you? Answer: no. In the year 1865, there were 3,217 coal mines in Great Britain and 12 inspectors. Comment: a little math, that is 268 mines per inspector. Continuing. A Yorkshire mine owner himself calculates in the Times, 26 January 1867, that putting on one side their office work, which absorbs all their time, each mine can be visited but once in 10 years by an inspector. No wonder that explosions have increased progressively both in number and extent, sometimes with the loss of 200 to 300 men during the last 10 years. These are the beauties of, quote, free capitalist production. The very defective act, passed in 1872, is the first that regulates the hours of labor of the children employed in mines, and makes exploiters and owners to a certain extent responsible for so-called accidents. The Royal Commission appointed in 1867 to inquire into the employment in agriculture of children, young persons and women, has published some very important reports. Several attempts to apply the principles of the Factory Acts, but in a modified form, to agriculture have been made, but have so far resulted in complete failure. All that I wish to draw attention to here is the existence of an irresistible tendency toward the general application of those principles. If the general extension of factory legislation to all trades for the purpose of protecting the working class, both in mind and body, has become inevitable, on the other hand, as we have already pointed out, that extension hastens on the general conversion of numerous isolated small industries into a few combined industries carried on upon a large scale. It therefore accelerates the concentration of capital and the exclusive predominance of the factory system. It destroys both the ancient and the transitional forms behind which the dominion of capital is still in part concealed, and replaces them by the direct and open sway of capital. But thereby it also generalizes the direct opposition to this sway. While in each individual workshop it enforces uniformity, regularity, order, and economy, it increases by the immense spur which the limitation and regulation of the working day give to technical improvement the anarchy and the catastrophes of capitalist production as a whole, the intensity of labor, and the competition of machinery with the laborer. By the destruction of petty and domestic industries, it destroys the last resort of the, quote, redundant population, and with it the sole remaining safety valve of the whole social mechanism. By maturing the material conditions and the combination on a social scale of the processes of production, it matures the contradictions and antagonisms of the capitalist form of production, and thereby provides, along with the elements for the formation of a new society, the forces for exploding the old one. And a footnote. Robert Owen, the father of cooperative factories and stores, but who, as before remarked, in no way shared the illusions of his followers with regard to the bearing of these isolated elements of transformation, not only practically made the factory system the sole foundation of his experiments, but also declared that system to be theoretically the starting point of the social revolution. Herr Wissering, professor of political economy in the University of Leiden, appears to have a suspicion of this when, in his Handbook of Political Economy 1860-62, which reproduces all the platitudes of vulgar economy, he strongly supports handicrafts against the factory system. And there's a note from Engels for the 4th German edition. The, quote, hopelessly bewildering tangle of contradictory enactments, unquote, which English legislation called into life by means of the mutually conflicting Factory Acts, the Factory Acts Extension Act and the Workshops Act, finally became intolerable, and thus all legislative enactments on this subject were codified in the Factory and Workshop Act of 1878. Of course, no detailed critique of this English industrial code now in effect can be presented here. The following remarks will have to suffice. The Act comprises 1. Textile mills. Here, everything remains about as it was. Children more than 10 years of age may work 5.5 hours a day, or 6 hours and Saturday off. Young persons and women, 10 hours on 5 days, and at most 6.5 on Saturday. 2. Non-textile factories. Here the regulations are brought closer than before to those of number 1, but there are still several exceptions which favor the capitalists and which in certain cases may be expanded by special permission of the Home Secretary. 3. Workshops, defined approximately as in the former act. As for the children, young workers and women employed there, the workshops are about on a par with the non-textile factories, but again conditions are easier in details. 4. Workshops in which no children or young workers are employed, but only persons of both sexes above the age of 18. This category enjoys still easier conditions. 5. Domestic workshops, where only members of the family are employed, in the family dwelling. Still more elastic regulations, and simultaneously the restriction that the inspector may, without special permission of the ministry or a court, enter only rooms not used also for dwelling purposes. And lastly, unrestricted freedom for straw plaiting and lace and glove making by members of the family. With all its defects, this act, together with the Swiss Federal Factory Law of March 23, 1877, is still by far the best piece of legislation in this field. A comparison of it with the said Swiss federal law is of particular interest because it clearly demonstrates the merits and demerits of the two legislative methods. The English, quote, historical method, which intervenes when occasion requires, and the continental method, which is built up on the traditions of the French Revolution and generalizes more. Unfortunately, due to insufficient inspection personnel, the English code is still largely a dead letter with regard to its application to workshops. Section 10. Modern Industry and Agriculture. The revolution called forth by modern industry in agriculture, and in the social relations of agricultural producers will be investigated later on. In this place, we shall merely indicate a few results by way of anticipation. If the use of machinery in agriculture is for the most part free from the injurious physical effect it has on the factory operative, its action in superseding the laborers is more intense, and finds less resistance, as we shall see later in detail. In the counties of Cambridge and Suffolk, for example, the area of cultivated land has extended very much within the last 20 years, up to 1868, while in the same period the rural population has diminished, not only relatively but absolutely. In the United States, it is as yet only virtually that agricultural machines replace laborers. In other words, they allow the cultivation by the farmer of a larger surface, but do not actually expel the laborers employed. In 1861, the number of persons occupied in England and Wales in the manufacture of agricultural machines was 1,034, whilst the number of agricultural laborers employed in the use of agricultural machines and steam engines did not exceed 1,205. In the sphere of agriculture, modern industry has a more revolutionary effect than elsewhere. For this reason, that it annihilates the peasant, that bulwark of the old society, and replaces them by the wage laborer. Thus, the desire for social changes and the class antagonisms are brought to the same level in the country as in the towns. The irrational, old-fashioned methods of agriculture are replaced by scientific ones. Capitalist production completely tears asunder the old bond of union, which held together agriculture and manufacture in their infancy. But at the same time, it creates the material conditions for a higher synthesis in the future, viz. The union of agriculture and industry on the basis of the more perfected forms they have each acquired during their temporary separation. Capitalist production, by collecting the population in great centers and causing an ever-increasing preponderance of town population, on the one hand concentrates the historical motive power of society. On the other hand, it disturbs the circulation of matter between humans and the soil, i.e. prevents the return to the soil of its elements consumed by humans in the form of food and clothing. It therefore violates the conditions necessary to lasting fertility of the soil. By this action it destroys at the same time the health of the town laborer and the intellectual life of the rural laborer. Footnote, quoting David Urquhart, "You divide the people into two hostile camps of clownish boors and emasculated dwarfs. Good heavens, a nation divided into agricultural and commercial interests, calling itself sane, nay, styling itself enlightened and civilized, not only in spite of, but in consequence of, this monstrous and unnatural division." Unquote. This passage shows at one and the same time the strength and the weakness of that kind of criticism which knows how to judge and condemn the present, but not how to comprehend it. Back to the main text. But while upsetting the naturally grown conditions for the maintenance of that circulation of matter, it imperiously calls for its restoration as a system, as a regulating law of social production, and under a form appropriate to the full development of the human race. In agriculture, as in manufacture, the transformation of production under the sway of capital means, at the same time, the martyrdom of the producer. The instrument of labor becomes the means of enslaving, exploiting, and impoverishing the laborer. The social combination and organization of labor processes is turned into an organized mode of crushing out the workman's individual vitality, freedom, and independence. The dispersion of the rural laborers over larger areas breaks their power of resistance, while concentration increases that of the town operatives. In modern agriculture, as in the modern industries, the increased productiveness and quantity of the labor set in motion are bought at the cost of laying waste and consuming by disease labor power itself. Moreover, all progress in capitalistic agriculture is a progress in the art not only of robbing the laborer, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress toward ruining the lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country starts its development on the foundation of modern industry, like the United States for example, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Footnote, see Liebig, Chemistry in its Application to Agriculture and Physiology, 1862, and especially the Introduction to the Natural Laws of Agriculture in the first volume. To have developed from the point of view of natural science the negative or destructive side of modern agriculture is one of Liebig's immortal merits. His summary, too, of the history of agriculture, although not free from gross errors, contains flashes of light. It is, however, to be regretted that he ventures on such haphazard assertions as the following, quote, "By greater pulverizing and more frequent plowing, the circulation of air in the interior of porous soil is aided, and the surface exposed to the action of the atmosphere is increased and renewed. But it is easily seen that the increased yield of the land cannot be proportional to the labor spent on that land, but increases in a much smaller proportion. This law," adds Liebig, "was first enunciated by John Stuart Mill in his Principles of Political Economy, Volume 1, as follows, quote, that the produce of land increases, all else being equal, in a diminishing ratio to the increase of the laborers employed. Parenthetically, Mill here introduces, in an erroneous form, the law enunciated by Ricardo's school, for since the, quote, decrease of the laborers employed kept even pace in England with the advance of agriculture, the law discovered in and applied to England could have no application to that country, at all events, in parenthesis, is the universal law of agricultural industry, unquote. This is very reasonable, since Mill was ignorant of the reason for this law. End of quoting Liebig. Apart from Liebig's wrong interpretation of the word labor, by which word he understands something quite different from what political economy does, it is, in any case, quote, very remarkable that he should make Mr. John Stuart Mill the first propounder of a theory which was first published by James Anderson in Adam Smith's days, and was repeated in various works down to the beginning of the 19th century. A theory which Malthus, that master in plagiarism, the whole of his population theory is a shameless plagiarism, appropriated to himself in 1815, which West developed at the same time as and independently of Anderson, which in the year 1817 was connected by Ricardo with the general theory of value, then made the round of the world as Ricardo's theory, and in 1820 was vulgarized by James Mill, the father of John Stuart Mill, and which finally was reproduced by John Stuart Mill and others as a dogma already quite commonplace and known to every schoolboy. It cannot be denied that John Stuart Mill owes his, at all events, quote, remarkable authority almost entirely to such quid pro quos. And that is the end of Section 10 and of Chapter 15 and of Part 4 of 8 of Capital, Volume 1.